Yeah, PAX is a lot of energy, a lot of people. Pretty fun environment.
I think it's awesome that we're bringing esports into the collegiate level.
Pretty big turnout. There seems a lot of people here just for this tournament.
Might be more pressure for the players. I don't think it will affect us.
Out of time. Collateral damage is enormous. He's dead. It's a rampage for Bob Jin. That's an ace for UBC, and they will advance to the uLoL Campus Series final match.
And now, how much more can they do? The only thing going to grab the double kill. It's a triple kill. They're going to keep going forward. It's the ace.
This will be the game-winning push. This will be the finals for Robert Morris University.
I think Army is our biggest rival.
I really respect UBC, but that doesn't mean that I fear them. I know that they are good players. They will give us a good competition.
The roster compared to last year is a lot weaker. Maybe they can prove me wrong.
This is the second chance that I have to prove that we can beat UBC.
Hello and welcome to the 2016 uLoL Campus Series Finals, coming to you live from PAX East in Boston. Today is the final day in the series, and it all comes down to this. The top two collegiate teams in North America will battle it out to take home the title of Best College NA and their share of $660,000 in scholarships. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, a more hoarse version of James Dash Patterson.
PAX taking its toll on you.
Yeah, PAX very much taking its toll on me, but I'm having a good time. Are you guys having a good time?
Yeah, having a great time. Hanging out in my hotel room a lot.
Ready for our finals? You're not taking advantage of it at all?
No,
okay. All right. Well, we're about to get into it today. Before we do so, let's take a look at the playoff bracket to see how our teams got here. 32 collegiate teams from the U.S. and Canada have been divided up into 4 conferences, the North, the South, East, and the West. The 8 teams in each conference duked it out in a round-robin tournament, and the top 4 teams in each conference made it to the playoffs, where they faced off in a best-of-5 single-elimination bracket with the best their conference has to offer. Now, here at PAX East, the 2 final teams face off, and only one will win the right to lift the trophy and call themselves the best collegiate team in North America, and that's University of British Columbia and Robert Morris University.
Yep, it's been a very interesting road to get here. A lot of decisive victories, I'd say, 3-0s. It was very interesting, though, because we saw a lot of different styles come out between the teams.
Yeah, very definitive wins yesterday for both teams. Scott.
Yeah, I feel like neither of these teams really got tested. Like they didn't have to adapt and draft. They were just better teams than their opponents in the semis and quarters. So I'm really interested to see what happens in the finals because, you know, I want to see more from these teams. Like, can they play more things? Like, they've never had to show anything, like, so far, and they just ban out, like, one thing, and they win playing the same champions over and over again.
Well, it will be a clash of titans. Let's take a look at some of the rosters so we can get into this series and figure out what it is we're going to be looking for, starting with the University of British Columbia. In the top lane, we have Dai Jur, Proof of Payment in the jungle, Bob Chin, XD in the mid lane, Heat Waves at ADC, and 7-3-4 on support. I mean, we saw yesterday Bob Chin is definitely one of the better players in this tournament.
Yeah, he's a big-time player, always shows up. He was in last year's finals, got a pentakill then, and he's been doing amazing so far this series. Another one that I liked a lot was 7-3-4. He had a lot of good Alistar plays, and that's something that we've seen throughout this whole tournament is people on Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar's been a huge pick for all of the teams in this tournament so far. Scar, the other thing that we have to remember here is that this is a returning roster. All 5 members won last year's uLoL finals, so they're coming in having been in this position before.
Right, and RMU has, what, only 2 people remaining? Only
one remaining member, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. The fact that they're here touting that, okay, we're going to use superior teamwork to overcome individual skill to try to beat these guys. Well, these guys have been working together for a long time. Maybe they have better teamwork. You know, RMU has had to build from almost the ground up, and UBC has been around since they won.
It's really a testament to the program, though, that they were able to basically reload their whole roster and make it back here again to challenge UBC. And it's a very interesting storyline, especially for Mini Bestia, who I'm sure we'll take a look at in a second.
Yeah, let's do that just now. We'll take a look at Robert Morris University's roster. And as we do so, in the top lane, West Coast carry, Palmy in the jungle, Gillette in the mid lane at ADC, Evan RL, and Mini Bestia, who you were just talking about on support, the returning member for this team.
Yeah, he was talking about, you know, a lot leading up to this event, how much of a disappointment last year was, how serious he wants to take it. And RMU, the program as a whole, they're the only team left, or that made it to this event, who had a scholarship program already. So they have a lot invested into this, and it's good to see that they're getting rewarded, making it 2 years in a row, though I'm sure they really want to take their first championship.
Now, outside of Mini Bestia, who are you looking at, Scar, to be, you know, the linchpin, the playmaker in this series?
I mean, a lot's going to fall on Gillette's shoulders. You know, I thought last series he played 3 games with Lissandra. He showed that he could flank pretty well, but really, like, he was part of the big flanking playmaking of the last series, and I hope that he can bring that kind of playmaking ability to this game. However, I think it's going to be a lot harder against the higher level of mid lane competition.
Right. He played Lysandra into Azir twice and made it out of the lane mostly unscathed, and that usually doesn't happen. Usually you get punished really hard for that. They had a couple level 1s to set him up with like Maokai giving him saplings and things like that, but for the most part, I don't think that'll work against a much stauncher opponent in UBC.
Yeah, we'll see if he's afforded the same kind of opportunities. Well, before we meet the players on stage, let's take a moment to meet them and know a little bit more about them and what they think this series is going to turn out to be.
I feel a little bit bad for RMU. I'm sorry you guys had to start your program when we were in the collegiate scene. You guys probably would have been first 2 years in a row if it weren't for us.
I'm super excited to play UBC because for our journey through uLoL, I don't think we've had a real team to match up against us. So I'm excited and ready and hungry for that. UBC has gotten significantly weaker than last year, and we've gotten better. So I think our chances of winning are pretty high.
I don't think we'll be able to sweep RMU like we did last year. The game is more about team play than it is about individual skill than ever before. So I think we're just gonna come in as prepared as possible and just have fun.
I don't think it's gonna be easy. The uLoL season finals is a chance for RMU to prove its worth and show that we are number one.
This is gonna be our last tournament together as a team, so hopefully we go out with a win. I want our team to be remembered as the best collegiate team to ever play.
Taking the title home for me is everything. It's what we've worked for a year. It's why I came to Robert Morris.
UBC's gonna bring it, and we're gonna bring home the trophy too.
Nothing from UBC intimidates me.
After the match, don't feel too bad. You guys only lost to the best team.
Hello everyone, my name is Dom Romer and I could not be more excited to introduce our teams. Let's get a big round of applause for our first contenders, University of British Columbia. Hi there, Digerger. How you doing, man?
Doing great.
Yeah, so we spoke a little bit yesterday about how you're feeling about today's games. You know, we've had a good 16 hours to mull it over. Still feeling good?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm confident we're going to win.
Very solid, very solid. Now, this is the big rivalry. This is the big win for you. Another win would be 2 years in a row, 3 years on top of the collegiate scene. What does this mean for you individually?
It's just a culmination of all our hard work over the last 2 years, and yeah, I just want to show that we're the best again.
Well, very solid. You were the best last year, so we'll see if it can happen one more time.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, sure thing. And their opponents on the other side is going to be the contenders. Second place last year, 0-3 in the finals. Let's see if they can take it back this time. It's Robert Morris University. Hey there, Mini Bestia. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Very solid. So again, we spoke yesterday, 16 hours. Has anything changed since then?
Not really. We still have a plan. We know how to play the game.
Very solid. Now, last year, of course, you did play, and that was 0-3 against UBC. You're the sole survivor of that lineup. What would this win mean for you?
It will mean a lot. I will prove people wrong. They thought that I was a bad player last year, but I can prove them wrong.
Well, very solid. We're looking forward to it. Mini Bestia, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty. And now, before we get started, we're going to send it right back over to the analyst desk to get us ready to get in the game.
Thank you very much, Dom. We heard there from Mini Bestia. Nobody has forgotten how to play League of Legends in the last 16 hours. That's a good start to our day.
It can happen at PAX.
It can, right?
Have a little too much fun. Forget what happens in League of Legends.
Exactly, but that isn't the case in this series. You know, I don't think we can hammer home enough the idea that this is a forming rivalry between these two teams, right? They've both been at the top of the collegiate scene for a couple years now. And so on top of just wanting that title, wanting to host the trophy, doing it against your rival, I mean, that only adds to it.
I think the most interesting thing to me was what Digerger was saying, is like proving we're the best team in collegiate history. And like being able to 3-0 2 times in the finals at big events, that would be, you know, pretty crazy bar to set for League of Legends.
Yeah, but you even heard him in the interview. Like, they're not exactly sure they're going to be able to repeat the same event. He said, like, teamwork's a much bigger issue. Individual skill, maybe less so. So they're coming in maybe not as confident as they were last year.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But so then let's talk about what UBC has to do to come away with this victory. Because if they're not as confident that they can just stomp lanes, roll over people in a solo lane fashion, how can they come together and get a victory over RMU today?
The biggest thing for me is to start off where they left yesterday, which is doing more complicated level 1s and 2v1s. We've seen the collegiate scene people struggle to keep up with them when they do that, and we didn't see RMU really tested on the 2v1. I think they did it once yesterday, but it was different. It wasn't quite what UBC was doing, so I'd like to see UBC try that to start off, go with their power picks. We've seen Bob Jin on more of these assassins as opposed to the control mages. I think that's going to suit him well in the series, so especially if RMU is playing to a more team-centric style and not really caring about matchups.
Yeah, I was just going to repeat exactly what he said. I think they should test them on the 1v2. You know, maybe they're not as good. It seems like UBC is really confident. You know, they 1v2'd a lot. RMU did some 1v2s, but I'm still not sure if that's their best thing. And you know, throwing away one game in this series, let's say they lose the game, it doesn't even mean much. They can adapt to the next game and they don't have to do it again. But if they do win the first game really, really easily because their 1v2 is just better, it puts a lot of pressure on RMU to adapt on the 1v2. And that's something that takes a lot of time to build up, how to learn how to do a 1v2.
All right, well, it's prediction time, gentlemen. I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you, Scar, who do you think's walking away with this and how many games?
Let's go with UBC 3-1.
3-1, all right. So they're not going to repeat the 3-0 performance, but they're still going to come away with the title.
Yes, you got it.
All right, what about you, Mark?
I got a pretty handy shirt from Robert Morris University, but
right.
I don't think they're going to win. I think it's going to be UBC.
The bait and switch.
Yeah, no, I think it will be UBC. I liked what I saw from them more yesterday. They were very clean in their engagements, and they had a multitude of strategies that they apparently prepared to use, so I think it's going to be them.
All right.
3-1.
3-1 as well. All right, well, strong endorsements for UBC there, but we'll see if RMU has anything to say about that. Without further ado, it's time to throw it over to the casters to get us into Game 1 of this series.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the caster desk. We are here to cast the wonderful final match here. I am David Freak Turley. With me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. Analyst desk said 3-1, 3-1. Think it's going to happen? You think it's going to be this close of a series? Think it's going to be, I don't know. What do you think is going on here?
I thought we're supposed to not be biased.
I just more meant, what's your opinion on the matchup?
3-3.
I didn't mean to ask you, sorry, what the scoreline is going to be. That's my bad. I take full blame for the terribly
I'll give you the caster
question.
answer. I think that both squads are actually incredibly powerful. They both actually scrim challenger teams, international teams. But right now, the thing that's going to be big for me is University of British Columbia will be blue side all 5 games, and Robert Morris University will be red side all 5 games.
Right.
So, like you said before, one team is going to be right, and the other one's going to be wrong at the end of the day.
In terms of assessing who's more powerful on which side, absolutely. The ban's already through for University of British Columbia. No Maokai in there for West. And you can see they're actually targeting the sort of targeted hard engage comp that Robert Morris University were using earlier on in their semifinal matchup. The first pick Graves also taking it away from Pomi and testing whether or not he actually does want to play Kindred.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting because Pomi, I think he was actually not locking in the Kindred pretty much at all. He was going for the Graves over the Kindred even when it was up.
Yep.
So they take that away. The Nidalee ban from Robert Morris University is something they even banned on blue side yesterday. So them being red side, it's pretty much not giving UBC
They're definitely banning that every game
because they would ban it on blue side as well. The Rise and Echo, I definitely understand. DJJ has had Rise banned against him every game yesterday. And then the Twitch against 7RL, don't want to have to deal with that, especially since UBC played against a good Twitch yesterday. Now they know what that champion's capable of. And the Lulu Maokai, so top lane tanks, there's only really 1 or 2 left.
Well, this is interesting. It's West choosing to play Nautilus over playing Poppy here. The Alistair steal, I think, is really appreciated here. Both Mini Bestia and 734 played it every single game they could have in the semifinal series. Interesting note about 734, by the way, went unkilled the entire semifinal. The guy walks in at the PAX LAN having a 53 KDA heading into the finals, 2 of them being Alistair, 1 of them being Braum here, and the Alistair being taken away might push him down a little bit. However, what I really like about UBC is they're the only really team I've seen here who at least understands or thinks that Sivir's super powerful. I think Heatwave's playing Sivir every single game would be a powerful thing for them.
Absolutely, and I think they're going to do that. I think Sivir is a champion that started getting banned against them in the middle of the semifinals.
Yeah.
For good reason. Heatwaves is really good at that champion, but also the fact that they use it for engage and disengage. They'll use it when crucial ultimates are popped from the enemy, and then walk away when the duration of the other ultimate's down. Sivir typically will have a longer duration, and then they re-engage.
Definitely going to be something to watch for then, is how well they can use their movement speed advantage as they come through here. The Kog'Maw's going to come back out, though, and Kindred will still get played here for Pomi. And talking about Sivir being strong, I think Kog'Maw is another really top-tier AD carry that we don't see played very often. Robert Morris University, however, they play around their bottom lane. They are going to go for the Kog'Maw. 6.7 Kog'Maw, I think, is very, very powerful, and they will have that alongside an Alistair.
Yeah, and I think that's why Lulu keeps getting banned here against Robert Morris University. It helps Gillette get through that laning phase up against Bobchin, and it enables Evan RL in the late game as Kog'Maw. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Karma come through here for RMU as their last pick and see if they actually want to buff up the Kog'Maw. For UBC, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see LeBlanc here, Orianna. I think there's a lot of great options here, but I definitely think that we're going to be seeing Bobchin on some type of AP threat. I assume it's LeBlanc, to be honest.
Yeah, he's still pulling in Ryze bans like he was in the semifinal. 4 straight bans in a row on Ryze against him. But you're right, LeBlanc is open, the Zed is open, Orianna, all these things are available. And yep, there's the late pick Poppy as well. Not really a big surprise. RMU rush picked the Nautilus, but Poppy still up there in the top lane tank department alongside the LeBlanc. So double marksman, couple of tanks, and a nice assassin in the mid lane.
Yep, really high damage composition here, ways to get in, and the Trundle goes down to support. So just going to have that, and it's also actually, it's good against melee supports as well. Against Kog'Maw, it can actually mess him up pretty badly. Make him
He's
incredibly
only
slow.
movement based. He's got no blinks or dashes or anything, so you put the pillar behind him and suddenly he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, sometimes though he likes to just stand there.
Right.
So.
Doesn't always hurt him. And oh, look at this one. RMU switching things up and playing a carry in the mid lane. Gillette gets himself his hands on Gangplank. Now, we have seen some Nautilus mid and some GP top. That actually could still be a swap. And honestly, I'd actually rather see Gangplank top lane. Looking at these matchups and the lineups and everything. But I think it's still going to be Gangplank mid here for Gillette. And it does mean that it's a very physical, damage-heavy team. Double Marksman, Kog'Maw is a bit more physical than Magic. It's not like his Corgi status. And Gangplank, of course, is very physical-heavy as well. So
it has the penetration, too, so.
Yeah, he's going to be able to cut through armor tanks, but UBC only needs to buy one type of defense here.
Exactly. I was looking at Gillette's solo queue. Surprised he didn't go with Twisted Fate here. He also plays Amin Azir. But the GP is his second most played champion, and he's going for comfort right now. And also a matchup that, you know, he can play safe, and he'll be able to scale up and try to outscale Bobchin. But Bobchin is just pretty much going to be going after the Kog'Maw. Do have to worry a little bit about the Kindred. If Pomi is on point with the ultimates, Kog'Maw Kindred is actually quite deadly.
Yeah, that's kind of the question then, is how good is Pomi going to be with the Lamb's Respite? Because the single best player in this entire tournament, and certainly the best player on this stage, is that UBC mid laner Bobchin XD on LeBlanc. Was not banned away from him, got to pick it up, and I think he's going to be very comfortable. He's in a decent matchup, and he's got a lot of available targets with multiple squishies to try to focus down. You can see the squad on your screen right here. University of British Columbia, defending champions, have basically not lost any games in a year, roughly, and we'll see them defend that championship. A best of 5 here on the stage in Boston at PAX East 2016, my apologies. I've been at PAX Prime more than East. Hey, it's all PAX, all right? Jerry and Mike would not let you booing PAX Prime, thank you very much. And we are getting ourselves into the game as the players load in. Western Conference champions, University of British Columbia versus, was that Northern Conference champions?
Yes.
Yes, Robert Morris University, hailing from Chicago. And here we go into game 1 of the final.
So this is actually a lot of different matchups. The West versus the North. It's NA versus Canada, or I guess US versus Canada. They're part
Canada's
of NA.
part of NA.
It's US versus Canada. See, we're both messing up, man. Now I'm in that boat with you.
Yeah, we're just inferior casters.
Slowly sinking, slowly sinking. Anyway, US versus Canada. And last year, University of British Columbia ended up taking it. The West has historically been the strongest region. We talk about even back in the beginning of the collegiate days, University of California, Irvine was the #1 team. Then UBC ended up surging up. University of Washington also ended up winning the NACC 2014. So it's always been the West. It's been the West every single year. And Robert Morris University, with their program, with their coaching staff, have been wanting to actually dethrone the West from being that dominant force.
You know what I find interesting? Unless I'm really bad at geography, I'm pretty sure British Columbia is actually farther north than Chicago. So as far as being north versus west,
it's in Canada.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's not like there's a straight line of like the exact same latitude. So like Maine is up there, right? But
yeah, well, it depends on what you're saying is British Columbia, because it's a gigantic piece. If you're talking about
it's
Vancouver,
a province. Yeah. Whatever. Either way, it's a random point that means absolutely nothing. We have an invade coming in here. The duo lane of UBC is heading to the top side through the tri-brush, and they will spot Pomi in west. And the question is, will they finish these Krugs in time?
Probably not.
They could have taken a small Krug, I think, and that would have been worth it for them. But they will back away as the invade scares them off that one.
Yeah,
and we are going to be in a lane swap.
Yep, University of British Columbia, yesterday they actually went for late lane swaps. And it's interesting because they've had favorable matchups like in game 3 of their semifinal, and they still swapped it anyway because they figure that their lane swapping is much better. They've been together as a team for multiple years. They've been practicing lane swaps for multiple years. They even performed them last year at the NACC. So they're well versed in this strategy, and they're trying to test RMU in lane swaps.
Let's test what happened in the lane swap, because it was a very, very safe start for the UBC double jungle of the Graves and the Poppy. They took their own side of the blue buff and crop and everything, and it will actually mean equal share of the jungle overall. However, Everal and Mini Bestia got to take Bromps at the start here. So equal jungle starts, except that the duo lane got to have kind of more golden experience in their pocket.
And Kindred Mark.
Ooh, fortunate. 1 and 3 gets the right one. Foamy can feel pretty happy about this one. 2 minutes 48 seconds, gonna get the first mark of the Kindred. Nice dice roll there. Oof, burst damage on Gillette. And yeah, this Gangplank, he is keeping up in CS, right? He's chugging through, by the way, with a Doran's Ring. Extra ability power for extra healing and extra mana regen to eat more oranges, but that is surprising. I haven't seen that opening item from Gangplank before.
No, the Doran's Ring is really interesting. AP Gangplank?
I don't think it's AP Gangplank. I think it really is for the sustain of the W.
Most likely, but at that point, do you think the sustain on the W actually outweighs Corrupting Potion?
I don't know. I would have to do math to figure it out. I can see it being the case, but definitely an interesting one right there.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Also, Pomi ended up splitting a camp with West Coast Carry, so Proof ended up hitting level 3 before him, getting his red buff, and being able to actually show up to this lane much sooner. And this is one of the beauties of having Graves. You just help shove waves in, you deny CS, and there's nothing really to do for the jungler in this lane swap.
No, not really at all. Walks in, attacks the Gangplank a little bit, who had missed a parlay on the barrel. We're seeing this won't really be a very good freeze for the top side. Honestly, if RMU are watching closely, they can send their Nautilus up to the top side, hold the freeze, and send Cog and Alistar back to the bottom lane. Looks like that won't be the case here, and Poppy will try to shove this one in, I assume, as Evan, Herald, and Mini Bestia are hitting up there.
Yeah, I actually think the more I think about it with this Gangplank, it is actually pretty good from what I'm seeing. His mana staying on top, he's getting those last hits, getting some back, and he's able to sustain because he knows he's going to be taking the harassment from Bobchin. And Bobchin's LeBlanc is a champion that he even played against RMU last year to great effect. I think he had like 10 kills and 1 death in that game.
He did pretty well. Yeah, this is, if you guys have not been watching a lot of Collegiate League of Legends, UBC have the entire returning lineup for last year's finals, and Bobchin went off. His overall KDA in the finals was 27, 6, and 21. So he's going to look for something kind of similar here. He's definitely a well-respected player, a very strong performer overall, and this LeBlanc can be scary. Right now, just going equal against Gillette. And we're going to see that 734 is making an early roam on this Trundle to try to make things happen. But Foamy's nearby and could counter gank. Ooh, Proof's here as well, so a 3-man attempt. If Bobchin can land chains.
He already got the movement speed boost.
Red buff's going to hit. There's the pillar. He's going to force the flash. Nicely done. The 2-man gank pays off. The two of them together was what was required. However, it's Sivir alone and pushing very slowly in the bot lane, whereas Evan Herald and this Kog'Maw is already shoving in pretty rapidly up top. I don't know if this mismatch will mean anything in the long run, but it will mean an earlier turret right now for RMU.
That's what it'll end up meaning.
Uh-oh, Ignite is on. Gillette has no flash. Here comes the Graves. But he can't get the damage. Foamy is threatening enough, and the teleport coming in from West as well. The flash anchor hits on a Proof. This is not the best thing ever for Graves, whose flash is actually down. Proof's got nowhere to go, but he can jump back over the wall with the quick draw. Hydroger, I don't know if he needed to finish the teleport at that point, but he does get away. Everyone lives on both sides of the map. RMU are going to get this top lane turret.
Yep. RMU, Foamy ending up showing in that mid lane, trying to match. And this is a higher level lane swap strategy when you actually are able to send support and top laners.
That's risky, almost! And he gets some West! First Blood's a player about 900 LP above him.
That's a great way to put it.
That's not an exaggeration.
That's a great way to put it. Actually, fun fact, he was Masters and he dropped like 150 LP right before the tournament. So that will untilt you very quickly, knowing that you could beat somebody 900 points challenger higher than you. The decision there from Bobchin to stay ends up getting punished, and that's first blood to West with no assist on the back of it either.
Confirmation, minions coded as minions. Even minions get minion blocked here in League of Legends. You saw that top lane push, Cannon minion chilling out there. Well, to be fair, minions being coded as minions is like probably proper coding. So no memes allowed, Twitch chat, thank you very much. Proof 734 winning around by the Dragon, and they're actually not going to be taking it. They're just chilling right now. We have both junglers farming pretty hard. Mid-20s on farm for both these guys. Level 5 versus level 4, though. Foamy is ahead on Proof right now. 700 gold lead overall for Robert Morris University, thanks to jungle farm in the first blood. Gillette's barrel goes away. Bobchin misses the chains, and now Kog'Maw with a coal and a pickaxe and a dagger. Gonna be killing off this dragon fairly quickly with Mini Bestia to zone people away.
Yeah, 4 people around that dragon though, so Mini Bestia will zone him off, and Pomi and Naro will pick it up. Pretty much no problem there.
Damn.
Yeah, DJJ is just going to push that top wave out very slowly. It will eventually slow push back towards West, but West, as a top laner, in this point in the game, you get to kind of roam around and do whatever you want. Yep. Yeah, you get to do whatever you want at this point because going to top lane means nothing. You just sit there, back behind your dead turret.
Oh, speaking of backing though, Proof gets pulverized, but Pomi was already running away from the end of the line.
He wants that mark really badly. Bobchin, level 6, not on his side though, and ooh.
Yeah, trade coming through. Gillette though, gets the decent damage down, pops the passive off of LeBlanc. Looks like the threat of Trundle coming over is a little bit too great. Kog'Maw actually being rotated to the top side to hold that top lane. And keep in mind, there are very few objectives left up on the map. Both side outer turrets for both teams are already down. Dragon's off the map as well. Evan or all deep freezing a lane would be fine, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. You pretty much risk the Rift Herald.
That's
it.
Worth it. That's only 2 waves of farm.
Yeah.
Poppy ult goes in. Good dodge by Evan Orel. That's prevents him from losing all the CS under the turret. And he will get the wave. It won't freeze though because it's been pushed all the way in. He wasn't able to stop that from getting shoved, but no surprise, level 6 Poppy and all that. But it will mean time to farm, and this Kog'Maw is going to be pretty big. You see he's still got that minion lead 71 to 62 against the Sivir played by Heat Waves.
They see this happening. Mini Bestia roams down. They're going to start seeing the roam up from West.
Yep.
And yeah, back and forth in this mid lane. I like the Sheen buy first to have more mana for Gillette. He's also handed the blue buff on the second round. Make sure that he can continue to just eat those oranges over and over and over again and sustain in this lane that Bobchin really just wanted to chunk him out and get him off of this, off the CS. Not exactly landing with the chain there, but and so they pick it up.
With how much mana Gillette has, like you might as well call him Centrum because he's got so much vitamin C in him. Lame, great, funny, good.
You covered all your bases on that one.
Yes. Puns can only be lame, great, or funny. Usually all 3. So I'm getting the red buff though. No,
sometimes they're like that, so much of a fail that they're actually a win.
That's how most puns go. Yeah, so bad they're good. It's like the movie The Room.
Oh my God, yeah. I'm surprised you haven't made a Gillette pun.
Don't worry.
Easy.
Yeah.
They'll come.
I'm on the razor's edge with that one. It'll be there soon. See, like I said, they're easy.
Nice.
Yeah. It's not that one right now. The thing is, I actually don't come in like preparing jokes typically, so like I've got to see it.
So, even though LCS is scripted, Freak is not.
Nope, almost never.
Yeah. Anyway, saw the mark not go over once again to Pomi, so I'm gonna actually check how many he has because he's marked Proof. There's been no
hasn't been able to kill
him. In here. This will be the Rift Herald here. I've actually noticed that UBC love taking this Rift Herald, handing it off to Proof rather early on in the game. Mostly that was on Kindred though. On Graves, it still is incredibly effective. We actually see a lot of Graves go Swifty Boots first, which is exactly what he did, but no, it's going over to Heat Waves, which
the
usually
Primo wave clear champion.
Yeah, that signals to me that they want to fast shove a wave. They don't want to use this for ganking. They want to use this for just being able to shove down a lane, get a turret, and then being able to take it quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the mid lane.
This is a really good timing for them. Look at the items that are on these various champions, right? Nothing good is completed yet for RMU. Evan Orel's on the worst power trap Kog'Maw ever has, which is not yet with the completed Rage Blade, whereas Heat Waves has all his attack damage. So he's got full wave clear power right now at level 7. He's good to go. Gangplank, no Trinity Force, right? No tanky stats of Mini Bestia. He's not even level 6 at Alistair. That is a very easy to kill champion at this point in the game. And yeah, I really like this sort of what I assume to be an attempt to play very aggressively right now by UBC.
Everybody wants to get the Scuttle Crab away from Pomi.
Oh no, he missed the smite! Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Oh, the taunt afterwards from Proof. Oh, man. Yep, that is the worst possible feeling.
This is where on live you hit Control 6 and just say, Mastery 5, I'm a jungle main.
Can't do that on Tournament Realm, unfortunately. Nope. I'm actually waiting for like somebody to play enough games on Tournament Realm that they have mastery with a champion.
They would have to play normals though, because they're not in custom games.
Yeah, I know.
But yes, I agree with you. I think it'd be really fun.
Just scrim enough by queuing up.
Yeah, dude, I would totally play scrims, like queue scrims. That'd be great.
But your match history would show.
Oh yeah. Whatever.
Typically don't like that.
Worth it. West and Daedriger in a fight in the top lane. Current health lead is to the Nautilus. You know what? Backs off right now. He's actually down 20 CS, and also Just interesting watching the builds differentiate here. One thing that's very interesting about both these sides here is the mid laners and top laners have different damage types. So if you ever lane swap back, they're actually in awkward matchup, but they haven't built properly. Like Gillette got a Hexdrinker, and Daijujura has gotten himself a Spectre Scout. If these solo laners swap, they'd now not be built against each other, and you'd have a lot more damage coming through in the matchups.
Something that you try to do in solo queue, and it never works out. You'd swap it, and it's like, oh, now we're both dying.
Well, it's most useful in actually top jungle synergy, where like Pomi, although I guess to be fair, he has gone Devour, which has magic damage, is still a physical damage dealer, which Daijujura is not built against in any meaningful way, except for that cloth armor just now getting picked up. So sometimes you can see that kind of stuff abused, especially if you're a double TP team. I think you should regularly try to repeatedly swap up your lanes and try to get those advantageous matchups where you've counterbuilt each other. We see that sometimes well with AD carries and top laners, and I think it's just really best when your solos and jungles have different damage types, because your jungle has full damage output.
It's kind of unfortunate because most junglers and top laners now do physical damage with the amount of physical damage AD carries in the jungle.
Yeah, well, I think jungles are, most of the top tier junglers you're allowed to pick, aka not in Italy, are physical damage. Again, you mentioned Graves and Kinder being two of the top ones right there. But
Elise is there as well, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. Elise is kind of next up on that list, and you kind of have. Then it's like Gragas and Rek'Sai are next up. So Gragas is like the only like top 6 jungler.
Sejuani, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna say top 6, right? Nidalee and Sejuani, or Nidalee and Gragas are the only magic damage junglers in like the top 6 tier list wise. Sorry, Matt. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm getting totally wrong here. I'm getting off topic again. And you're right. It's 3 and 3.
It's Runic Echo, so yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's 3 and 3 as far as magic and physical. And again, with there's Poppy and Trundle on one side, you've got Nautilus and Echo on the other. Like you've got an interesting mix, and yeah, I think planning out your champ select around those things can be a really big advantage. It doesn't always pay out. You're not always taking top lane. You don't always get the kills, but it's one of those things where when you go back and look at it, you're like, oh. Like, I imagine if you ever went back and like case studied like a top tier team's champ select, you'd find things like that no one ever realized was rules of the game, but it was like, oh, they would always mix damage types in a solo lane. They'd always mix damage types in top jungle. And I think there's a lot of these things that are sort of understated and underappreciated in competitive league that some teams figure out and they never tell you about. They're not going to tell you their secrets, but I'll bet you'll find teams that follow these rules pretty closely.
Yeah, and it's kind of like when we see double AD carry, or I guess
double marksman
teams, or we see somebody who has a like Zed mid or something. You'll typically have that magic damage jungler, and it gets pretty bad because even if it's an Elise who's got like Rylai's Crystal Scepter, Runic Echoes, shows up in the lane, and everybody's built armor to try and deal with like the Zed and the Sivir, and it's like, oh, by the way, percent HP hurts still.
Yeah, and having the team split the damage types is something that I think most players are familiar with. But looking at specific matchup, I think is actually sort of one level higher that I think certain teams do try to employ a little bit. We'll see right now, Heaven RL going to be playing the happy-go-lucky Kog'Maw. Rageblade is done, and honestly, the Rift Herald buff did absolutely nothing for University of British Columbia. They didn't get anything done with it. Dragon has now respawned. Robert Morris University did get the first one here, and we'll see if the Eagles can get their next one here, proving that they are the only proper avians in this game. Eagles and Dragons is a reference. Okay, nothing? Okay.
Yep. Nothing.
No, that's fine. You don't care. I expected you to be on my side with this one, Zyrene. Disappointed. Ooh, wow. Mini Bestia just gave Heatwaves one last hit by healing the minions. It was going to die to the casters.
Misplay, man.
Yep.
Oh, no.
21 gold given away. Woo. Feel bad, Alistair. Shame on you. Ward of the wall. Oh, going to get pillared up. Level 6 takes a boomerang to the back of the head. He's going to be okay, though. Walks away.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, well, he's at least from the Southern Hemisphere, so he's like used to that.
Boomerangs in the back of the head?
Well, Australia's from there. I mean, he's from Argentina, obviously very different country.
The whole Southern
Hemisphere.
Hemisphere.
The entire Southern Hemisphere.
Together.
Just all uses boomerangs. I just made that up now.
I'm sure Quickshot also takes boomerangs to the back.
Definitely he does. I will guarantee that one.
Anyway,
for sure. Hook comes in. 7-3-4 flash, then a Trundle goes down right away. Pomi has a kill. Heatwave zoned up the left-hand side. Here comes a tackle in for Bobby, but Evan's going to flash and chase with the double kill comes through for Kindred. Now Bobchin's clone tanking up what he can. Daijujura forced to run away, though. This is a huge team fight, though, for RMU. Once again, the re-engage onto Bobchin
Poppy, who's got nowhere to go on this one, trying to run, anchored back in. West gets the kill. 2-0-1 on him. What a beautiful team fight by Robert Morris.
And Robert Morris University have been able to contain University of British Columbia's early game. Bobchin didn't even get kills early on. Gillette was able to shut him down and make sure that he didn't snowball. And then you show up at this Dragon with Evan RL, who's almost got perfect CS for this point in the game, as a Kog'Maw, who had his cull go off with Rage Blade completed. He had the protection he needed, and 734, not even level 6 yet. So not even able to throw out the ultimate, make West less tanky, and not even get any HP back. And you can see how spread out they are right now, because DJJ, a little late on the TP, and it's a little bit off the back, hits Gillette away instead of hitting people in the main force. And now Evan RL gets the flash forward and able to actually clean up this fight afterwards. So
they burned so many cooldowns to just kill the support, but the Gangplank ult zoned the re-engage to the other half of the team. So even though you're missing half your flashes, half your ultimates, it was totally fine for RMU. Great engage, does work out well for them. They get that second Dragon. They have 4 kills on the map now. And the team was able to run away very swiftly, very cleanly. A Zeal and cooldown boots now in for the Kog'Maw. He's really, even though he's only on 3 assists, is the champion to watch. That's the hard carry champion, generally speaking, for RMU, and he's doing fine.
They have a Kog'Maw, they have a Gangplank, and they have a Kindred. They have scaling on their side right now on the Robert Morris University side. They just have to worry about heat waves and then also maybe Bobchin's ability to blow up Evan RL, so Pomi has to be on top of this game. But RMU have 2 Dragons with this type of composition. It's something that University of British Columbia, because of the lane swap, weren't able to get that first Dragon. Weren't able to even get the second one there after that fight.
Oh! A great spell shoot, but not enough for heat waves. Goes down without a 7 spell available. Nice tower dive and mini bestia on the rest of them. And now Bobchin goes in, pops him. Thanks for the bus very much. Well done. Finally, 1 kill on the board for British Columbia.
Yeah, that's going to get them a little bit hyped there. You can see on the player cam, University of British Columbia ready to strike back here, because RMU, this is actually, I believe, in the entire matchup with UBC versus RMU, this is the biggest advantage they've ever had.
I'm pretty sure it's the case. They're actually winning in the game right now. Trying to retreat now from the Toronto Pillar, but doesn't find much more to do. Pomi going to clear away that Sightstone Ward, not a problem for him. But now another attempt at Rift Herald. This should be the second one for UBC, but I take that back as RMU is coming to re-engage. They're still missing the Kog'Maw. Fighter's gone as well. Herald. It's a 4v4, neither having their AD carries, which I feel like favors UBC a little bit. Nice poke on a mini Bestia. Then heal back up. Now a nice stun on a Gillette. That's not good for the Gangplank. Force flash away. Mini Bestia pops the ulti. He'll stay alive for a little bit longer. And once again, the knockback onto the Gangplank, who was missing his ultimate. But Pop goes the ulti. West picks up 1 on the Trundle. Now Pomi's got to run away. Pops the Lamb's Respite. But he is alone against 4 people chained up. He's going to be going down. Kill goes through. A double now for Bobchin. 3-6 the score.
And he ends up getting double buffs, and that's going to be right back to the Rift Herald here. Good ultimate from DJJ. But also, 734 wasn't level 6 in that fight. He was still level 5, and it took a while for him to actually get blown up. And then it had to be the Nautilus ultimate at the very end to kill him. So it was actually a lot used, once again, on the support of UBC.
But this time they had no follow-up damage because Evan RL wasn't in the fight, and Gillette got tackled very early on by the Poppy. You can see.
So now you have a Kindred for damage, and then you have the base damages of the Nautilus. And it's a spread out fight. There's a good Trundle Pillar there, because it actually ended up making sure that Gillette had the flash, which pretty much guarantees the Poppy ultimate follow-up afterward. And then Pomi just gets cleaned up, and West pretty much ditches. You know, he knows. Don't stay around for this fight.
They know full well those guys are dead. So yeah, a good team fight there. A 2-for-1 plus Rift Herald brings UBC back closer in this game. Certainly it's still anybody's. Only a 800 gold difference means next to nothing here.
Yeah, it was about a 3,000 gold difference before for RMU, and right around that Rift Herald, it's that extra burst of gold, it's that extra fight that they got. Yep. Once again, neck and neck between these two rivals.
There's so many threats that UBC have that are hard to deal with, right? Sivir bouncing shots around everywhere. LeBlanc can pick on any single person who hasn't built properly against her. You see actually no Magic Resist on West means even the Nautilus is a reasonable target, honestly. Or LeBlanc poke or LeBlanc burst. Double Hexdrinker, of course, are in for no large surprise on the Kindred and Gangplank, but even still, they're still low health and fairly squishy.
I expect to see in the near future some type of magic resistance item on Evan RL. He built a Wit's End yesterday for magic resistance. I would not be surprised to see even a Wit's End plus a Maw. I wouldn't put it past him. Gillette really wants this, but he's staying too long. He doesn't have flash either.
Light goes through, Proof gets it. Now the re-engage onwards. Bobchin, good damage out, exhaust used, but there's the pop. Proof gets the kill, nicely done. And as a casual 3v1, nice kill picked up. Sivir gets away cleanly. This turret low on health, they will go for it.
They're gonna go for it, but is it gonna make them stay a little too long here? They have to take the inside track, and if that pillar comes up and actually stops somebody, oh.
DJJ gets rid of the Alistair, and Pomy's in the wrong spot, has to flash away, tapped in by Poppy, and goes down to Dijer. Great job there. Now Mini Bestia forced to run away, but the ulti pump of Bobchin means a kill picked up. Support from mid is worth it.
Here comes Heatwaves with the ultimate. DJJ, if he can get back in.
And look at that Sivir ulti, putting the team right in. Mini Bestia's going to go down for the headbutt pull for DJ, very low on HP, but Evan gets exhausted. Has no more fight left in him. Just kidding, he picks up Heatwave, and he's going to get one more from downtown. And the passive not quite catching on to Poppy, who's just too tanky, but West continuing to dive that turret. 404, cares not found.
Oh my God, back and forth here. DJJ, he's got to be a little
He's
careful.
going for it,
the
man.
base damage.
West is the most aggressive Nautilus. There you go, the ace under the turret. Cash, he should have actually attacked the turret, would have taken less attacks. I'll find a misplay every time for you, West. Just for you, buddy.
It's such a great play, and then it's like, oh, by the way, Party Pooper Freak's here.
Yeah, hit the turret, scrub.
Mini Bestia gets knocked away, so there's the peel taken out of the fight. Pomy ends up getting 1v1 on the side by DJJ. TP comes through. So Bobchin right on top of it. So Bobchin was a little too far forward there, trying to get onto Evan RL. West with the flash, and then they re-engage here. I really like this play, because that pillar comes out, Mini Bestia ends up getting picked up, but now everybody kind of running back and forth. What do we focus? And Evan RL just stands his ground despite being exhausted.
Wow.
The Kog'Maw's attacks are huge, throws up the R, which does
West's
extra
auto
damage.
attack got him the kill. Spell shield was up, but it tanked the Nautilus passive. If West hadn't landed the auto attack, it would have blocked the Cog ult instead, and I think Sivir would have lived at least a little bit longer anyway.
Oh yeah, because it's a huge execute.
It did 600 damage or something. Like,
the way the Kog'Maw ultimate works, the lower you are, the more damage it does. It's that execute ability now.
Yep.
Yep, everybody grouped around this dragon. You know that RMU want to go for the 5-dragon win condition.
But it's a 3-0 gold lead for Hurricane Rageblade.
Oh!
Ooh, close one there, but Bobchin, yeah, he gets away cleanly. No pulverize was quite available at the time.
That looked like 76 there.
Yeah, it got dropped real low.
Actually didn't trick me.
No, it was 76, and then Kog auto attack killed it. So, and definitely very close stuff right there. Worth noting, Kog'Maw can also execute large jungle monsters as well. You'll still get that 500 damage on like a Baron or a Dragon or something. So,
Devourer Kog'Maw.
Don't underestimate.
Actually, the new Devourer item that they're on.
Right.
Percent HP. Let's do it.
Solid jungle.
Theory crafting already.
Great. Yeah, definitely don't play Blood Razor enchant jungle Kog'Maw. I don't think he's good at it.
Hey, man.
That feel in your jungle route is die to one of the camps and kill it faster. Like your old Scion.
Old
or
Evelyn,
current Scion.
man. Old Evelyn.
Yeah, right. Your region
tried
is
to
so
make her
low,
go?
you'd kill one camp, die, come back with full mana, go for camp 2.
Oh,
That was legitimately part of like
was.
one of the iterations of Evelyn's jungle path was die on purpose.
Yeah, and then the designers were like, that doesn't seem very intuitive. Okay, let's just put mono regen on the passive. Let's do that. Let's make sure that she's a little bit okay. Anyway, going back to the way that the game is right now, 3,000 gold lead from RMU, and it's just been these brawls. But that's 3 dragons for RMU. They have that increased movement speed, tower taking ability, and now they're just going to group up towards mid because all those outer turrets have been taken. They have that turret advantage as well as the just overall neutral objective advantage.
Wow. Such mechanics by Bobchin. Last hit 2 wards by himself. Woo!
You'd be surprised, man. LeBlanc.
Takes a while, but he got it. That's 60 gold right there. It's worth his 3 melee minions. Okay, so 3,000 gold game right now. Robert Morris University have taken 3 dragons in a row, and they've got a very powerful Kog'Maw who's got lower cooldown. He's got a Hex Trigger to survive LeBlanc a bit more. You were right, he was going to get that item as soon as he really reasonably could. Couldn't delay the first 2, they're too important, but then does take the pit stop.
I like the cooldown boots as well.
Yeah.
Lower cooldown on flash, get that extra burst of movement speed too if you do need to reposition.
Yeah.
As well as the cooldown reduction for your W, because playing around that window of the W is incredibly important.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Kog'Maw, the W doesn't start cooldown until after the active effect ends. So CDR is not nearly as effective as like a champion such as Sivir. But there's actually, as you're talking about summoner spell cooldowns, there's a time I was actually going 18-0-12 on Cog just for the 10% summoner CDR from that mastery. Ended up I still went back to going for Cunning.
Was
But
it Insight?
yeah, I think it's called Insight. I don't know the names, I just know what they do because you don't typically read off masteries very much.
If you get Insight plus
It's a flat
Lucidity
health.
boots plus
yeah.
the Distortion enchant,
3
it's
minute
a
cooldown, right?
180-second flash, 3-minute cooldown. You take 2 minutes off of the summoner spell. I do that on Gragas all the time in the jungle.
Jeez.
Show up, it's like, how does he have flash body slam again?
Every jungle clear, just, yep, gonna go flash on somebody.
Yep.
Definitely powerful. Definitely powerful. Right now, though, it's still Robert Morris University scaling up as best they can. The Gangplank actually ahead in farm over Bobchin, who really hasn't found a way to get a lot of farm. It's really Sivir who's getting all the waves. 216 on heat waves, but honestly, RMU, generally speaking, out farming.
Yeah.
That is a scary thing for UBC.
Pretty much across the board. You can see West is incredibly fed right now, and getting through that gigantic Nautilus is going to be hard because the way that Graves works, right, is people can actually block his pellets. If he's in the front line and improve space, it's going to be very difficult to deal with him. Heat waves, it is a little harder to catch a Sivir as a Nautilus due to the spell shield.
Sure.
But Bobchin, not really going to be wanting to focus him at all. Everybody's going to be trying to get around West. And he's at the point where he's got Iceborne Gauntlet, he's got a lot of damage with the Sunfire Cape. You're not going to steal his resistances because he has that QSS to deal with 734. So I'm actually a little worried about how UBC are going to be able to handle West because he's so big right now.
Yeah, he's definitely incredibly scary, just getting tons of damage. Even got the early Quicksilver Sash now so he can deal with 734's ultimate. I think you mentioned that already, but tons of armor on him, and Merc Treads are in, and yeah, at this point, his health bar is high enough that even though he didn't really build that much dedicated MR, to be fair, QSS and Merc Treads now are a fair bit. Bobchin no longer has him as a viable option. So West, against kind of all odds, is going to be the downfall of the Western Conference, potentially.
He's the West Coast carry, but obviously they didn't want him to join the North. Sad life for West Coast, man. Anyway, looking at the items here, there is a Last Whisper already for Heat Wave. So the 1,300 gold sunk into that item to just deal with West as the Sivir, because he's the only person building armor at the moment. There isn't even armor item on Mini Bestia.
Yeah, I actually heavily disagree with Heat Waves going for that item. I think he should definitely go Infinity Edge third here. The 1,300 gold that he spent for Last Whisper could just be a BS sword there. I don't think it's actually optimal. Wave Clear is actually a very important stat of Sivir, and adding 20 crit and 65 attack damage
Crit's no joke.
Really relevant. Really relevant.
Yeah, you would increase the damage of your crit bounces immensely as well.
You'll one-shot casters with Ricochet if they crit.
Yeah, in terms of how much percentage damage increase IE is versus having that, even just a BF sword versus Last Whisper.
At least that's reasonably close.
That's reasonable.
It's like 15 attack damage off, like whatever. So if you only had this much gold, it's a better item.
If you're only hitting West.
If you're 2,000, yeah, pretty much. But if you're 2,000 gold down the line, you'd just be better off, honestly, having something else here. But we'll see if he gets the team fight power in Mini Bestia. Oh. Wow, getting chunked out. Pops the ulti.
That's
honestly,
big.
too late. He had already taken all the damage from LeBlanc. That is a missing ultimate, proof chunk to half. But he can heal back up in the jungle. The flash combo comes in at 734. They want that trundle. He flashes away now himself. Mini Bestia runs away. And Knockback once again finds the Kog'Maw. And that's not a good thing because, yeah, no Kog'Maw's not good for RMU. But he's coming back into the fight and they will re-engage. Low health on 734. Ulti comes in, hits Bobchin. There's no kill coming in just yet. Oh, the Gangplank Q parlay. And a double kill for Gillette.
Oh, he still ended up getting that barrel. And man, Gillette is just playing this so well. The Doran's Ring start ended up getting through that laning phase and ending up throwing out the ultimate incredibly well, getting that last hit. And those barrel chunks onto proof early on made it so that that fight was still something that RMU wanted to take, despite Mini Bestia having to blow his ultimate even before it.
What a clever adaptation, though. I really like the Doran's Ring start for how it's paid off.
Yeah, something that was quite questionable at the start, but yeah, they got Evan RL out of the fight. You think it's good, but look at where Heat Waves is. Heat Waves isn't a part of this. 734 gets chunked out by a barrel. Bobchin, low HP as well. And then Heat Waves has to run away and kite backwards. So Heat Waves really, his contribution to this fight is just ultimate. And yeah, because they had knocked Evan RL out of the fight, that was a false sense of security for the UBC squad. Oh, the auto attack.
Oh, Gillette actually goes and dives through the barrel, but there we go. Another crit coming through from Gillette. Gets the slow, gets haste, gets out.
Yeah, Gillette's doing a really good job with this Gangplank. You put the barrel on yourself, and then you auto attack it, throw down another barrel, and cue the one that you're on to make sure that you can actually get to it. Because when you manage your barrels, it's much harder for the enemy to actually figure it out. Most people are actually doing the internal timer of letting it tick down. But if you get an auto attack on the barrel first, that just throws everybody off. You have complete control of that situation.
Definitely agree. It's really strong. The only downside is you use up your Trinity Force proc on the auto attack, so you get lower damage out of the combo. But getting it at all is obviously worth it. It was still a good play by Gillette. Gets away from the Poppy gank. And we have the map reset once more. The Hexdrinker back up from cooldown, and he's going to be there to keep split pushing against this LeBlanc, against Bobchin. And honestly, the rest of RMU are fighting 4v4 with a global GP ultimate and no LeBlanc to target Kog'Maw. That's a good thing for RMU.
That's a great thing for RMU. RMU have actually been winning the last few fights too. And it's usually with a numbers disadvantage too. They have somebody not there, or the ultimate is actually zoning somebody off, so Gillette ends up having a large impact in these fights. But oh man, West is still just pretty much unkillable. He's actually literally been unkilled, so
right. Yeah.
It has yet to be proved that he is killable.
I mean, he was the death leader of his team in the semifinal here, 10 during the 3-0 sweep over University of Maryland. But this time around, he's not only the kill leader, but highest participation, lowest deaths, and overall carrying right now. Kog'Maw trying to out-damage. Yeah, he's going to get it. There we go. 737 damage is what that ult does, only at level 14. The execute damage on Toggle is insanely high.
I'm telling you, man, Jungle Kog'Maw. It's going to happen in the future.
Problem is getting to level 6 is so hard. Like, if he started with that ultimate, sure, you like chunk down blue buff.
Think of the ganks. You run up to the lane and you just
with a red
throw
buff
down.
Woo! The constant outplay.
So much out of
yeah, people are dodging away from Gillette's barrels quite nicely. Gets his ulti out as well. Bombchin's still at full HP. Did not pop the Hex Drinkers. That's still up for the next time around, which is important. It's a 90-second cooldown, I believe, but it will be Gillette having to lick his wounds for a little while now. Some oranges and get back up to a decent spot. Herald's been getting donated the blue buffs now, which I quite like, actually. Gillette's going to have a very... He's actually got, what, 20 CDR right now in his build, plus whatever he's got from Runes and Masteries, and doesn't need the blue buff that badly. But Herald having infinite mana is quite nice.
Yep. Constantly throwing out that ultimate, getting the poke, possibly even getting spell shields out. I am a little still questioning that Lord Dominic regards from Heat Waves. It's the full, he went the full route. He didn't even just stop at the last whisper.
The upgrade is very efficient, and now it lets him do more damage to champions like Gangplank and Alistar who have health. But here comes the engage on the 7-3-4. A lot of hits coming through. One more hit on the E would do him, but no, he's going to walk away cleanly. But yeah, actually doing the math is just, I don't know. We've talked about it enough. It ultimately, I still prefer Infinity Edge, but that's his choice.
But he went straight for it. He went through for the entire build there. So what he's trying to get through is West Coast carry. If he's able to get through West Coast carry, ooh, nice dodge back there from Bombchin, because all these barrels are just set up.
He's done a really good job of getting away from these GP barrels. Really impressive by him. Now the fight for the pink wards, which is currently won by the University of British Columbia.
The sad part about GP barrels, though, is you can outplay them for a very long time, but all it takes is one. It literally just takes one to make it so that you're completely chunked out of the fight. And Bombchin was at a 2-level disadvantage there, too, because Gillette has just been farming up, playing this Gangplank, has a lot of gold from his passive.
Yeah.
So he's actually been picking up a lot. I'd say a boatload.
Yeah, he's got a boatload of gold. A pirate ship. I think he's doing a couple movies about that, actually. Finding the pirates' plunder.
There's a lot of movies about that, actually.
Yeah. Like I said, I think I've seen at least one about that.
Just one?
I said at least one.
At least one, okay, yeah.
Is it unknown amount? Oh my god, look at that! Are you serious? Gillette just takes down Bombchin. Didn't even have time to flash away. That was a ridiculous amount of damage. Gets the crits. Yeah, and now, wow, look at this. Yeah, proof. Running.
Oh, Herald caught out.
Herald has to run. He's going to get some damage after the exhaust is on. He nearly takes him out, and now it's up to Heat Waves to survive. He should be able to. Lock his shield popped. Ooh, he's going to be okay.
It would have been close, yeah.
Yeah, he blocked enough of the damage. Now, Dieger forced to run away. West is a level up, stunned against the wall. Doesn't matter. Hooks him back in, still getting the damage across.
Yeah. Now, DJJ, he can't even win that matchup, not even close to it. At the start, he was doing a good job, but West is just so far ahead now. And yeah, Bombchin, he might have to borrow some movies from you. He's going to have to learn about that pirate plunder because Gillette, that was just a huge turnaround there. The Hex Drinker coming up big, but at the same time, he probably didn't even need it. Big turnaround there.
So much damage dealt right there.
And nobody expected that, including Bombchin.
Nope, no one did. Gillette did though. He's like, I got this. Here's the one shot. No big deal. I'm pretty sure he did get a little bit lucky with crits, but that's why you go for the build. Now he's on 70% crit chance. Those static shiv added up, and it should apply to his barrel. So now he has lightning and explosions.
Just
like it's like the Captain Planet build, dude. He's got all these elements coming in together.
At least he's got heart.
He's definitely got heart right here. And uh-oh, here comes the dive in. And he eventually against the wall, pops the unbreakable will, but look at everybody's right here to try to do damage to West. Look how taking the Nautilus's barrel chain comes through, hits nobody. But now the other coming across, Poppy knocks back the top laner, but Herald's in the fight, and he's already gotten one kill picked up. Graves is gone. Dieger is next. Herald getting his 4th kill of the game. Homie got his 3rd in that fight.
This is 5th Dragon.
Wow, already in 5th Dragon. You're right, Gillette nearly goes down. Does get crit by the Silver, but not enough damage dealt right there. Dragon 5 gonna be picked up by the red team. And even though they were the underdogs coming in, Robert Morris University are poised to take game 1.
Yeah, and they're going to run straight towards this Baron and try to pick it up with the Dragon 5. It's going to be quite easy for them to do. And you can see Bobchin lagging behind as well as 734. I don't even think they can test this. I think it's actually a mistake to do so because
they won't. I don't think they can.
Yeah.
Only 3 alive, no smiter, not really a chance. So Dragon 5 plus Baron gonna overlap for about as long as you can possibly have them do that in League of Legends. 4-man recall, Everall gonna clear top to get back himself. He will not get picked off while doing so.
Yeah. And RMU have been playing around the Kog'Maw incredibly well, but West, you can see how much damage he soaks, how many abilities. 734 on this Trundle. You're thinking in this series, this Alistar, with them not being able to change sides, Alistar's pretty much going to go over to Mini Bestia almost every time now. And this pick right now is going to be quite interesting because they're first picking the Graves away. This is going to actually make Champion Select incredibly interesting moving forward.
I think
in this best of 5.
If you're already trading Graves for Kindred, you don't have to first pick that one anyway. Here we go, the ulti in,
Jump
and they're going to root Mini Bestia yet again, right? They're jumping the tanks because no one else is around, and they're whittling down West. His health bar is going to fall all the way down. Mini Bestia's health's going to fall. He's going to rock backwards, but the barrel chain hits. He's on a rampage, picking up Bobchin yet again. The knockback Gangplank's out of this fight for now. But there can be a re-engage. Heatwave's trying to run away. He'd already popped the Cinder ultimate.
Everybody's so fast.
Gets a fair bit of damage down. But now, the resulting 4v4 with Baron and Dragon 5, RMU can take a lot.
Yeah, seeing 1,000 damage crits is actually quite jarring. That 1,000 damage ending up picking up with the barrel there from Gillette. 4-1 and 4. And sure, University of British Columbia did the unthinkable. They killed the unkillable Nautilus. But now it looks like they might lose this game to Robert Morris University, who have just been in the driver's seat since some of these mid-game team fights around that 2-item spike Kog'Maw.
Sure. Yeah, they even first blooded Bobchin, and even though he's been honestly a very strong player for his team, Bobchin not having a very good LeBlanc game. 3, 5, and 4, really not a great scoreline. The depth leader on his team for such an elusive assassin.
Yeah.
Hasn't really found purchase on good targets, so honestly, I think UBC needs a bit more out of him in the future games, but hey, it's a best of 5. He's got a lot more time to work with here. Dragon buff gonna end in 30 seconds. Baron's still on for 1 minute. And we'll see if RMU chooses to push with those buffs or just plays bookkeeping on the map right now. They grab the blue buff on Evan RL, a couple of jungle camps, and finishes Maul of Mortius.
I think I heard Gangplank bumbling off screen, so I assume he picked up another upgrade. See what he's got there. Oh, I can't mouse over it. Unlucky. Unlucky.
Okay, though.
He's got 250 silver serpents right now, so maybe he did. But I heard him. I don't know why I heard him.
Sometimes he talks when he hits barrels and stuff too, right?
He was way off screen, though. He was like back in base.
I think he was on screen at the time we saw him. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
Oh, Gillette!
Off screen, off screen now.
Goodbye. Whew. I was gonna say that was a close shave, but no, he just strictly died.
Oh, hopefully they're a member of the Dollar Shave Club, so they can get another one. Very quickly, 50 seconds.
That was a more obscure reference than
I
mine.
know, right? But
no, I got you. That was good. You're learning, and I'm liking it.
I mean, have you seen my baby face? How much do you think I shave? I'm not Jat, though. I'm not Jat.
I don't actually get that reference now.
Huh?
I'm now actually confused.
How much I actually know about razors?
Yeah.
It's just a personal reference.
Okay.
I assume you're a part of my life, so you would get the reference.
I mean, whether willing or not, I'm part of your life, I guess.
True.
All right, well, Gillette's back up in 16 seconds here, and Robert Morris University, well, they had to wait for a while. Their Baron and Dragon buffs timed out. They'll be back up in the next 3 minutes, though, so maybe they go for that fight yet again. They did get the middle inhibitor, so they definitely had gotten some map control off their last set of engagements.
They actually lived through the whole neutral objective massacre there from Robert Morris University. Baron, Dragon 5, able to strike back, but UBC on the back foot. Robert Morris University, it's actually quite strange because last year coming into the finals, I actually think that they were favorites, and it was a surprise that they got 3-0'd by UBC, but we're going to see here if they're going to actually try to make themselves favorites in the series.
Yeah, running forward, 7-3-4 is going to hit himself. Bar is gone. Now equals 0. Best play I've ever done in my life, but now it's time to move forward. Bot lane is open. There's a tier 2 turret to kill. 5 people alive. Shouldn't be too hard to keep pushing through the base right now. Kog'Maw is completely full build. FNRL would have to start selling things to get new items.
Yeah.
Maw upgrade is all left for Gillette's Gangplank, so these guys are very full on items.
And you can see the level difference here. Bobchin still 16 to Gillette's 18, and Evan RL, it's going to pretty much be impossible to kill him now.
I like this choice.
Not only does he have the Sterix, he's got the Maw, he's got
a blue elixir.
He's got a blue elixir, and he's also got Pomi to just throw down the Kindred ultimate.
Just in case things go badly. Yeah, this is a very big surge of power for RMU.
I was like, why is he running into the turret?
Quick spectator desync. Sorry about that, guys. Looking for the attempted siege now as the Cashman has moved forward. And the thing is, though, if Kaguma doesn't build a crit damage build, he will slowly get outscaled. Like, if this siege doesn't work, UBC starts catching up rapidly. Just via
nice
into the pockets. Yeah, triple barrel doesn't hit much of anything, just zones the team back. Bobji coming forward, doesn't find a way to hit, though. Wanted to bait out head, but pulverized, did not do so.
Dragon in 20 seconds here, so RMU are going to back off, but UBC have to deal with this mid wave.
Really good timing by RMU. You saw they walked up with the wave, but didn't even put themselves in any kind of danger of getting engaged upon, just waiting for the actual attempt at Dragon 5. Lots of wards, sweepers being used. UBC are spotted coming in here, and they're going to bait in the front. The flash, that's a two-man combo. The support's going to die. The barrels are there as well. There's the first kill picked up. West getting his sixth kill of the game now as he anchors the wall in front of him, but that is still the kill on the support yet again. 734 just had his KDA cut roughly in 1/6 from what it was before. He was unkilled coming into this game, and now it's divided by a much larger number. And that will be Dragon going down, the second Dragon 5 here for RMU.
And RMU in the driver's seat, pretty much like you said, from like Bob Chin, these mid-game team fights, it's just taking them a bit to close this game out. And they saw on the left side where West was, but they didn't see where Mini Bestia was. And this Alistar Pulverize just works out so well. They get split up there, and then the Gangplank ultimates from Gillette have been really good this entire series. Just throwing them down right on top of the carries. And you talked about how there's so much damage on the UBC squad with 3 really big threats. Well, he throws them down on pretty much all of them because they're standing really close together.
Right, and that was a big deal. So lots of deaths coming through, unfortunately, for UBC. Baron's up in 30 seconds, but Robert Morris University might just try to close the game out without that one. Middle inhibitor has respawned, and I want to see how aggressively they choose to play here. Okay, yes, Dragon's up. They still the blue buff, good for them. Heat waves on the other side of the map clearing away. The red buff has Poppies on the bot side as well, which means there is no defense just yet for this turret.
Yep, you just siege. Baron's up in 5 seconds. They took the Rift Scuttlers, so we know there's undeniable vision there. And Bob Chin.
Okay, pokes Kobe down to half. That's important.
West just gets to stand here and tank the turret if he wants to, but when he walks up, hits it a bunch of times. You can wait one more wave, do exactly the same thing. Increased burn damage to the structure with the damage.
Yep.
And the Dragon 5, increased movement speed, and they also take way less damage if they wanted to just tank it.
Yeah, and I actually am really curious, like, how aggressively will RMU play it? How quickly and cleanly can they close this game out? They've got all the advantages they need. Mini Bestia keeps getting poked out by Bob Chin. Barrel Chin's going to miss. West smacks the throat again, tackled into the wall, has to flash away from that one. And they're actually losing summoners and health with a Dragon buff 5 siege.
Yeah, right now, actually, I think that UBC would be comfortable with mid inhibitors back up, go to Baron. You can actually fight them at Baron, but he's dead!
Oh, wow, Bobji gets the pick up. Barrel Chin doesn't do that much. UBC can walk right back in and contest all of these objectives. Robert Morris not playing the end game cleanly at all.
They have to be careful here.
They're on a ward. Oh, Proof almost goes down. He's going to take a bit of damage. 7-3-4 in the front line does try the kill, but it's already Nautilus being dead. That's West's second death of the game. Now Deininger wants in. A great spell shoot, but still get the hit. Pomi gets him with the auto attack. DJJ is going to be next up, and down goes the Poppy. Yes, that one's dead. 3 members alive for RMU, and it's only Bob Chin to save the game here. Running away, but Pomi's not far behind. He's got the buffs. One more tumble will do it. Auto attack is going to be enough. 330 gold for him. And this could be now the actual game-ending push. Proof is alive, and take that back. I missed him from before. The minute him is gone, and Top could be next.
Able to get out of there, and that Dragon 5 gives you that multiplicative movement speed, and that's how Pomi's able to keep up and actually outrun all of these champions. You see right now, 30 seconds on any damage dealer to come back up from University of British Columbia besides Proof, but his damage is still not enough by himself.
A lot of damage dealt. Here we see how much more they can get for themselves. Proof, oh, gets chopped down. Lambs just might use just to make sure the team can't get burst out anymore, and that will be the Nexus kill coming through. Robert Morris University take game 1.
And they do with this squad what they couldn't do last year. They've taken a game off UBC, and they lead in the series 1-0 right off the bat.
Very impressive stuff by really all members of the team. The draft was solid. It took away the super important Alistar from 7-3-4. West had a great game on that early pick Nautilus. And you sort of saw the call. It was, okay, well, they're going to ban Maokai away from you, and they're going to first pick the Graves away from Pomi. And it didn't seem to matter at all from Robert Morris. Gated went just fine for the jungler. The Nautilus actually went off entirely. So super great game by him. and they just got to play a nice standard, play some tanks, play a Kog'Maw, let everyone scale up, and it worked really well.
Yeah, I'm wondering about this Kog'Maw, if it's going to show up in the bans, but also the gangplank, because in this series, we know Bob Chin is a really good player, right? We know he's the highest ELO player in this entire thing, and that he's honestly could probably go pro. But he's going to get counterpicked every time now.
Yes.
He never gets on red side. The red side always goes to RMU, so Gillette is always going to have a little bit of an edge over him. That's a little concerning for UBC.
That's a big deal because Gillette's not a bad player himself. You give him the matchup as well as being a good player in his own right, and yeah, that advantage kind of gets neutralized, and that's why RMU picked red every single game. We'll see if it pays out more in the future, but for now, we're going to head down to the analyst to talk about the game some more.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A statement game out of Robert Morris University, picking up a win, which they could not do last year, so already bettering their performance in this year's tournament. But we've gotten to see, Scar, you were like, I need to see these guys tested before I can really make any assumptions or really make any, big statements about how good they are. Well, you've seen them play in game one now. Let's break it down, starting in Champion Select. How did they do?
All right, I thought UBC's draft was really weird. Like, they banned Twitch, which I didn't really think made sense because you already saw that RMU prioritized Kog'Maw over Twitch the first game. They really didn't do anything there. I thought the Graves first pick was really weird when Kindred and Graves are both up, so essentially it's a wasted pick, and the other team got Alistar for free, which is a much better support, I would say, overall. And they, as a trade-off, they got Trundle, and then the Graves had to play into a counter lane or a counter matchup, which is the Kindred anyway, which I thought was just really, really strange. I also thought the worst thing, though, overall, was the LeBlanc got picked before last pick. They couldn't deal with the Kog'Maw normally. LeBlanc is like pretty average. With that team comp, it's terribly hard to team fight as LeBlanc, and they know that Gillette mains Lissandra. Like, first would pick Lissandra every single game, and Lissandra does super well into LeBlanc, and so I just thought that the mid lane pick especially was like I don't know, almost game losing.
It's a questionable draft on the side of UBC. Do you agree?
Yeah, Bob Chin basically had to 1v5 to have any hope of winning that game, and we saw him get some nice pickoffs later, but it's not worth putting yourself in that situation.
Right, okay, well, so given the draft, though, we move into the beginning of the game. Level ones, we do see both these teams go for the lane swap, right? And we had some questions around what would UBC do? Would they put, would they do something kind of fancy? Would they stick with a more standard lane swap? How do you feel it played out?
I feel like both teams didn't prep super well. Like, I'm not impressed that much. Like, as he mentioned with the Twitch ban, and then here for me with RMU's reaction to the level one. Once again, UBC does their standard level one. They push you off the red buff. And I think they should just start on it instead of starting golems. They give up that side of the map again. I also don't like UBC starting in the top side as well. They can start bot side and get 3 quadrants of the jungle. And you do this clear where you go from your side to their side and then back to yours as your other 3 take the turret. And it's a very efficient path. And I haven't seen them do it yet. I wish they would do that. So a little disappointed in the level one, but both teams played the 2v1 out pretty well from there.
I mean, ultimately, UBC opting to send some pressure mid lane, but that made them slow on the second turret take. So RMU getting a little bit ahead in terms of gold because they couldn't capitalize on the blown flash from the GP. And that's where I want to come to this mid lane matchup. Given the fact that LeBlanc was picked in, and you mentioned Lissandra is a great counter pick, they didn't go for Lissandra. Gillette picks up GP of all champions and takes that mid against the LB.
I think in terms of 1v1, it's like an average pick. Like, Gameplan can win early, but what happens is LeBlanc got the pressure in the lane because she got the shove early, and I think LeBlanc just like straight up outlaned the Gameplan early. And then LeBlanc did this really, really good thing where at like level 3 or 4, the wave was shoving back. He controlled the wave really well to set up for a Trundle gank and side lane gank. So that's why you saw the 1v2 be slow on the side lanes. They sent all the pressure mid lane. The problem was the LeBlanc died to the Nihilus like super randomly and then lost all of her pressure. Not only did she lose her pressure, she lost 2 waves. So her entire lead that like Bobka built up like very, very slowly, methodically, played the lane out really, really well. He just threw the lane at like level 4.
All right, let's talk about the guy, West Coast Carry. He went massive on that Nautilus, hitting hooks left and right. Huge scoreline, unkillable tank.
The thing that's most impressive to me is that like he got kind of screwed with like in terms of resource management. Most of the early side waves, you usually like kind of devote them to going like to both your top and your bot lane. Evan RL caught almost every side wave early, and Nautilus just kind of hung around mid to back up the GP whenever he got low, so he was kind of on almost support duty.
Right.
And to be able to come in and pick up a number of kills and actually become like one of the highest gold earners in that game by like mid game is really impressive. That like his team was basically just like, you're just here to help us, and then he just like, no, I'm going to carry. I'm going to get a bunch of kills.
But because of that, you saw a really, really big problem of this series. Neither team really wants to works off waves very well. So one of the easiest ways to make plays is you look at the waves crashing in, and you're like, okay, if there's a big wave, there should be action around every big wave. Because if you deny the wave from the other team, you're getting a huge amount of, or a huge lead. You can also push the wave really easily. Alternatively for them, they're missing out a lot of XP, so they want to be there to catch it. However, and that's exactly what Kog'Maw did. Kog'Maw just got free farmed the entire game, and I don't know, UBC didn't do anything to counteract it. And I thought that champions like Kog, like Twitch, are actually very well suited if you don't know how to pressure the lanes when the waves are there.
And I think UBC's comp would have done really well with that, especially with the LeBlanc pick and you have a Poppy. There are a number of ways that Poppy pushed in, and if you can get the LeBlanc to move out of mid lane and come to those waves with like the rest of your team, you have a really good dive comp with Poppy setting up and LeBlanc bringing the damage.
Ultimately, a pretty long game, though. I mean, RMU securing a second, 5th Dragon and Barons before they're able to close out the game. So what are our thoughts there? Is it worrisome at all that it did take them that long to close out the game?
To me, not really. Like, they had a better comp, especially as the game went later, and UBC was doing just like a lot of like 5-man death brushes, and it's a little hard to know that's coming, but it's not like it's game-changing. It's not like you lost a 5v5. You're actually playing bad. It was just like a little like misstep along the way, and you want to see them clean that up, but at the same time, like, if that's UBC's plan to get back in the game, they have to do that so many times to win.
All right, well, at the end of the day, they pick up the win. That's a great start for the series for RMU. Game 1 goes to Robert Morris University. We'll see what Game 2 has in store for us on the other side of this break. See you soon. Those of you here at PAX may have already ventured into Hall 153, but for our audience watching at home, we'd like to take you on a short stroll through our newest attraction, the Rift Walk. You can take your own journey through the Rift here at PAX East in Hall 153. And to fill the void elsewhere, we'll be bringing the Rift Walk to additional events in North America to be announced in the near future. But it's time now to return to our series at hand, RMU versus UBC. RMU taking the first game. Looking at game 2, though, with RMU staying on the red side, what are we looking for UBC to switch up to maybe pull back a win?
I think the Twitch ban needs to go. I don't really care what they do for the Twitch ban. I think usually blue side has jungle priority, but sometimes top lane also takes priority as well. I think it'd be really cool if they take away the Twitch ban and go and ban Graves instead. Because Proof of Payment is an Elise player. A lot of Elise players will take the Elise Kindred matchup. So they either first pick the Kindred and leave the other person without a top tier jungler, or however, if the Echo ban doesn't get banned, they take the Echo first pick and then take the Elise into Kindred. As well, they should toss the Trundle aside. I think Trundle support is really, really weak, especially when the other team is playing champions that you need to dive. So they should just replace it with Braum or just another more aggressive support for them to be able to work around it. And I think along like those two, they shouldn't take LeBlanc anymore. I'm down to see mid laner, their Bobquin play, you know, Corki, maybe not so much, but Azir would be really, really good. Or maybe even Lissandra. I'd really like to see those picks come out of him.
It's really interesting to me that RMU did choose red side this many times, because if you've been following the international scene, we have seen blue side winning a lot of these games, and the biggest reason for that is the jungle power picks, and the teams just aren't seeming to prioritize those high enough here. So I think if UBC can like get a handle on this draft and start winning it, being red side doesn't give you many options because you have to ban that Nidalee, and they're going to get like kind of pigeonholed into these bans where I think UBC has a lot of control over this draft. I think they messed up last time, but if they fix it, then what can RMU do to really react to it?
Right, so it comes down to whether or not UBC will make the adjustment to pinch that jungle pool, put RMU in a bad situation where they either have to free up Ryze or Echo in order to then ban the third power jungler so that nobody gets a power jungler.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy actually, because like in this patch I would never ever prioritize red side. It's like because Nidalee is just so incredibly strong. Not only Nidalee, Ryze is insane. Like right now, it's almost you're dedicating 2 bans already off the back to even start red side. And what are they going to get out of this? They're going to get a mid lane counter pick where their mid laner plays Lissandra anyways. Like he picks a lot of good blind picks. I think that's really weird by RMU. Like if they start losing this series, this could backfire on them really, really badly.
Right, and like the only other option you have is like drop all jungle bans on the red side and always have 2 up at least, but that's so risky. And
yeah, and the thing is, it's like I think RMU's worst player is their jungler. I think they've been working around him really, really well with like better teamwork. But even in the last matchup where they 3-0'd, I felt like the other jungler played better almost every single game. It's just that he got caught by like their better teamwork. And in this game, I also think he's worse than the other jungler. I just think that so if you want to leave all the junglers up and your jungler is not better than the other jungler, you're taking like a really high risk.
Right, all right. So we've talked a lot about champions, like the idea here that UBC can get control of it if they make the proper adjustments. But what about in-game? Because even given, you know, the fact that they had a relatively even lane swap, both teams, you know, RMU coming about 200 gold out ahead through the lane swap, things started to spiral out of control once they lost the first couple kills.
I think it's just a comp issue, honestly, because the first team fight, the Poppy came in like really late. They weren't grouped up and they threw that away. But then right after that, they were able to take a fight near the Rift Heralds. They won one fight near one objective, lost one, but they were just in a team situation where they shouldn't be able to win 5v5s, because not only that, but they also built really bad items. They should fix their itemization. They had the Graves and the Sivir taking early last whispers against a team with 1 tank and everyone else itemizing MR to survive against LeBlanc, who's really the only threat. So you need the Graves and the Sivir to itemize more effectively. So I think UBC needs to clean up their itemization a little bit as well.
All right, cleaning up itemization, but the big focal point is going to be that champion select. The teams are ready to get into it, so we're going to toss it back over to Freak and Zyrene to get us in the game.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are here ready to go into game 2, and yeah, we'll see how well these teams can play now in their second game. As the analyst has mentioned, the sides are staying the same. We will continue to see the University of British Columbia on the blue side, as Robert Morris University has chosen to play red all the time. And as much as, yeah, they are target banning the Nidalee and the Rise every single time, I'm always of the opinion that you can just leave all things up and just trade 1 for 1. I never believe you ever have 2 guaranteed bans. You can only ever have 1, because otherwise you're happy to trade as a team overall. But either way, champs are going to be going underway right now, and we'll see just how they get themselves into these.
Yeah, what I think UBC should end up doing is they should pretty much ban the same things, but add Kog'Maw to it. Leave up maybe Lulu. See what they end up doing on RMU's side, because now they don't have a hyper carry to actually buff up. They'd have to go with something a little bit different. And oh, the Graves is coming out too, so they are going to pinch the jungle pool.
Okay.
Possibly first pick Kindred here.
And you see the Twitch and the Kog'Maw ban coming through, but it's a pinch of Kindred versus Alistar, basically. Yeah, both these supports heavily prioritize the Alistar, but both these junglers would love to play
also Echo,
Kindred
right?
themselves. Yeah, you're right. Echo's actually a third one, so that's actually a good thing for RMU. If you have 3 really important champions, you want exactly 3 really important champions.
Yep. They ban out Kindred, Echo, Maokai's on the table, but so is Alistar.
But yeah, so Echo has been played by Bombchin in the mid lane. So Echo, Maokai could go together on UBC as powerful champions, and they can do that, which means RMU has to grab the Maokai or it gets taken.
I think you can take Maokai, Alistar.
Yeah, I think Maokai, Alistar is, easily the best as far as power picks go, unless they have some kind of other strategy of, like, that they're ready for, that they would be happy to let those guys play that champion.
You could pinch the jungle a little more, maybe pick up Elise, but nope, it's going to be Maokai, Alistar.
All right, so no surprise there, Maokai, Alistar to grab. Yeah, West's going to have the champion that was banned away from him in game 1, and he was happy to play in most of his semifinal series as well. And if they want to go back to the hard engaged team, Gillette can go on that Lysandra as well, unless Bombchin steals it away. Now keep in mind, Poppy, Nautilus, and Trundle are all still up as other viable top lane tank options. And yeah, the Lysandra steal does come through, and they still grab their Sivir for heat waves.
Still another flex pick here. Lysandra could go to the mid or the top, and same with Echo. So you don't actually know where these champions are going.
That's true, it can make your life more difficult. And even if you see the Echo, it's not even guaranteed to be a tank. Because keep in mind also, the best junglers left available right now are tank junglers as well, which means you're kind of freed up to do these kinds of choices.
Gragas, Elise, both left up here. Okay, a little bit more of the same here, but really tanking on RMU's side. They're saving their 80 carry pick for last.
That's interesting. Well, it will have to be something new for Evan RL. All he's played so far at PAX East was Twitch and Kog'Maw. So he'll play something new on this one. We'll see what he goes for. Of course, yeah, he's played other champions back in the day. Caitlyn's in there, Lucian's in there, Kallista's in there. Who knows what he's going to go for? Elise is the quick grab up for proof. Big Elise player he is, so that's definitely a comfort pick for him. But they still have to show us what the rest of the competition is. They have a support pick for last. Braum is an option. They did Trundle last time, but it did not work out for them. And it is going to be Braum after all. Braum, Sivir, definitely pretty strong bot lane overall. I really do like them together, but a lot of hard engaged tools are there, and there's plenty of damage output for this team. I like UBC's overall team composition.
Yeah, they had a lot of damage last game, but the tankiness of RMU was still too high. And I'm actually interested because what is the last pick here? Is Evan RL going to pull out like a Vayne? He needs some type of high damage AD carry, because he's going to be pretty much the only other source of damage besides Gillette. There's Poke, okay.
Wow,
okay, so yeah,
okay.
I guess they're going to whittle them down and have that large tank line. It's going to be quite interesting, because now it's just tankiness versus pure damage here from UBC, depending on the Echo build.
Right, so depending on how you think about the various champions, Echo's nice to have to get away from champions like Lysandra or Sivir to kite away. You have the movement speed slow with the Iceborne Gauntlet to help the chase not go well. But I also don't like Ezreal against Braum because he puts up the shield and blocks True Shot Barrage, which is actually a significant portion of Ezreal's overall damage output.
Yeah.
Even though he's a physical damage poke champion, he's like 60-40 physical magic because of how much damage True Shot Barrage actually deals in team fights. Losing that actually significantly cuts Ezreal's damage output overall.
Yeah, and it's not just the True Shot Barrage dealing the magic damage, it's the attack speed he gets from his passive.
From hitting 5 people.
Exactly.
Right, so then he even actually cuts out his physical DPS a little bit by doing that as well. So, you know, some minor synergies, some minor anti-synergies. Overall, it's going to be more about how these guys play overall, I think. It's not just about the individual champion interactions, but Robert Morris University got the Maokai Alistar in their first round of the draft. Definitely two valuable and strong champions for them as they lead this series 1-0. We'll see if they can win yet another one. Game 1 was largely off the back of West carrying in the top lane on the Nautilus. Now he's on the prior banned Maokai, and it's now up to UBC to have the playmaking as they grab that early Lissandra draft on the second round of the blue side. They grab the first pick Echo as well, so the tank line is there, the engage tools are there, and I think we will see a much more aggressive UBC who have the tools to start team fights themselves.
They also have a good matchup in the top lane. Echo into Maokai, still very favorable towards the Echo, regardless of what build he goes for.
Right.
It's actually one of the few matchups where Echo is like, yeah, I can still go with the AP build and crush you, no problem, and not have to worry about a loss of damage. But I assume it is going to be the tank build, just because they need a tank other than Braum on this squad.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the case. So we'll see how well that build comes through then. If it is going to be tank after all, it's most likely here with these top laners playing the champions. But we are now in the game. Game 2, University of British Columbia looking for vengeance after a Game 1 loss to Robert Morris University here in the University League of Legends Campus Series Finals 2016. Battle lines drawn, and they're going to spread across the map.
And we haven't talked too much about what these teams are honestly playing for here, because it's all about that scholarship money and the bragging rights. University of British Columbia, last year, the school really didn't support the League of Legends team. Slowly but surely, the school has been kind of warming up to the idea. I mean, now they sometimes tweet about the matches, but they haven't gotten that full recognition yet. RMU, complete opposite. The school is completely invested in this team. They've actually put in the infrastructure as well and the scholarships to back it. And the scholarship money from this tournament, winning team gets $30,000 in scholarships per person.
Large amount. That'll pay you for, depending on the school, a year or two. And it's also worth, as you mentioned, the backing for these teams. RMU has 6 people on staff here today backstage as analysts and coaches and prep staff and whatnot. Like, there's actually more people behind the stage than on it for RMU. That's the level of dedication this team has. I know LCS teams with less dedication than that. So that is just honestly to me like really awesome.
Yeah, most having that many people is a little unusual. It's usually a squad of about 3. UBC have 3 to 4 people supporting them, counting manager, coach, and analyst backstage. So, you know, there's a battle going on off stage as well between the analysts and coaches between those games.
All right, running around watching all the VODs, looking at jungle paths, item builds, you know, any of the general habits these players have, and that's honestly how, as we sort of crest this sort of situation, professional sports work is the players play the game and they have a lot of time dedicated to practicing their craft. And there's people who dedicate their time to understanding the opponent and saying, hey, by the way, just so you know, their jungler always starts red buff, right? Path for him because of this situation. He's always going to do this. So you have that ready for you. And that's research that honestly players don't always have time to put in for themselves. Especially when these guys are also full-time university students and have tests to study for and whatnot. And there's actually, that support staff even, in some ways, goes farther than it would on an LCS team.
True. A lot of the job of a support staff is to stress yourself out so your players don't have to. To make sure that you're watching the VODs, you're watching the other regions and things like that.
Right.
So that you can give them kind of the cliff notes and be like, okay, Lissandra's good, this is why, play it.
Yeah, here's how Faker uses Lissandra. This is the types of opportunities he's looking for.
Look at this,
Do that in
Pomi.
solo queue.
A little bit different here because usually he goes red to blue, but look at this, it's going to be a level 3 gank in the top lane. Level up for West.
Hard engage on to Daijer. The root's going to land the knockback as well, and now to outplay, gets the flash in time. Daijer flashes. The chase now for West. One more hit will do it. Daijer trades his flash from Maokai, but first blood comes through yet again for RMU.
And that's going to be proof running to the other side of the jungle there to try and pick up this blue because he knows that, of course, he hasn't been picked up yet by Pomi. Didn't start on this side of the jungle.
Beautiful stuff right there. So the second first blood in 2 games for West here. The top laner of RMU. Diamond Forward not certainly happy to put his mark on this game. Teleport used by Daijer to get back into the lane. Top lane is actually a freeze if he wants to, so West needs to back and get back there quickly. That was not a fully successful push from Pomi and West. Oh.
Around the corner. And Mini Best
he's not going to finish stealing, actually, so Pomi can grab that. And there's the flash. Ooh, nice. Repel to get away from the pulverize, but Gillette's not far away either. 734 is here, and they're going to be fine. Unfortunately, missed Q and no explosion.
And that's the flash there for Mini Bestia, and that's the TP in the top lane from West to make sure that that lane ends up not freezing forever. And look at this, Mini Bestia.
Gets a double pulverize. Good job by him. He's gonna get hit up by the continuing into the damage. Exhaust the Elise, and he's not gonna take too much more damage here. He's gonna feel pretty safe healing himself up, and now Evan RL's gonna put some damage in. But careful, only 200 health left in this Alistar.
Here comes Pomi.
Is not a large amount. Yeah, Pomi's over the wings, but still, you need to at some point spend some time jungling. Proof still wants to do battle, but he's walking through wards though. Pomi had opened up with the Tracker's Knife. Smite up for both these players. Gets it nicely done by Proof, steals another camp away. He didn't actually take away all the wolves, he only smited the spirit down.
Yeah.
And Pomi got the rest of that gold.
So they've just been fighting over camps now, and he knows that entire side is clear, so maybe he's going to go back to his Raptors, clear that out, see what he ends up doing on Proof's side once again. But yeah, Pomi's already had the opportunity to back, pick up the Tracker's Knife.
You're also seeing about a 200 gold lead from farm itself. The first blood is worth somewhat in the range of 550, not quite 600. And most has been equalized by farm.
Yeah, Root came down, the slow, Pomi, body slam, flash, and then DJJ flashes afterward. If he had ended up flashing a little bit earlier, maybe he would have gotten out, but still.
Yeah. And West mechanically played that gank really, really well. He got the root and the immediate sapling in the backwards queue. The sapling takes a long time to arm, but the actual slow it grants was a really big deal in making sure Pomi could catch up in time, because DJJ wasn't able to run away from Gragas to make the reflex flash in time.
Yep. Then he ended up taking the red buff hit.
Yep.
And he slowed afterwards.
The perma-slow, pretty useful at that point on. So nicely done here. You can see, though, 8.4 to 8.2. This gold is very close to the 9 minion lead in the mid lane. A 4 in the jungle, which is more than you would think, because Proof is, like, for example, a Gromp is 1 CS but 100 gold.
Tracker's Knife for both. So it's not the aggressive build from Proof here. He's going to be looking to support laners, who are pretty much all of the damage here. And you see DJJ went for the Corrupting Potion plus Dark Seal build to have that extra AP on top of it. And I also noticed that he started with 16 AP in his build without even having a Doran's Ring.
Yeah, 16 AP is actually the break point. I know, I forget who it was that told us about this, but on the NLSS for one of the semifinal games of the LCS, 16 AP allows you to kill caster minions with 2 rank 1 Time Winders on Echo. That's the break point for your damage, killing caster minions in 2 shots, which is a really big deal when you're starting in the lane. If you're in a lane swap, you can take the cast away before they show up against you. If you're in a one-on-one top lane, you can guarantee you have the wave push.
Yeah, he's got 50 AP right now from the Doran's Ring, his masteries, or sorry, his runes, and the Dark Seal.
Yep.
So it's actually a decent amount of damage here. The 130% AP ratio on his W too for the shielding. So
AP goes a long way on it.
Ends up being a lot of HP.
It definitely does. So something worth watching out for. And if the Dark Seal stacks up, DJJ is going to be in a pretty good spot. Trading fights back and forth, healing themselves up. Still a pretty close fight overall. Proof still stealing away jungle camps though, and a lot of wards in this top side jungle.
Exactly. I think that's the whole idea here for UBC is camp this top lane. West got really big. West got unkillable. Try to keep him down. And there were ganks earlier.
Well,
West does have flash though.
And he's got a Spectre's Cowl against 2 magic damage champions. Does flash away from the stun. Roots in onto Proof, gets right under his turret. Still does lose the flash, but gets away from the gank.
Yep. That's going to be the flash there, so Proof is going to be able to time that. Possibly come back later. Pomi on the opposite side of the map, but they're still trying to ward up this area. So I like the Tracker's Knife build here from Proof, making sure that he's putting his wards constantly down in the enemy jungle, being able to track Pomi, because Pomi was a big problem in the early game last game.
Oh, nice attempt.
Almost.
Gillette. He does get the track where the jungler is. He saw Proof was there, but yeah, burned the...
Oh, he had a ward in there too, right?
I guess he did, yeah. But yeah, burns the cannon bars in an attempt to steal. Does not get the blue buff. Loses the cooldown, but Bobchin now heading up to the top side. 3 people in the top jungle.
Yep, looking for the ultimate from Bobchin for the lockdown here, and it hasn't been rewarded by West. So West, he has the feeling that this is coming.
And now he knows for sure, running over to the right-hand side, roots in on towards Proof, gets ulted up, and he's not gonna have any way to get out of this one. Takes the damage, takes a punch to the face, gets himself killed, and Proof first kill the game for UBC. Bobchin teleports back in the mid lane.
Yep, TP back. A lot of the times you TP to the gank, but TPing back to lane seems like a good strategy as well. This is going to be another camp counter jungled here, so level 6 for Proof. And Pomi, I think he'll get it off of this. It's enough.
And it's honestly a bad choice by Pomi, though. He just saw 3 people in the top lane. He should assume that the bot lane jungle is available. In fact, it is. There's even a red buff down there to grab. All he does is walk by a Proof who already stole the big Krug and just lose more time. Proof is out jungling Pomi right now, but a nice double pulverize comes in. Heat whips at a half HP. And 734's shield does almost nothing, and now Pomi getting pushed into the zone jungle again, and a red buff steal by Proof.
And here comes
Once
a
again.
TP on the opposite side from DJJ.
It's canceled. Dodger didn't want to go in. He was in his base. Found out there was no kill to really have there. Cancels it.
Yeah, Pomi actually did stay a little bit longer, though. It was probably called off because I believe Bobchin has not backed for gold for shopping yet. Let's see. More trading now in this bottom lane. Proof, yep, continuing to just try and bully out Pomi from the jungle. And we heard about it on the analyst desk that, you know, Proof is a much higher rated jungler than Pomi, but
sure,
it was just been a neutralized role.
Advantage, yeah. Well, that's been the story of RMU, is even against University of Maryland, they were slightly outskilled individually. Not by a huge margin, but there was still that element there. But their teamwork and preparation were just so good that, well, they won anyway. They played the map better, and they were able to neutralize a lot of these advantages by some smart plays. And you're seeing now a very close game here in Game 2. The individual skill paying off in Proof's case, for example, even though the first blood had come through earlier for RMU. And meanwhile, the bot lane pretty close. A small CS deficit for Evan RL, as Heatwaves should be getting most of these pretty cleanly.
Early call
that's holding up against Bobchin.
Call for Heatwaves, so he's going to be able to scale up and have that 2-item power spike a little bit earlier than Evan RL. Of course, Ezreal's with the tier becomes really important. So we'll see what happens around 2 items, how quickly that Muramana comes in for Evan RL.
One more hit will do it. Oh, yeah, that was mistimed. Pomi didn't really understand the damage output of Gillette's Q.
He just
he stopped auto-attacking too early for kind of no reason, and he's like, oh, I need to auto-attack after Parlay came out.
Yeah, it just hit S and wait for it to die.
Misplay kind of all around for Pomi. Unfortunate stuff for him there, but steals the blue away. Sad times for Gillette. Bobchin should have no problem getting his own red before his own blue before too long. If Proof wants to go back
Bobchin
there.
also is playing once again against Gillette on the gangplank that has the Doran's ring start. So he's just looking for the sustain. You know that Bobchin throwing the ultimate on Gillette is going to be absolutely useless with the GPW.
Right.
So he's looking to just roam to side lanes, looking to get to other lanes, looking to get the Rod of Ages as soon as possible as well. And honestly, I think turret diving for UBC is pretty much going to be the early game for them.
I have a really lame pun for you.
Oh boy.
What would Gillette do if he had a daughter?
What?
Raise her.
It sounded like somebody just died over to the left over
Someone
there.
just had this like, oh, that was terrible. Ooh, have it pulverized on towards Heatwaves. Again, the damage coming through, but always 734 is around to turn it back, put some damage back on towards the Alistar, and very little progress is really gained. These guys just farming back and forth. BF sword to Tier Sheen. And a Cole edit for Heatwaves to stack up farther.
Proof wards over the wall, sees that there's a pink ward there. Pomi coming around the side. Red buff to blue buff. And Mini Bestie's gonna try to zone him off. They clean up this ward. Pomi don't show himself.
Yep.
Oh, that's the cocoon down there.
Yeah, but there's still really no fight to be had.
He has to back off. Proof should not stick around here. There
Pomi knows that Tri-Brush was warded, though. They would have seen him put it down earlier.
Yeah, a little bit confusing there that he would actually go through that because he had a ward in their blue bush as well. So if Proof had actually started this up, yeah, you do this. You bait him in. You bait him into a false sense of security, and then you steal it, or you let him just take it, you know? It works too. It works too.
Proof's doing a really good job here. Mid lane turret's going to be going down. Gillette, though, he's staying alive and farming reasonably well. He is getting behind Bobchin. In terms of Trashy, you're seeing the individual skill pay off. Bobchin roamed out of his lane and got a kill, and then still won his own lane.
Yeah, this is what Bobchin normally looks like. The LeBlanc matchup ended up being absolutely horrible for him, and then it ended up being that first blood, that gank, where West ended up getting a hook under a turret, a little bit random, like Scar was saying. Like, why is Bobchin still there? Really no reason to be there.
Didn't respect the damage output, didn't respect the playmaking, but even still, this is a game that UBC is winning via their individual skill. Great plays made overall. I mean, you can't, like, it's not just, oh, he's just magically better. It's like, this was a lot of hard work and decision-making made by these players to make these games happen. Proof is constantly living in Pomi's jungle, taking buffs away. Bobchin winning his one-on-one matchup, roaming, pushing.
Yeah.
And again, looking at this bottom lane, Proof is setting up a tent here. Teleport coming in as well for the rest of the team. And here comes Lysandra. Echo's going to be joining as well. Mini Bestia in the front line, but 734 trying to get away. Will not fall. Dodger gets a kill onto Evan RL. The fight continues. West stuck in the front side, but the turret was helping a little bit. Now Heatwave stuck kind of alone. The Gragas can roam down slowly but hasn't joined in just yet. A kill for University of British Columbia. DieJaJair still putting damage into Gillette.
Overstaying here because you're going to take a large barrel.
He's going to take a large chrono break as well, and he gets the kill. And the phase dash coming in. BobJ gets another with a nice route into the queue. West now running away without any mana. DieJaJair pushing him out of this one. Wow, look at those kills coming through. What a beautiful play.
Oh, this might hit 734, but no.
No, only going to hit a couple people for not enough damage. So another team fight win for University of British Columbia. The scoreline now 4-2. What a great dive.
Yeah, really good dive there. And I was talking about how this is probably going to be the early game for UBC. Just look at this composition. It's all about turret diving. You can pop the Sivir ultimate and make sure that you can run out and drop aggro faster. You have Elise, you have Echo with the ultimate, and then you have Lissandra. Basically, you see a turret, you see kind of two people under it, you just want to dive it.
It's just about assessing the numbers, too. As soon as you see that Pomi is where Proof isn't.
Oh, yeah, way up there. Well, actually, they didn't have knowledge of that. They just, he could have been on this side of the map, but he was doing Raptors. Yeah, really, really kind of bad positioning there by Pomi. He ends up actually finishing the Raptors before he comes over, so really late to help reinforce this fight.
West being out of mana was pretty rough, too. He just has nothing for the rest of this fight right here. All he can do is attack minis and heal back up. And
I think Pomi actually kills heat waves over the wall here. Ends up, hey!
Oh, it misses the flash, but ulti, the Runic Echoes triggers. And he doesn't quite catch 734.
Yeah, well, he put the shield up, so he wouldn't have taken damage from that barrel.
But that's what got behind him.
But yeah, so Pomi shows up right in time to get one counter kill, but it's still not enough at that point. I mean, being on the top side of the map, and everything is going down bottom, and it's pretty telegraphed that's going to happen bottom. The bot wave is shoving in. I know you really want to do Raptors. A lot of times junglers, that's the mistake you make, is you get kind of magnetized to your camps. You're just like, I have to go get this. I have to go get this. Yeah. Especially when you're behind.
Oh, sure, of course. It also feels good to get 4 CS. You feel like you're closer than it actually was. Like, lies to you a little bit. There we go. Bot lane turret's going to go down. BobJ with his second turret kill of the game. He's the one left to get the remainder of that health bar. Gillette has his Trinity Force done, but he's up against Rod of Ages plus Sork Shoes, so there's some real damage to the option here on this Lissandra. And all that RMU can do is just try to wave clear and catch back up, but yeah, University of British Columbia doing a great job here. Iceborne Gauntlet done for DieJaJair. constantly puts damage down onto West, who's running out of HP now.
Yeah, West actually just standing his ground, and it kind of fakes out DJJ here, because when somebody stands their ground like that and walks forward, you think the Maokai is just getting ready to root you so that when the gank comes in, you're dead. So kind of well played there by West in terms of positioning to game him, and then you always know that the Gangplank ultimate can always come down above you and add some assistance. But that's first Dragon there to UBC. I don't believe they got a single one last game.
No, it was, I believe, 6-0 in Dragons, and now 1-0 in this game. No major objectives actually have been gained by RMU here, actually. Just the 2 kills from a couple of the fights they've had, the First Blood and then that bot lane fight from before. But otherwise, it's been very rough stuff right now. RMU unable to really find their footing here in this one.
And I think UBC, they've been lane swapping against teams when they think, okay, well, maybe this team isn't that great at lane swaps. Well, Robert Morris University matched it to some degree and matched the mid pressure. They weren't caught completely off guard. And
nope. Actually pretty close, though. It wasn't top of the ward.
Rather close. But yeah, this is standard lanes for UBC. And despite DJJ dying top, I think Proof, his pressure in the standard lanes is a little bit better here. He gets to keep track of the jungler. They go pound for pound in these lanes. And if Pomi is not affecting these lanes, you can see BobChin is free to roam. BobChin is able to actually get down there as Lissandra and dominate his own lane. So I think standard lanes might be the way to go for UBC in this series.
And I think that RMU needs to change up their ban strategy as well, because by pinching down all the junglers to ones that have to gank and make sort of harder decisions to do well in the game, like, Pomi was fine when it was farm jungler, right? Graves vs Kindred, you just, okay, I'm going to run around and kill a bunch of camps, get a Devourer, and if nothing happens, that's okay with me. And we can, like, we both can mechanically kill jungle camps quickly, but decision-making wise, Proof right now, at least in this game, has been outmatching Pomi. And in terms of sort of gank junglers, yeah, it's a better matchup for UBC.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting too, because they ban Nidalee, Ryze, and Kindred, and Nidalee, Ryze are kind of given on that red side. You pretty much have to ban those, and so they drop the Echo ban for the Kindred ban. You could honestly probably leave both of those up and make them choose. If they choose Echo, you get Kindred. If they choose Kindred, you get Echo and take Gragas or something, jungle, so that you can counter the Kindred.
Yeah, instead they got the Echo, and you got kind of the worst champions in all those roles. The Alistar Pinch, I guess, is kind of important. But
yeah, the Alistar Pinch was interesting because I thought Braum was going to be the answer last game, and they went with Trundle, which was a little confusing. because Braum is just incredibly powerful, and he's pretty much that tier 2 right behind Alistar.
Yep. But that's been the choices so far. The draft's changed a little bit. The Braum did come through. He's got exhaust for some of these high damage chains available. Champions like Gangplank, so
and I
even
also,
better defending.
I also think that pinching the hyper carries, the Twitch and the Kog'Maw bans against Evan RL,
yeah,
that's huge. If
that's
you
very
get,
smart.
If you get this guy that they were putting all of their eggs in the basket for, and he goes on Ezreal, it becomes a very different game because now he has to wait to scale up. Even if he gets ahead, Ezreal is not the best of hyper carries at all.
No, that basket is much less durable overall, so those eggs are falling out sometimes now. And
much more unreliable.
Yep. Big holes in the basket. Ezreal, not as sturdy of a basket as Kog'Maw or Twitch is.
Not at all. But look at this warding here from Robert Morris University. They are putting all their wards in their own jungle to try and deny the vision that UBC have been getting, because UBC have taken all those outer turrets. And look at this, 2-on-1 in the top lane.
Okay, they read up Nitroger into the body slam. Explosive Guy's not going to come out just yet. He'll get his shield, and Echo runs away, and he can still fight for this pink board. He feels totally safe. West actually going to go for a teleport. Just kidding, he's baiting it out. That was hilarious. Baits out Nitroger, but he dodged the explosive cast by using Chrono Break, and he's now running away safely.
The passive in Swifties, so he ends up getting... I think DJJ also tried to TP. No, he canceled his TP early. It's a spectator bug. It's a spectator bug.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a spectator bug that if you cancel something and it refunds cooldown, and it's something that shows in that top left, it happens with Jhin ultimate if you end it early, and it happens with TP.
All right, so we'll see when it comes back up. It's actually it is 224 seconds away. It's a good 4-minute cooldown. I think he actually did use teleport and get it interrupted. I think that's actually what happened.
DJJ?
Yeah, he was flicked. It's 219 seconds left.
Oh.
Which, if you're running the defense tree, it's 225 on teleport.
Yeah, it's not going to show you in that
255
in that top left.
I forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a very long cooldown. Most of the cooldown is still remaining to be had for Dichurcher. He did burn it pretty recently. Either way, quick wave clear for Sivir. He's actually got for a slightly different build. Phantom Dancer is now in a more self-reliant build. Better for the 1v1 if you get dived by somebody. Running away, doing great jobs. Clearing all the waves. Plenty of farm in this team.
Walk away. See his TP is up now. Let's see. TP from West. DJJ, yeah.
Yeah, DJJ used it right there.
Yeah, he did. All right.
That was where he teleported.
So got interrupted. He walked forward to do it, and then they just turned on him, so yeah.
He must have fat-fingered D when he was trying to hit, like, one of his other abilities, so oops, mistake there by Dichurcher, but I guess he'll do okay.
Yeah, I was talking to him yesterday about his teleports, because he didn't have too many great ones. I think there was one that his team like miscommunicated on. There was another one that I think he actually fat-fingered. So, I mean, it's kind of cold on stage. Hands get a little jittery.
They got hand warmers though. We bring them out. I saw them. Same ones in the LCS actually.
Yeah. Nerves are always a thing too.
Always are. West right now still holding the top lane, is actually still going equal against Dichurcher. 2-1-2 versus 1-1-0, but they're farming pretty reliably and they're fighting back and forth without too much headway being had.
And it looks like Abyssal Scepter is going to come through for Proof as well. So this is a pretty much full AP build here for Elise. I mean, it's still that tanky AP build where you have magic resistance and HP.
The hybrid item.
But I like this a lot. It's going to help out Bobchin, and it's also going to make it so that Bobchin doesn't have to build Abyssal Scepter, because you really want Abyssal Scepter on Lissandra for the penetration, especially if you're going the Sork Shoes route instead of the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. But you're up against a Gangplank, so it feels kind of useless to build it.
Yes, definitely. So he went Rod of Ages instead for his durability item, and now gets to go into Merlonomicon, into maybe a Zhonya's next item, and yeah, very high damage Lissandra here. Dragon will be taken yet again here by University of British Columbia, their second here of the series, as well as the game. Proof hit, takes it down, plus health for the regen, and 2 dragons means more turret damage for them. They have been taking absolute control of this game. RMU try to react by taking down the mid lane, but there's nothing to be done because Lissandra is coming in from behind. The Sivir ulti in as well. Brahmo comes across the team. Plenty of damage dealt, but look at that. True shot for us. Blocked out by Braum. And here's the flash engage rooting up everybody. UBC, though, still having to run. GP ulti slightly missing overall, but the first kill has come through for Elise, and now the re-engaged Dichurcher nearly takes one down, but look at West in the backside picking that one up. It's actually a team fight win right now for RMU. Dichurcher stuck in the front lines, will be going down. Oh, but Bobchin turns one back in the double kill. West picks him down just before that would have been the shield coming in. It's still a 3-for-3 overall, though. A lot of work being done by Bobchin, but RMU have way more health.
Yeah, Bobchin ended up cleaning up that fight right there at the end. The turn around, that was unexpected. It was just a huge burst to just blow up Gillette and Pomi.
Big stuff into that one, but it was good to see, actually, this fight was so close. I always like close games.
Yeah, you actually see the TP from Lissandra here, and then the gangplank is at the top left because they think that Evan RL is going to get jumped on by Bobchin. But no, Bobchin jumps in. He gets exhausted right before he ulties. That is huge. Mini Bestia throws the exhaust on Lissandra, cuts her damage right beforehand, and DJJ getting focused, but Heatwaves is the main target here. Heatwaves gets jumped on, and they end up taking 74, but look at this.
West versus Proof. Guess what? At least not that tanky. Can't deal damage to the Maokai. Other TP comes in. That's Daijer, but he's on top of the other team. Body slam comes across the barrel as well, but West is going to get stunned up the front side. Stunned again. Thanks to Braum, and West will go down. Turned into paper at this one. Pomi stunned up as well. Gragas falls. 2 kills picked up for UBC. The re-engage coming through thanks to the gangplank ulti. Barrel coming in as well. Heatwave, 1 hit away, gets the kill picked up, but in comes Lissandra. Evan RL is gone. A double for Bobchin XD in the mid lane for UBC.
And DJJ with that TP, that was really ballsy because that TP is right on top of a Gragas that's camping it, and you think you can't get away from that, but immediately gets towards West, gets his E off, and able to close that distance as his W is channeling. And the triple stun on the back end of it came up huge there. This might be Baron because the one person up is Gillette for our
Well, he'll have barrels. He's got a trinket ward up right now. And of course, they're on top of a pink ward anyway, so it's up to the barrel chain. Can he get lucky? Can he out-crit the Smite of Proof?
TP of West.
Actually, yeah, West TP's in. That's going to be enough to make the team run away. Baron not yet hard regenning, and now it is. So, for a cost of a teleport and smart play by Gillette, the Baron is stopped. Well played, RMU.
Yeah, definitely worth it at that point. Banshee's veiled for West, so he went double magic resistance item here. He has no armor in sight.
Only Sivir deals damage to him. This is what we talked about in the pause during game 1.
Why do you have less Whisper?
I don't know. It's
Come
just
on, Heatwave.
This is just how Heatwaves build Sivir. This is before it was debatable. Now it's objectively wrong. There are no armor tanks on the team here. Daijer in the front line getting rooted up. A little bit of damage on the West. This front line are actually quite tanky. Maokai stacking magic resist and survives what he can. Gillette's slow, but he's gonna know. He gets down. Heatwaves gets him with a hit at the very end right here. Plenty of damage coming out from GP, but not enough to kill off the team. West will run away. Ezreal's damage is not quite there. It's not a Hurricane Kog'Maw. They can't quite win these fights. And the slow burn finally comes through. A double kill for Heatwaves.
That ends up being a 2 for 0, and they're just going to clean up the jungle and back off here. Team fighting from UBC seems to be on point this game. It's a small advantage that they had early on. They've been growing and growing. And you can see 13-6 pretty much explains it so far. Bobchin has been playing these really well on Lissandra. And with Distortion enchant, he's just looking for more flashes, he's looking for more TP plays for those flanks. And I like having him on an engaged champion because look at this. DJJ runs forward. Mini Bestia on the left side gets cocooned so he can't get in right on time. And then ultimate across people, ends up ulting West, and Mini Bestia ends up getting a really good headbutt pulverize, but it's just too late. His team has already lost Gillette. Gillette was the main focus on the right side of the fight, and I liked the cocoon from Proof. Cocoon hitting Mini Bestia delayed him enough that if that headbutt pulverize had come out maybe a second or two earlier, possibly save Gillette, possibly keep them inside of the gangplank ultimate during that because they had just walked away from it and just walked out of range too.
Right. Well, not the case here and now. Daijer looking to play onto Gillette, who's been pushing on the side, but guess what? He's in a 1v2, takes a whole ton of damage and is not going to survive for this one. Well played by Daijer, improved the damage output was there overall. And now 14-6, the kill score. Really good stuff out of UBC.
Oh yeah, and 100% kill participation for the top laner, DJJ. He's been doing a great job this game. They left that Echo up, and the first pick is coming up big here. Last game, he definitely struggled against West, who got fed early on, and then the matchup was kind of thrown out the window there. So seeing him on this champion where he can be a little aggressive is kind of a breath of fresh air because DJJ was always a very aggressive top laner. He was the guy who wanted to beat you in lane. He played a whole bunch of Renekton, right, and a whole bunch of Gnar back in the day. So he's always tried to have lane advantage. So when you get him a good matchup like this and you know, leave Maokai up and you know that Maokai is going to be pretty much what West takes if you take Echo, then yeah, it seems to have come up really big here for UBC.
Well, impressive stuff then for the University of British Columbia top laner.
Yeah,
gotta feel good to be them.
If you also watch that bottom left corner, you see that player cam, he's going to be talking a lot. He's the team captain and the big shot caller of the team too in that top lane.
So far, the shots have been called pretty well, honestly. UBC Haven't had any major slip-ups in this game. The worst they've had is a team fight go equal. Otherwise, it's all been good news here for the blue team. We're going to tie up the series 1-1 in game 2 of this best of 5. Bobchin XD will have to run away from his lack of wards. But another Baron attempt, this time over the wall. They've all snuck in here.
Yeah, because they're doing Dragon on the opposite side.
UBC don't know about this.
They ping it,
They ping it. I think Mini Bestia had revealed himself and then walked forward. So like, hey, he swept the ward and then came in towards Baron. Check this out. Bobchin drops a pink and look, 6,000 health left on Baron. Yeah. Results given away. Flash engage comes in a double root. Gangplank goes on. A lot of damage on a Bobchin. And the backline is still alive. 734 forced to kite back away. Very low health. Bars onto Bobchin. Ults himself. Nitrogen in the front line. Gillette low. They can't go get the kill just yet. One picked up the heat waves. Poby goes down as well. A double kill now for the 80 carry. Evan Herald's next up in the line. A third kill coming through thanks to Proof. Another team fight win for UBC. Gillette can't beat Nitrogen. He's got too much armor. And that will be one more kill picked up. 734 gets his first kill of the entire tournament here at PAX. And
that's support right there. That's a great support right there.
So he was 0-0-53. Perfect support score in the semifinal. Didn't have a great game 1 in this final here, but now doing much better on this Braum. 1-1-8. Middle inhibitor will be going down.
They might try to muscle more down here. Bobchin uses the TP just to get here. UBC.
I don't think they can end the game. They threw the wave and run right back out because the respawn is coming in too soon. But
TP to top? Go top.
Yeah, I think even walking top would be a bit of a risk, though. The rest of the team can respawn soon.
I still think they're going to walk towards it and at least... No, they aren't.
They're going to clear the jungle. They're clearing the jungle. They're using this time to play for ward control and then recalling back.
Okay. It goes down anyway. Yeah. It was low enough.
I think even if it wasn't
Heat
low.
waves.
Oh, Heat Waves gets found out. Wait, there's the Q gonna land. Heat Waves that happen to be forced to flash away. Echo's coming in for this one.
No, he canceled that one.
Oh, yeah, he did cancel. Teleport wasn't even going very far in the first place.
Yeah.
But
Heat Waves, not a good place to back there.
Not exactly.
DJJ clears out the Baron pit before leaving. Yep. Another one comes in there. And yeah, right here, I really like the ultimate here from 734. Hits 2 members, hits Evan RL. Now Evan RL is on the back foot. Look at how many people are dealing with 734. Bobchin ultis himself on the left side, dodges True Shot Barrage. Then he gets knocked up and he Zonias. So now Gillette doesn't have the time with DJJ on him to actually camp Bobchin. So now Bobchin just uses the claw away, and West doesn't have mana to follow, and the Maokai was not peeling for anybody. He was just engaging, and that engage was completely called off by the Zonias as well as the ultimate from Lissandra. So Gillette not able to actually deal a lot of damage, not tanking from West. And Evan RL is just left completely open.
And honestly, West is constantly running out of mana. Every single team fight that I see here with these replays, he's got basically nothing left on the bar. Without a Sunfire Cave completed, he's spending so much mana just clearing waves away. They doesn't have the mana to actually fight when it comes to the battle itself. GP use on the Baron. 1,000 health left. Pomi, can he try to get in? No, he cannot. Good smite coming in from Proof. UBC has the Baron, and they might have to kill onto this Kraken as well. No, he's going to flash over the wall and stay safe, but 14,000 is now the gold lead with the Baron buff.
You can see 734 was just playing defensive duty there. Even used ultimate to try and stop Pomi from getting into the pit and standing in front of him, making sure that he couldn't body slam over. He'd have to expend the flash. But yeah, that's going to be Baron going over to UBC with a 13K gold lead now, and all of the dragons. So UBC pretty much have turned the tables on RMU from that last game.
Yeah, well, with no surprise, you got a player named DJ J in the side. No surprise you can turn the tables here in this series. Got it, that was clean. Yeah, that's a cheer from the audience. It was a much better play
I think
than
that
before.
was from the booth across.
Nope, that was from me. Don't you dare try to take this away from me, Zyrene. It is rare I get actual cheers.
Taking away your willful ignorance.
Hey, there's a reason I like casting at PAX. There's cheers all the time, and I assume it's for me. Just that solid. See, that one was for me. That was on cue. Thanks, audience. You guys are great. All right, coming in though for the inhibitor push itself with the Baron buff on with a whole lot of a gold lead. 18-6 in kills. That wave gets clear, but the next one is coming in. West is in position to make a TP flank. The wards aren't that close by, though. He's coming from the left-hand side. Gangplank ulti is on. Doesn't catch all that much, but Daichager is stuck inside the turret area. Root comes in to Bobchin. Lissandra, not the easiest target to kill. Pop Zonia still has the ulti up for herself. He's going to go for another target. West very, very low. Heatwave's going to take him down. Now to the front side they go. 2 kills already for the Sivir. Make that a third as Echo takes one down. A triple kill for Heatwaves. Only Evan Earl's left alive, but he is not going to be alive for much longer. Down he goes. Red turret destroyed. A final kill for Proof. A quick dance right there as well. He's going to ignore that turret. No big deal.
And now the Baron buffed up Super Minions. That's going to be UBC taking Game 2 against Robert Morris University in a pretty much complete opposite performance of what we saw last game.
beautiful game from the University of British Columbia. 2 members going unkilled. Dijerger nearly 100% kill participation. The team captain calling the shots well. And a commanding Game 2 win is going to make UBC feel very good about the series.
Bringing it back to even 1-1 here. And yeah, RMU looked like if things were going to continue like that, that they might be able to just keep their hands on a hyper carry every game, and then NRL is just going to come up big.
Right.
But Lysandra, very early picked here as a second round for UBC, just ended up being the tool they needed to shut him down. And I love the way that Bob Chin was playing it. He got that Zhonya's 3rd item. He was able to get the solo tower in mid lane very early on,
right,
and just punish Gillette for picking something that's going to scale. And honestly, was able to just shove him in, which is something that LeBlanc cannot do.
Exactly. So this matchup I think is very interesting. Now this best of 5 is one of the more complex BO5s I've actually seen because there's so many different factors going on here. So you talk about the mid lane matchup, right? We know that on average we expect Bob Chin to be a better player. Depending on the matchup he gets, he can or cannot knock the turret down and create an advantage by himself. We know that Proof is on average a better player than Pomi. Based on the champions they get, he can or cannot leverage that advantage. We know that RMU has a lot of success playing hyper carries in the bottom lane, Twitch and Kog'Maw being the primary go-tos here. And if he doesn't know Jinx or Tristana, then that's all he's got in that pool then. Maybe Caitlyn can be in that sort of area, but based on champ select, they could or could not play that kind of style. And all these things are honestly very important and very relevant factors here. And based on how champ select goes, based on how the players play, do you outplay your opponent when you're not supposed to, or when you are supposed to? These all change the match is supposed to go.
Yeah, I did like the Echo being dropped for the Kindred, but then the Echo being picked up just seemed to be something so good for DJJ. So you have to go back to the drawing board for RMU's pick ban and say, okay, do we pinch junglers because they end up banning Graves? Sure. We have to ban Nidalee? Because otherwise you give up Kindred, and then you get Maokai Alistar again?
Sure.
So,
unless you're willing to take this champion yourself. Again, as long as Pomi's willing to play a Nidalee or Gillette's willing to play a Ryze, then you can actually start trading more of these champions over. It's just based on how these players play their champ select, how well they can play in the game. We'll see how that goes in Game 3, but for now, let's toss it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. UBC swinging back, taking a game in dominating fashion this time around. So the tables have been turned, and let's jump into champion select and talk about how they kind of laid the groundwork for this domination. As expected, they threw that Graves ban out, the Kindred ban coming through from RMU because they said, okay, we don't want any of the power picks up on the table, but that means the Echo comes through for Dijerger.
Yeah, they picked exactly how I expected. The one caveat was they left up Maokai, instead banned the other AD carry. Like, not only did they leave both up, they banned both. The problem is like, I wasn't sure the third AD that Evan RL was going to play. I thought it was going to be something more like dominant, but he decided to go for a very late game oriented pick. I think they got baited really hard in having to go to mid to late game picks. At first, I didn't realize that he could play other champions, but I found out that he could play Jhin and Kalista. Like, the thing is, UBC values Sivir so highly. Sivir is really easily abused by Kalista, especially. And even Jhin wins that lane, like, dominatingly hard. I think they should just revert to one of those two picks. They don't have to go to the, the end game to win the game. They can just dominate the lane. They think they're the best bot lane duo in Collegiate. They should prove it.
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely. No, I think that's a pretty good analysis of the draft.
Right, so what happens is we get the Elise and the Gragas coming through as like maybe the second tier junglers, but both of these players were doing a lot of work in the early game. We saw that very early gank in the top lane into that counter matchup, the Maokai versus the Echo. So trying to help West Coast carry out a little bit. They pick up that early kill, but Proof, he was all over the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I think both junglers play the early game fairly well. So the decision to go top early after doing a single buff saves your Maokai from kind of getting pushed in and taken advantage of, and it doesn't give time for Elise to get up there because it's already swung in his favor. And Elise does the right reaction, goes bottom, takes buffs, and then is able to chunk out the Alistar at one point after he blows his flash. And then this is where I started to notice that the Collegiate, both these teams were struggling to make effective plays with their TPs. Once you chunk out the Alistar, he blows his exhaust, he has no ult, you have Lysandra with TP. They should 100% dive that bot lane turret level 4, and they didn't do that.
Right, they didn't do it then, but we did see what the power of the solo lanes allowed UBC. It afforded them the opportunity to end up going bot lane around 14 minutes, and we did finally see what can happen if you do utilize TP properly into the bot lane.
Right, so in this replay, we see that both TPs are coming in. It's a little weird because actually there's no TPs down, so this turns into what should be a 5-on-5, but Grog's up topside. They go in a little disjointed, but they're able to pick up the Ezreal right away. And then this is just a great play from Dari Gerger, he's able to bait the rest of these 3 guys to coming back into focusing him. As he chunks out the GP, they start chasing, and he takes this ult back for like a ton of damage, and he's able to clean up. And off on the side, the Gragas is finally showing up, and he misses his flash body slam and misses the double kill. So this wasn't as clean as a bot lane dive as they really could have gotten if they managed their TPs better. So there was another time where Bobchin went up top, they got a kill, and then both top laners TP to lane, as opposed to having the Maokai have to TP to not fall behind. The Echo saves his TP, and then you set up this big play bottom, and they really need to be just more bot lane centric. They had so many opportunities to snowball that game faster and harder, but they were still on the right track.
Right, okay, but how does that change then if RMU does go with something more mid or early game focused like the Kalista into the Sivir?
It just means they won't get shoved in as much. Overall, the game plan doesn't change as much, especially with a huge TP playmaker like Lissandra. I think Lissandra is actually a great pick for games like these because it allows you to create plays very easily. When you have a point-and-click single target CC that does insane damage, and her follow-up lockdown means that you can dive extremely easily. I agree with Mark, especially because I just think the game was a little bit slow, and they could have used their TP advantage bot lane around like the 9 to 11 minute mark rather than waiting all the way to 14. And maybe that might come to bite them later because, quite frankly, you can't even make a play top lane, especially when you're the same damage type. When both the top and the jungler are the same damage type and they can just build to counter it. So all the action has to go bot lane or mid lane, and it's just so easy for them to get the plays off bot lane that they need to really look toward that to snowball the game faster.
Speaking of item builds, this game
get up on your
was
soapbox.
a case example of what not to do.
Okay.
It was very, very disheartening. Like, we had the Sivir once again going in early Last Whisper when the tanks
third item.
Yeah,
Last Whisper.
third item.
Yeah.
Which is still actually pretty early in this
Right,
meta.
that's what I'm saying. I'm just clarifying for everybody.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
had Essence Reaver and a Static Shift, but then went into Last Whisper.
Even if the tank has like 1 armor item, that's still generally considered on the early side, and the tanks had 0 armor items. And that was not a good purchase. And then on the flip side, for RMU, they're going up against 4 magic damage dealers, and neither of their carries, who are pretty good at itemizing early MR and a Hex Drinker, neither of them pick it up, and we see that they just go for like the IE right away, and he starts going for the Bork. And I think they were just a lot of tunneling on what they want to build and not like what's actually best for this game.
No QSS for the Ezreal either. Like, that's another option that you have to deal with Lissandra or with the Echo.
I at least understand a little bit on RMU's side because they're really far behind. Like, they maybe feel like they need to build damage to even be able to contest team fights. But my God, the Sivir buy, she had Last Whisper when there was 1 cloth armor in the game on the enemy team, and the top laner built double MR items. I think that's just really poor. If she had Bloodthirster, she could actually walk through Gangplank goal instead of losing 80% of her health through it. Like, I thought that as long as the carries live, they just automatically won every fight.
All right, well, the series has been evened up. UBC swinging back hard in Game 2. We'll be back for Game 3 in just a little bit, so stay with us.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are here live in Boston, Massachusetts at PAX East 2016 for the University League of Legends Campus Series Finals. And it's going to be a fun one. We've already had the series go 1 game apiece, so we have at least a game 4 in our future. Game 3 up next, University of British Columbia Thunderbirds versus the Robert Morris University Eagles in the finals. Exciting.
Yeah. Of course, it's a rematch of last year's finals, defending champions versus the school that was one of the ones that pioneered the scholarship for esports. So I think that this is just, once again, showing that UBC, they have the talent at that school. They have actually a very, very large club. I think they have, if not the largest club, it's at least top 3 club in NA in terms of size. So there's so many people to pull from, and it's a large talent pool, but they have the same members, which just showed that these players were already champions.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of really, really skilled players. You've got half this team in Master or Challenger tier, like just a lot of incredible players, honestly, and with the extra time to play together, with a growing coaching staff now behind these guys to have them learn more. You were hearing Mark on the analyst talk about sort of the strategic choice these teams could have made, and yes, there are things that these teams could be doing better. Well, guess what? They're full-time students. They're not the perfect players. This is not the World Championship. Certainly, there's no SKT here, but the fact that these guys are getting better, right? They're learning to do lane swaps. Right? You're getting some of these 4-man dives. If not right away, they're still coming out in the game, and it's a lot of highly skilled, high-coordinated play.
Yeah, I think that both teams are actually showing really good adaptations. I think that RMU in Game 1 showed, we're just going to run the Kog'Maw composition. We're going to take the Alistar away from you. We're going to ban out the Echo. And then I think they got in their own heads a little bit there because the Graves was taken away. And then they still won. And then they changed things up.
Yes.
Right? They changed things up because UBC banned Kog'Maw and Graves. And they panicked and said, well, we have to ban Kindred. Which I think at that point you actually do have to ban Kindred. But then you have to look at your other bans and say, Nidalee Rise, yes. We probably have to ban those 2. So the red side is becoming less and less of a good choice here as the series goes on.
I mean, based on your champion pool, sure. If you actually can't play 2 of the best champions in League of Legends, like, to be fair, that's the same as blue side, right? If you can't play Rise and Nidalee, it doesn't matter what side you're on. You're banning those regardless.
They would have banned Nidalee blue side like they did yesterday.
And that's the point, right? Like I don't think it's the red side storyline. I think it's the point of, like, depending on how much time you can devote to the game, how much time you can devote to learning, the strongest champions in the game right now, like, Champs League is there to help you get over that hump if you don't have these champions, but then it limits your flexibility. In the UBC situation, their bans are all champions that, for the most part, aren't they're not necessarily, they don't have to be important to them.
They get the target ban.
Right, they actually get the target ban things that aren't just like, everyone should learn these. It's your primary strategy. And those are very big differences. And that sort of means that RMU, look, they can play Twitch comps, they can play COG comps, but what's next for them, right? A couple of Gangplank games. I know there's other champions Gillette can play. I know he's a good Azir player. Like, there's these other options here for them. But the question is, they need to find that other strategy. And that's the really big thing, is UBC realized, we need to get a more dominant mid laner in, right? Grab Lissandra second round blue side. And in the draft, as you start sort of honing in on these team strengths, you have less and less time to pick the important champions, right? The red side first pick was Maokai Alistar. And those are good picks. But now you get to take the Lissandra away on the blue side. And guess what? Look how much Bob Chin did with that champion, And that's the difficulty now coming into the draft, is you very quickly run out of ability to deny people.
Yeah, and this draft actually became very interesting because if Echo gets picked up first, you have to take Maokai in your draft. You really don't want to, because you end up having a bad matchup in the top lane that Echo can bully all game long. But you have to at that point, because that could be Echo mid. And then they get Echo and Maokai.
Sure.
Because in my head, I'm going, well, if you picked up Gragas, you could put Gragas top against Echo, which is a much better matchup.
Right.
And then you'd be like, okay, we have that matchup, fine. Let's actually pick something else here instead of the Maokai. But you have to pick the Maokai because you risk giving it to DJJ.
Right. And that is the huge risk. And this is how good is your champ select? How good are you at theory crafting what they're going to do and what you're going to do in the back and forth, where the counter picks are available? Are they going to steal away your prize mid laner? Right? These are all very important topics that before the day starts, you do as many of these sort of game theory simulations as you can. And the game's happening, you're like, oh, they prioritize this, or they're banning that. We didn't expect that, and you've got to kind of come back and use your 10-minute sort of stint between games to adapt properly and change your plans up. But that's sometimes very difficult.
Oh yeah, it's very difficult. Sometimes you actually get thrown a complete curveball, like, oh, I didn't know they were going to ban out Twitch and Kog'Maw.
Which I think you have to
Lulu
expect.
Up. Because they banned Lulu game 1, and Lulu is usually used for the Twitch or the Kog'Maw.
Right, exactly, and that's smart by UBC, by the way, to sort of identify the situations. I think not banning Kog in game 1 was a mistake in its own right, because you saw that these guys were successful on it, but realizing, oh, well, if there's no hyper carry, we can drop the Lulu ban. That's no big deal, especially if he's going to play Gangplank every single game. And so I thought UBC made very smart adaptations. I thought they did a really good job in the pregame. Coming into that game too, and now I think it's on Robert Morris University to come in and understand what their trades need to be. I think the Kindred ban should be dropped. I think they need to sort of figure out what's the proper things to trade back and forth and find some target bans. I think Sivir is an important target ban. It's an 80 carry that Heatwaves plays, doesn't, and I'm forgetting on his name right now. Evan RL doesn't play, right? Target bans, I think, are almost always what you should be trying to do in Champion Select and just divvying up the rest of them. Unless you can create a proper pinch, right? Like creating a Kindred pinch is okay, right? Then you can start adding in like a Graves ban, whatever. But if you're not actually pinching things, then I think it's kind of a waste of a ban.
Yeah, but I think that's what UBC are going to do, right?
Sure.
Yeah. It gets
like,
really difficult. It gets like really difficult.
I know.
Really
I'm talking like theoretical optimal champ select where like champion pools are large and you have a lot of foresight. You should arguably never ban a contestable champion because a ban is a limited resource. That's my theory, right?
Yeah.
And you can argue that
unless you're pinching, right?
Right, exactly. It's like right, exactly. So if you can like pinch Kindred versus Graves and say, well, give us Echo or we trade junglers or whatever, that's a valuable thing, and that's more of a red side type ban, right? Is leave 3 S tier champions up, give them 1, get 2. Otherwise, I think it honestly comes down to you do one-sided bans because you're happy to play these champions yourselves.
Yeah, and right now what's happened in the series is the last ban from UBC was Maokai, so RMU answered with Echo. And then in the next series, UBC's last ban was Graves, and RMU answered with Kindred. You actually shouldn't answer with the same role as Red Side. If they ban Graves, ban Maokai, so they have to choose between Kindred or Echo.
Yeah.
And you get Echo
and
Alistar.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. So you're pretty much taking the Alistar is going to be on your side every time, and you do it that way.
That's exactly what I'm going for there, and that was actually exactly like the right sort of situation, right? Is you ban the other role, you create that 3 champion pinch, and that would have been a really stellar situation to be in. Didn't happen, but we're going to see if it does come through in Game 3 here. Robert Morris University going to probably add that same Lillian Ryan's ban, the same Twitch and Cog from before as well. But now here's the adaptation, the Graves ban. Now, will it be Maokai or will it be Kindred?
There you go.
It's the Echo. Okay, so a different style of pinch, but still that same pinch. And actually, I think the Echo ban is better because UBC can flex the Echo mid and top, whereas RMU can't. Like, this should be, what, the Maokai Alistar for a Kindred, which seems much more fair.
Yeah, and at that point, I think DJJ...
Or Maokai Liss, yeah.
That's good.
That's another good one,
Like
that was the other high champion that was grabbed second round blue side that you knew was going to get grabbed up. And if they're happy to trade Braum for Alistar, then this still lines up quite well.
This is actually kind of risky, though, because you just showed both of your solo lanes.
That's
so
true.
I assume you can pick something like Gragas into that top lane, and then you look at the mid lane.
If he knows it.
And Bob Chin might have something for the Lissandra.
Yeah, it really comes down to what the champion pools are, what kind of matchups they want, and what kind of things they can find. The Echo Pinch comes in. Heatwave's just... Honestly, the thing is, Heatwave's going to keep getting Sivir probably all series long because RMU can't contest Nidalee and Rise because their champion pools aren't large enough to play for these.
Okay.
Okay, wow. So, despite Alistar being perceived this amazing support, neither team are actually going for it.
So if you take Braum, if you take Sivir, the counter is Braum, so you take it for yourself, so they don't get it. If they take Alistar, then Alistar really doesn't do incredibly well against Sivir. I mean, you can actually pretty much guarantee Headbutt Pulverize because she only spell shields the Headbutt.
Right.
But now, I want to see Evan RL go for something else here. And I was thinking like possibly Callista Alistar, right? And then I honestly want to see like it's a kind of a dream, but they could run a Cowball comp. Gillette has a really good Orianna. They could run an Alistar Orianna composition, and Mini Bestia as the shot caller would be somebody who would jump in and start these fights off and just go for one of those 5-on-5s, because UBC have been winning the 5-on-5s in the last game. Previous game, it was UBC was still trying to take 5-on-5s, but RMU was the ones winning it when they kited backwards.
Right, so we'll have to see then what the style ends up being here. Lissandra, we know, is already the matchup, and from what I know, Lissandra's supposed to win the matchup against LeBlanc. You have the targeted CC to prevent her from doing the rest of her combo, and he's still going to play it anyway. So Bobchin going back to the LeBlanc. Game 1, he lost to the champion. Game 2, he got the Lissandra himself and won with it. And now back on the LeBlanc. Final champion is going to be for the top lane, Trundle, actually. So that's the final pickup here for Daijer.
I like the Trundle into Maokai. Of course, we've already seen that West will pick up a QSS rather early on to deal with it. The Rek'Sai is a little bit confusing for me because I always want to play a Gragas into the Kindred, but there is a Braum, right? Braum once again would shut down that option and shut down the ultimate from knocking people out. So that is where the Rek'Sai comes into play here for Pomi, because you would want to see the Gragas,
sure,
but it's just not the ideal. It's like half and half, right? There's one champion that's really good against and one that's really bad against.
Yep, absolutely the case. Well, it's not going to be any of that stuff here. We're going to see Lucian come out of the bottom lane. And I think this could be quite good when you harken back to the semifinals here where RMU was winning via their bot lane. It was more from their late game carry status. And one of the analysts mentioned that, you know, if they stop playing hyper carries, what if they start playing lane dominant champions? And from the very start, RMU was saying, we're going to go in to play Lucian Janna. And I like this matchup into Sivir because very little of what these champions do is spell shieldable. And even a lot of it's not even blockable by a Braum shield, right? Janna goes through, the Lucian Q goes through anyway. And so, honestly, they can start trying to bully Heat Waves in 7-3-4 with this lane matchup. I think it could go quite well.
I'm still worried about Proof having Kindred over Rek'Sai. As somebody who loves Rek'Sai, I don't get to play it much anymore because these champions exist in the jungle, like Nidalee,
Sure,
like Kindred, like Graves, that you really struggle against. You would be okay playing into a Gragas, but yeah, I think that this has definitely been a pinched champion pool in the jungle, and that's where UBC are saying, okay, we're not going to pick that top laner first with Maokai. We're going to pick the Kindred because it's such a powerful pick, and it gives Proof the advantage that he wants to have over Pomi, which is how they won the last game by keeping Pomi down.
Absolutely, so we'll see if that advantage can happen. Once again, the Kindred first pick coming through for UBC's jungler. You can see him on the screen right there, the second from the left. He's going to be the guy putting on a lot of the carry pants here, and that Kindred could definitely go off. UBC hoping to defend their collegiate championship. They were actually against these guys in the finals the last time. They 3-0'd them. It's closer this time around. And now, Robert Morris University, the Eagles on your screen. They took game 1. Game 2, though, was not honestly even close. But hopefully they have what it takes to turn it back around, make this happen. A couple of new adaptations of the champs, like the early Lissandra grab. They let the Kindred stay up, and they grab the new AD carry here. Lucian in for Evan RL. I honestly think this bot lane is going to be a large percentage of how they could win this game. And we'll see if that lane can go well to get ourselves on the Rift.
And I talked before about how UBC, opposite of RMU, because their club isn't completely recognized by the school just yet, and they're looking for that recognition. But RMU, last year when they got knocked out by UBC in the finals, there were some whispers about, like, you know, how is RMU gonna, how did they lose this when they're the team that actually pulled talent from everywhere
with all the resources
to make it happen, right? And I think that if RMU end up winning this, it could cause a snowball effect in terms of their talent, because people are going to want to go to the school that won. People are going to look at it and be like, okay, it's a good school, I want to be a part of that. And that's what they need. They need to win this for that type of validation of the program.
And the funny thing is, even if, like, you're already getting a scholarship, like an athletic scholarship for being a league player in the first place, and then you win uLoL, it just adds on itself. You're like, all right, free school, this is great. Definitely doesn't suck. We Finland up in here.
Because Finland doesn't suck in free school?
Yeah, like, I actually don't know which countries do
suck?
heavily no, well, which countries do suck great. No, that's not what I'm going for at all. Thank you.
I was about to have you, like, list off and name millions of enemies.
Not going for that one in the slightest. Oh, nice! Bobchin! Oh, that was great. I haven't seen that actually in a very long time, but yeah, walks in, distortions, and gets rid of the saplings.
It's super early too, right?
Well, yeah, he just wanted to make sure they would aggro to him and walk out of the camp. It was really, really smart.
Yep, make sure that he ends up not getting it. DJJ actually started on top side. It was a 4-man leash there. He's going to TP to the bottom because it's a lane swap.
We have matched lanes here, Australian standard meta here in this one. UBC going to be heading Sivir Bomb to the top side, and I don't think they want to face against Lucian Janna, honestly. They thought they'd be in a lane swap with how everyone was there. But West gets to walk into the bot lane. The teleport used by Daidra, theoretically advantage RMU.
Depends on how they end up playing it out, right? Like, the lanes is better, and they're just going to keep shoving here, and it's very dominant. So Heat Waves ends up actually pretty far behind here. Slow push coming through. Mini Bestia, though. A little bit of damage on him.
Both half the Sivir Q is actually a pretty big deal right there, starting to wear down that Sivir. But you can see, yeah, Evan RL, he knows Braum Q is down and Sivir Q is down, goes in for the damage.
Yep, and this is also the Scuttle Crab having a huge priority now, because you're going to be seeing Pomi and Proof both run towards that level 3, but there's priority for RMU.
So Mini Bestia comes down to try to stop this. You're going to see he's going to walk over.
He's going to check it.
No.
Ooh, yep.
I mean, he can't stay out of lane this long, honestly.
Yeah, he can't. And that's Proof picking it up. All right.
50-50 chance.
Homie's going to check it, too.
Yeah, Raptors were already dead, so it had to be one of the two scuttles. And we got the top
He
one
got spotted
now.
out.
Leg damage coming through, heading towards Gillette. Pops in the claw, runs away. The slow won't mean much of anything to him. He'll be able to actually claw his way out of there. I was trying to find another word, but it's actually just too fitting.
The same word.
I don't like to, but I couldn't find a synonym at the time. He claws his way out.
He literally
and figuratively.
Jinx. Nice.
Yep. GG. Well, again, the trade coming in, Evan RL, honestly, the solution could look very good in the matchup. Right now, up 6 CS. West, though, not having the best time in the matchup. He's got to try to knock as much of his wave as he can under the turret.
That was actually a rather good sapling to manage the HP on that wave, so he can just last hit a lot of these under turret.
Should be able to get a large number of them. 18, 19 to 20 in the minion farm department right now, and as the wave thins out, it's only a 1 CS difference, really not the worst thing in the world. Grundle often wins a lot of these melee matchups. And look at this, an early blue buff donation by Pomi.
Happens with Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai is absolutely dishonor.
10 CDR and some AP.
Oh man.
Huge deal.
AP for my Q.
Woo!
It's literally the sound that Rek'Sai makes.
Literally
when you get a blue.
The half-hearted woo.
Yeah. It's like,
with an American English accent?
Yes.
From the Void?
Yes.
That seems unlikely. She doesn't even speak.
You don't know what the Void's like.
Well, they don't speak English.
Yes, they do.
Cho'Gath does, but that's special. You know what?
I mean, Kha'Zix comes out of there, too.
Okay, you know what? I don't... Look, okay, you've proved me wrong. Can we just move along and do something else
Kog'Maw
now?
even speaks English.
I'm aware. It's really only Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Vel'Koz does, too. We're going to add some more Void champions. Going to keep talking about how wrong I am, Zyrene? Is that the goal here? Great, thanks, buddy. Glad you got my back. Let me give you your knife back. All right, well, Tidringer and Proof going to push West off the turret. Nicely done by Proof. Look at how much XP and gold West is missing. And just walking into the lane and saying, I'm a red buff Kindred. Get the heck out. Double wave lost. Ouch.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai can't do too much about this either. And it's incredibly annoying for Rek'Sai to actually play against a champion like Kindred. So if he wanted to actually help out here, it becomes a 2-on-2 that you have to win in a burst. You have to win it very quickly. You have to hope that you root and actually blow up Proof.
Or you get kited out.
Exactly. Because you only have one gap closer as Rek'Sai, and then you're incredibly slow. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. So it's the famous knock-up flash. Oh, God. I'm dying.
They have red buff.
Every time. He gets a basically 2-second cooldown flash for Kindred.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty strong, obviously. So Proof does manage to take away the Raptors. Nicely done by him. Good counter juggling, continually exerting his advantage over Pomi, who made an early recall to try to get himself the Tracker's Knife and get some easy wards down. Nice chain coming in from Bobchin. Gillette gets away from that one. You can see the mid lane matchup heavily in favor of the LeBlanc player, 45 to 33 in minions. Really rough stuff. It's getting worse and worse for Gillette over time. First game was totally fine. Game 2, passable. Game 3, really rough.
Yeah, game 3 here, Gillette is kind of being exposed a little bit, but it is the Lissandra that he loved during the semifinals, and he had so much success on with his TP. He'll have TP over Bobchin, and Bobchin is just trying to play through this lane. 11 CS advantage, but this is honestly a counter matchup later on in the game for Lissandra against the LeBlanc. The point and click will stop the move block, and the distortion does damage on contact. So you end up not actually getting off your W.
Sometimes not. So West gonna kill away a pink ward.
Oh, he can't hit it. He can't hit it.
He's gonna take a couple hundred damage for doing this. Gets the root, gets the punch, walks away with now the buff on anyway. Another chomp comes through. Tidringer actually level 6 to West's 5. Somehow, actually, Malcolm managed to catch back up and farm. I think Proof taxed him really heavily on the push, but still a level 8 is a big deal. 5 on both junglers. Gillette.
Oh, both top laners, or I guess both AD carries in the top lane. Now even in CS, so we're seeing that equalize once again.
Props to Heat Waves.
A little bit more here in favor of Evan RL, though. Just 3 minions more.
And currently a potion lead for the Sivir as well. Evan RL used his, but Heat Waves did not have to. 700 gold advantage without any kills. That's just a farm lead and a counter jungle lead. You can see 300 in the jungle itself, and a smattering elsewhere, a lot of that being in the mid lane.
Yeah, and pinching the jungle is just seeming more and more effective as the series goes on.
Yeah.
Switching that Kindred over the Maokai was definitely the right way to go.
That's what happens when you can't play Nidalee and you've got to ban it away and can't pinch the rest of it. only required one ban, you know, a matched jungle ban essentially for UBC to get that really worthwhile first pick. And that's feeling good for the blue side here. Proof heading up to the top side of the map.
Hang out at the red. Make sure you don't step over the... Hey! Okay, you got spotted anyway. And Gillette's here. And uh-oh for Proof.
Proof is in danger. Only comes across. He does have Lamb's Smite available. The knockout doesn't come through in time. So now, can Proof get away from this one? Wants to fight for the red buff. Smite's coming out. Damage is going to flash over the wall. And Mini Bestia can't find any more damage to do there. Homing flashes the wall, but going to get chained up by Bobchin. Could he get the kill? Exhaust is on. Oh, first blood goes to Janna. Not the ideal target. Everardo has to flash away. He's low on health. He's going to get stunned up. Oh, the kills come through. 2 more for UBC.
And Bobchin ends up getting a kill and assist, and he's 16 CS up over Gillette. This matchup's going to go from bad to worse very quickly here.
It definitely is, and sadly for RMU, the kill that got the first blood went to the support, who, yes, supports can use gold, the Sightstone's nice, but not the ideal recipient of a 400 gold boost. Fight went even worse than a 2-on-1 would normally look like.
No, TP back to lane here from West. DJJ looks like he actually tried to use his TP earlier. Yeah, he tried to use it to get into this fight. TP is right there. He ends up getting flash rooted on the bot side, so the TP does not come through. Proof ends up smiting the red buff for the HP that it gives, and then jumping over the wall, which ends up being something that puts him around Mini Bestia and stuck behind the Krugs. So not able to actually continue running out and to the left, which may have been a better option for him if it was available. Sometimes you get stuck behind those Krugs after you flash.
Sure. And poor Evan just, he walked in to try to help the fight and was like, oh, just kidding, it's a Sivir and a Braum. Let me run away. Still got picked off.
Yeah, good by West, though, to stop the TP from DJJ.
Definitely the case. But even still, it was a good fight for UBC. 2-1 the advantage. 600 gold lead for them as the map shapes back up here. We have these same matchups continuing.
Poor Rek'Sai, poor Pomi.
At least he got his own drop and actually take it back. UBC has switched their lanes around, so now the Sivir and Braum are on the bot lane here and looking to deal some pretty significant damage. The funny thing is West is already built with armor. He's got the cloth and the pieces of the Sunfire Cave that he's used against Trundle before, whereas Trundle is actually not built to be able to handle Illusion with the Null Magic Mantle he's got here. So theoretically, a continued 2-on-1 should favor RMU, but because UBC did send their dual lane to the bot side, they've already got control over the Dragon, and they'll be getting that one really, really quickly. As RMU are late to the party, but they want to keep playing the 2-on-2, but West is already in too much trouble. Pops the ultimate, gets stunned up, gets knocked in the air, and just dies in a simple 2-on-1. He's got nowhere to go.
Does he die?
Oh my god, wow, jeez, the kill actually comes through. He somehow got one traded back, and a double kill thanks to the red buff. I can't believe it just happened. A 3-for-1 in favor of RMU. That is shocking.
And they clean up the bottom lane there, and West survives just enough to end up turning that around. That was incredible there. Pops the ultimate before he dies too.
Well, so there's they had slightly built for the right matchup at work right there. If West had been against AP top laner or match damage top laner, he would have died before Lucian showed up. That 15 armor was actually the difference in that fight. That's incredible. There have been now 2 fights this series where I just am at a loss for how that actually happened. West is so dead here. Like, this is ridiculous that he actually lives.
I think he's gonna die here, but then the W in, the auto attack.
150.
Still soaking.
And he gets another one.
Through. Oh, gets another, and then, yeah.
That was 3 heals from his autos, I think. And the red buff.
At that point, you're thinking, did they cast too many spells? Did you need to actually spell shield there?
I mean, every Sivir ever wants to spell shield that ability, but actually there might have been just one in there that actually was enough to get Maokai his sap magic back.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
But yeah, I mean, like, he wanted to. The W had already come onto the Braum, so it wasn't going to be the W onto the Sivir, and I don't even think he was going to get knocked up by the Q. He wasn't close enough.
But just, yeah, no one ever thinks about that, though. No one thinks about Maokai passive when you're fighting a Sivir. I would have spell shielded that and not realized that I had misplayed. I'm not even sure if it was objectively a misplay, but...
Well, just because it's something that's common to do doesn't make it,
I'm not
like,
saying it was the right play. I'm just saying I don't think anyone ever would have thought of it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Like,
in the heat of the moment, yeah.
It's a forgivable mistake, but I think you're right that it might just have been a mistake in the first place to cast a spell shield against a spell.
One of those things, the Maokai passive used to be something you take into account in some matchups. Like, you're like, oh, I'm against Ryze. Well, I'm always going to be able to use my passive. And then you're up against like an Irelia, and you're like, well, she probably never actually casts any spells, so...
Right. It's a matchup consideration. Well, either way, you saw the attempt to trade in the mid lane. Robert Morris University, because of those antics in the bot side of the map, are now holding a gold lead themselves. They could keep control in this one. A nice Trundle Pillar comes in, slowing down Mini Bestia. Gillette is here, so is Pomi.
Yep.
They turn them right back around. UBC have switched their matchups up. Sivir is now holding the mid lane.
And West is about to have TP up, and he's slow pushing that bot side of the map. DJJ, or somebody will have to go down there to actually answer it before it reaches that tier 2, because everybody on RMU is actually in this middle lane, except for that split push from West.
They can get a lot done right here. See, as the poke continues to come through. Ooh, ulti comes in about to. Nice bait by him, turns around right away. 734 puts the shield up. He's going to survive this just barely. Actually requires a Kindred ultimate. He actually didn't need it, though, but he used it to make sure his teammate was going to live anyway.
And the flash, too. Flash is to the other side.
734 out of a lot of stuff. Looks like we paused the game. I think the Spectator accidentally hit P. Maybe they actually paused the game as well.
They're still playing. Those fingers are going.
Yeah, the Spectator hit P, and we're going to have to get the feedback up in a little bit. But yeah, slightly confused here. But we're going to be getting ourselves back in the game in a little bit. Never fear, mid lane was getting sieged, and we'll see what goes on shortly. I don't know exactly what happened. You can see glimpses of the game in the corner of your eye. The players are doing battle on the
checking
Rift.
tab again.
I mean, they are definitely fighting. I'm seeing like spell indicators and stuff.
Lucian going off.
Yep.
I have no idea what's going on.
Well, we'll catch you up in the future, guys. But right now, we don't have the feed of the game in front of us. Sadly, we don't have Spectator computers here either. Otherwise, I'd give you the audio broadcast. But
yeah, gameplay was completely unaffected by this.
As far as I can tell.
Absolutely just Spectator.
Yep. If I knew their map movements better, like their mouse movements, I'd like tell you how they were like fighting. It's like, oh, Lucian hitting CS in the bot lane. But I got none of that.
That'd be incredible.
Now, it looks like we're back here with mid lane outer still alive, and I don't believe any major objectives were taken in the last little bit. Not even kills either, I don't believe. So
I don't see a Rift Herald.
Yeah. Yeah, Rift Herald might have been picked up, but looks like nothing too major has happened. Nice blue buff steal by Bogdan. He got his own not long ago, but now he's stolen away the blue buff as well.
There it is. Rift Herald on Pomi.
Okay. So RMU
in the ground,
got
can't see
Rift Herald. But you can see it on the buff bar in the bottom left corner. Thank you very much, spectators. Appreciate that quite a bit. Props to you guys, unsung heroes of the broadcast, catching all the action, using their game knowledge to good effect. Stress and Unso, shout out to you guys who are doing the spectating for this game. Unso, formerly a pro player on German team, I think it was MTW, from way back in like Season 2 era. I remember casting him way back in the day.
Was he good?
He was good.
All right.
I mean, by Season 2 standards, like, it's not like he's Faker, but right, he played in international tournaments that I cast, so
I like
wasn't bad.
I like how it's like, is he good? He's not Faker. It's like, only Faker is Faker.
Yeah. literally no one else is Faker. So
I mean, it's like, is he a good caster? He's not free.
Well,
but like literally.
Is that even a compliment or an insult?
He's not Dom. I mean, yeah, actually, it could be. It could be. It's like, is he a good caster? Well,
he's not free.
He's not free. So
better than that. That's what I expected to go down.
It's not about what you say. It's about how you say it.
Exactly. Well, right now, how RMU are saying it is we want control over the mid lane. Pomi gonna ult back across the map as well. How did Rek'Sai say that? How would you describe that emotion?
Well, that sounded like she was hungry for some cruds.
Didn't know that was part of the appetite.
Oh, yeah. Rek'Sai eats everything. Void, man.
I suppose so.
And she's got Ferocious Bite, so she'll take a bite out of anything.
Even crime?
Yeah. I'll give her that one, too.
Okay.
Bite out of crime. Actually, no. Sorry, that's trademarked. That is a catchphrase.
It is a catchphrase. You know, when I was a kid, I didn't know what catchphrase meant. I thought it was like something that was like supposed to catch you off guard. It's like you're gonna say the wrong thing. And so I remember like someone said something that was like a joke that was like trying to make me like misspeak, and I was like, nice catchphrase. He's like, that's not a catchphrase. Yeah. And I was like, okay.
What are you doing under there? It's like, underwear.
Nice catchphrase.
Ah, nice catchphrase, man.
Almost exactly like that. That's roughly exactly what happened.
I actually see it though.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I mean, what do you do when you're 10 years old? You don't know what it means.
Oh. TP to mid lane.
Not going very far, but it will keep the turret alive. Dragon goes down. RMU now has one. But yeah, they're missing a teleport. LeBlanc is far away, though. Kindred has to jump the wall. A nice pillar to disengage, but they might get in. Hydra forced to flash to stay alive. I think he had to.
Yeah, he did. The movement speed as well from Gillette. And Gillette would throw that ultimate out pretty much no problem. Has the distortion. Or sorry, not the distortion boots. Has the Ionian boots of lucidity.
Right.
You just throw it down pretty much willy-nilly.
Still very helpful. And of course, he's got and Abyssal Scepter. 2 magic damage dealers on RMU, 2 physical damage dealers. Meanwhile, UBC actually very physical heavy. Again, Bob Jin is the only magic damage on the team. It's double marksman plus Trundle.
Yeah, you still buy the Abyssal Scepter, though.
Yeah, oh no, for the matchup for sure, and then it's just useful on Lissandra in general.
Yeah, and remember when the changes came to those items at the start of the season, and everybody's just Abyssal Scepter, Rod of Ages, no Morello, no Athenes, just nothing.
Well, it's good that you can make options.
Oh. Nice. I make weird sounds sometimes. I have to censor myself on broadcast most of the time.
That's okay. You're doing fine. You're doing just well here.
You.
Bob Jin, yeah. A little bit of a trade on a West, who answers back pretty properly. We crashed back to the red buff where the owl is nearby.
We are playing as UBC right now, with RMU going in and out of vision. And now we're playing as RMU. Oh, now we're everybody.
You see, Proof is there, and yeah, a lot of champions actually visible in this one. West back in the fountain, healing back up. Maybe looking for TP play, but it's not 20 minutes into the game yet, so no home guard for another 64 seconds.
Yeah, early QSS for him. Second item before even completing his Frozen Heart. So wants to just be able to actually build pure armor from this point onward for the most part. He'd have to deal with Bob Jin, but
yeah,
LeBlanc against Maokai. Maokai can just stack HP and have enough so that LeBlanc doesn't really do anything.
And
you'll probably get Spirit Visage.
And hey, he gets MR per level anyway, so he actually gets the stats. He can actually choose to build mostly health, and yeah, it'll be an efficient build for him.
It's great how like he got MR per level and the sapling duration increase, and you still play him against physical damage dealers. Like,
yeah, it doesn't change anything.
It's like, oh yeah, by the way, he was good.
He was good, and people played him some, but now West caught in the middle of 2 very deadly champions, DJJ and Proof pushing him down. A great flash over the wall, but West has almost nowhere to go. No, didn't get far enough away. Nice last hit there. Mini Bestia, incredibly skilled. 12 CS for him now. And the Rift Herald buff will go over yet again to Pomi. Mid lane not really pushing that hard. Heat Waves gets most of the CS. But West losing his flash and getting pushed down a little bit in the matchup.
20 minutes in, it's been rather even here, and you can see Proof 4 stacks, also 20 on his Devourer. No Dragon was picked up after he ended up getting it. He got his first one pretty much at that painful point where you have 2 daggers and you have your jungle enchant. You're just like,
no, 5 stacks.
Can we take it later? Can we like set up for this? And it's like, no.
No, sorry, bro. Don't be 0, 2, and 1 and you have your item sooner. Like,
true.
Yeah, that's on you. You got a 6-minute Devour, kill some champions. That would be incredibly fast. Well,
doable. Level 1 pentakill.
Sure, I've seen games like that. It happened before. They're walking away with a BF sword. You're like, hey guys, 2v2?
Yeah. Oh my god.
I think the worst feeling in the world is like you get first blood on a level 1 and you recall in time and you still lose lane. You're like up a longsword and a potion. It's like, yeah, no, I'm still getting outskilled here. Like not even 10 AD and heavy health could make you win this matchup. Well, red buff on Evan RL. Pomi continuing to run around the map. Nice that like Pomi still has home guards. Like after the ulti ends, he's got like a few more seconds of that. Runs around faster on the Rek'Sai. Takes the Krugs. Still hungry for those, obviously. But all the matches have come pretty back close to equal. The Kindred and Rek'Sai farm is very close. Trundle and Maokai not too far apart. Lissandra caught back up to the LeBlanc. And it's actually Heat Waves who's out farming Evan RL. Sivir just so good at clearing waves away. Kind of has more uptime farming.
Yeah, the kills will equalize that a little bit, though.
Sure.
Evan RL and Heat Waves are really close. And same with that top lane, right? It's up 9 CS, but those assists.
Well, that's the thing, is you look at the overall gold, it's exactly equal. +1 kill equates that plus farm. Static Shift now done on Evan RL. He's got plenty of damage output. Not yet done for Heat Waves, though, so he's got a little bit more room to grow. The second item coming through, definitely quite nice for Evan RL, as he has 2 kills. But I don't know if it's a power spike that RMU can actually use. There's not much to fight over. Sivir's wave clear is just so good. Rift Herald buff times out.
The crit, double crit.
40% crit chance currently in this build, and it means that you're likely to get a couple of ricochets off. Heat Wave takes the turret shots, and with half HP, this turret flank could be a really big deal. The flash like only hits 734, but West gets in onto Proof. Bromulti only tags a couple of people, but it's still enough to get the team away. But now Daidager stuck at the front side. Janna ult to reset it, push him away. Pops the QSS to get out of the Trundle ulti, but it still meant a lot of health and a little bit of stats. Now the flash ulti comes in. Daidager very low on health. Nice lands for a spike to get the team alive, but they're so low on health bars. This could be a fight that breaks up in the game. No kills coming through just yet. West burning down, but thankfully that tree is ready to protect Maokai. He's been charred before, resistant to fire in this one.
Yeah, but Evan RL and Pomi are really close to full HP. they're just going to walk forward and take this turret.
Nicely done.
RMU, the ultimate from Mini Bestia, actually did good work there. Separated the team, forced DJJ to use his ultimate very quickly and try to flash away.
It really did a lot, and thankfully for UBC, they had enough tools to get away. Jojer got like a little bit of health from the start of the ultimate, got the flash, he got the kid ulti afterwards. All those tools were required. It was nearly a big team fight win for RMU.
Yeah, and don't take 2 turret shots right before the fight.
Arguably useful.
Exactly. Heat Waves was half HP. He ended the fight at about 1/4. So he would have been able to stay in a little bit longer and probably would have picked up a kill there because there was an opportunity when that ultimate from Lamb's Respite went down. And you actually saw as that went down, everybody got kind of scared on UBC's side and tried to get to the back of it instead of actually dealing more damage in the front, which I actually think Bobjin was trying to do still.
Yeah. Devour still not sated, but UBC is still going for this dragon. They're second. It should be close to enough stacks to actually convert that item for proof. Maybe there's a team fight. Gillette's ulti is back up, but Kindred's is not. So this could be a very good fight for the Eagles as they push in. Dragon lower and lower on health, pushing in towards Daijer. Blue team is slain it. Proof is big on this one. Has sated the Devourer, but here comes the hard engage. Who's in the front line? West running low on health. Gillette now getting popped up and getting bursted down, and he gets killed off. Heatwaves gets one. West low on health, goes for the root back on Daijer, but will die for that play. Another mark of the Kindred now picked up by a Proof as they move forward, pushing Pomi away, but a nice pillar comes in. The attempt to kill comes out, and he nearly gets a couple. Evan Herald gets 2 kills picked up for the team. Now Pomi has to run. The 2 for 2, a great pillar stops the retreat away and nothing else to do. That's a 5 for 2 in favor of UBC.
And a triple kill for Bobjin. 4-0-3. He picked the LeBlanc in game 1. It didn't work out for him against the GP. And now he's going back to that champion. Full confidence in it. Proof.
Three turret shots.
A little bit too antsy. Everybody's like, okay, we'll just walk up and get the turret. And nope, little too early. Like literally fractions of a second.
Yeah. It's okay. Comes out with a turret and a very good team fight to watch this one come out.
Yeah, Evan RL flashes towards Proof here to try and kill him, but Proof flashes away at the same time. So it ends up burning Evan RL, and he's not even doing the damage to that backline there. He actually double hits a ward twice too. I believe that's attack move. He used his E and then attack moved at the same time.
Yep.
And because of the pillar, he thought he was going to be in a different place.
I think so.
So it bumped him back a little bit there. So really lost DPS there from Evan RL in multiple seconds of that fight, whereas the rest of it was just being cleaned up there, and Bobjin was doing work. He's diving in and actually snapping back pretty frequently.
And then the quick cleanup right there by Bobjin. Yeah, got 3 kills out of 5 in that fight, and now a Void Staff done means he's got pretty heavy target agnosticism, can pick anyone he wants and do very meaningful damage to it. As you mentioned before, West is moving towards that Spirit Visage. The Spectre's Cowl's picked up on him. Healing is definitely a large portion of what Maokai's tank stats do. Like, that's where his tankiness comes from, is that sap magic. So if he can get that buffed up with the Spirit Visage, he'll be in a better spot. Daijer, similar situation for him. He's already got that one done.
I actually think he completes Frozen Heart before he completes Spirit Visage.
Really?
I think so. There's way more physical damage dealers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just wonder what his actual build's going to be. I can kind of see it working on both ends. I do want to see, though, Frozen Heart. Double Marksman is definitely a really big deal.
I think you go Frozen Heart, and then I don't know if you get Spirit Visage at that point, or you go towards your Randuin's. Possibly Thornmail, but I think Randuin's is just really good.
I'd rather see Randuin's. I think he needs to live more than do damage, honestly.
The thing is, there's more people with crit.
Exactly. More reason to go Frozen, like, for Randuin's. Like, I really think you shouldn't, because Thornmail, you're paying a lot for the unique passive. Like, it's not immediately efficient just on armor. This one, yeah, unfortunately, we will get ourselves in the game shortly. I don't know if we can get the players to pause for us, but this time around, we are missing.
The gameplay unaffected.
That's fair.
They will continue on. But, yeah, I actually haven't seen that with Ziggs on it. Always saw,
got updated.
I've seen the other one.
Yeah, players still going. You can hear them, well, see them calling shots back and forth, going for the next play right there. But it was, for a while, a lead then for UBC. The early game was very, very close. You saw Robert Morris University play a lot closer of a game than it was in game 2. But once again, we saw better team fights come out from the blue side. Proof cutting over the Dragon Wall. Heatwaves are getting 1 million damage down, and their tanks just being tankier.
And both teams were actually quite even before that fight happened. And then it just kind of blew up, and UBC ended up going really hard in that one, getting a triple kill for Bobjin. You could tell things are getting pretty intense up there.
Yeah, I'm sad that we're missing it right now, but players are going at it back and forth. Looks like what is a team fight. A lot of intensity on their faces, and it's actually cool. We don't get to see these camera shots very often, like the full screen player cams during the game. It's actually fun watching him just sort of super animated. You can see, yeah.
Oh, by the way, 2 people are dead.
There
now
was a
3.
team fight that UBC won. I'm sorry, guys, that we missed it. Sorry for the crash, sorry for the delay, but we are back into this one. And it's UBC now with a 4,000 gold lead and an attempt at Baron with only Pomi and EvanRL alive. And it's going to be the attempt at a miracle steal, but he's on top of a ward, goes in, 2,000 health left on Baron. UBC has to play this one right. They're going to burst him down. They get the kill picked up. They're going to get the pick up on a Baron.
Oh.
Nicely played there, UBC.
So many stacks going over to Proof as well. I think he's at 8 now.
He might be.
Not 100% sure on that one, but I heard 2 go through, and Baron was marked as well, and that usually doesn't happen until you have 6.
So
There
here's
we go.
that fight.
So yeah, there's going to be a couple flashes blown here.
Especially RMU flank, they're on the wrong
West
side.
flashes forward. Here comes the TP in. I think it's going to be a flash from Gillette, and he's going to try to get something done here.
That was a good general to stop
West
long damage.
Wow, West ended up going into the team.
I think he went.
Did
he go for
flashes away.
Bobchin?
Gillette ulties himself.
But he's alone doing this. Yeah, they're just out of health.
Oof. Good pick up there, and then the trail off there. And yeah, once again.
Flash Q, nice by 734.
Getting into the choke point there without your Lissandra, and then the Janna ulti from Mini Bestia ended up it actually looked like it ended up hurting because West had used his W on somebody, and he got pulled back into that fight. So it wasn't disengaged because there was a little bit of miscommunication there.
That's kind of the rough situation is, West is honestly not that tanky at the end of the day. Going that early QSS to handle the Trundle steal means he spent 1,300 gold on 25 magic resist. Turns out that's not very gold efficient. And for the rest of the team, he's able to get kind of chipped down just to counteract what Didgeridoo is doing with the R button. Top lane now getting focused down pretty hard. UBC with a lot of control thanks to the Baron buff. 12 kills to 6, 5 turrets to 3, 2 dragons to 1, and a 9,000 gold lead almost. Really huge advantage here for the blue side.
Yeah, I'm loving this Runedance Hurricane too for Proof. Rather early on, we see some Phantom Dancers. We see some people who actually go for the Moth or Sterix, right? But yeah, I like this build. This is the one that you see in solo queue when you actually get a lot of stacks early on. I think it's the preferred build.
Grab the Hurricane, do ridiculous damage with your on hits, and yeah, Proof is going to be a huge threat.
Stacks.
Even though he's 0-2 and 8, doesn't have any kills, you know he's putting out some very serious damage here in these team fights.
Yeah, he's got 8 stacks, which I believe is 10% because it's 1.25.
Yep.
He's got 10% of your current life is physical damage.
Plus, what, 60 from Devour itself?
So the Runedance Hurricane is an incredibly efficient buy in this situation in team fights.
15 from the Hurricane, unique passive as well. He's got multiple hundred damage on hit before you even include his basic attack damage.
Oh yeah. Also depends on if he's Fervor or not, which it does look like he is because I don't see any Strength of Ages stacks on him.
Yep, that means even more damage and
even more reason to go.
Yep.
For the Runedance.
I forget if Fervor stacks up 1 at a time or 3 at a time with Hurricane. I know Rage plays 1 at a time, but I forgot what Fervor is. I think it's 3 at a time.
It's 3.
Yeah, I think it is too. So that's going to stack up pretty much immediately, and it's going to be ridiculous damage. I mean, you can see West has some flash just from a Trundle pillar. That thing has a huge range, and West no longer has flash for 4 minutes.
That's going to be really big too, because West had used his previously. He had Distortion.
Look at that damage on Gillette.
Yep. He even has the Abyssal Scepter, so
it doesn't matter. Look at the Magic Pen out from Bobchin.
Yeah, the Abyssal Scepter on himself. Spell penetration boots, and then the Void Staff basically makes that completely null. The Abyssal Scepter basically doing nothing, and this is an exposed inhibitor in the top lane after Gillette got chunked out. And it's a level 16 Bobchin, so he has that rank 3 ultimate. Yeah. Evan!
Oh, poop!
Okay.
Hex Drinker was popped.
Yeah, it was.
Would have been at 100 health if not for that one. Didgeridoo gets the kill on the West, though. The Maokai is dead. But he was trying to keep the team alive, but he's got to be careful because there is a Kinder right in front of him. Proof running forward for more damage to do. Mid lane is already dead as well as Gillette is gone. Zonas wasn't even completed yet. Ulti didn't mean anything. And that will mean top inhibitor goes down. This could be a swift victory now in Game 3 for the University of British Columbia. They dropped Game 1. But Game 2 and 3 look all about them as they knock down one of the Nexus turrets, and they're still going.
Yeah, UBC, the defending champions, they're going to go straight towards this. We're going to see here Pomi.
Big flash knock, but Bobchin gets out of this one. Now Proof of the front lines. Maw is popping to be totally fine to keep doing some damage. Pomi runs away with only about 100 health left. UBC will get away cleanly, hops to their teammates. One Nexus turret down and a huge lead, over 10,000 gold up.
And also an inhibitor down, so Bobchin able to just Distortion away. Multiple unkilled members here on UBC, DJJ and Bobchin. That's the ultimate from Pomi. Gonna go try to pick up that dragon in the meantime. Yeah, and West just gets dropped very quickly. DJJ, looks like he used the ultimate, and then they just tried to blow him up rather quickly. Despite the QSS being on West, he's still the target that you want to use it on. and Evan RL getting chunked out, has to back off. And that was just really, really swift. It was just one fell swoop.
Yeah, really impressed with the exhausted coming through. All that was wonderful. And now, you think that a drag can come back for RMU. They'll grab their second one. They should be able to steal it away in time, despite the recalls and the health bars of UBC. There's some elements still coming through for Robert Morris University, but they're still down 10.8 thousand gold. They're down an inhibitor. They're down a Nexus turret. There's not a lot going well for them. 734 picks up a Zerat portal just to kind of continue the wave pressure and make sure that they can keep pushing to try to close this game out before too terribly long.
I like that too. It's good resistances for the Braum. Pop it down. You don't need too much HP, and you get wave pressure too. So yeah, I think we haven't seen as much of it lately. It's kind of gone back into obscurity. People aren't really buying it at all.
Yeah.
But I like it here when a support gets to the late game, can actually afford it. Yeah. But where is this? Is it going to make it all the way down? Is it going to make it?
I'm pretty sure it'll make it down to the inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll make it there.
But this is where I think...
Just barely. Oh, minion.
I think they'll be fine. Over time, it'll get up there as long as the minion wave gets cleared out. But I think this is where items should live is, look, it's an item, like this, the type of item that Zerat Portal is a situational item. And you should want to buy it when it's the right time for it. West, though, running out of health so rapidly, down to 1,000 HP. Pomy's caught out, did not need to be there. Down he goes, a killing spree for Bobchin. 7-0 and 5 on him. Make it godlike, actually. Gillette forced run away, still gets stunned. Now there's the flash engage, there's the follow-up, and another one goes in for proof. Finally, his first kill of the game, 11 assists on him, but certainly had a great Kindred game here, and now the minion wave is on to the Nexus turrets. The team is on there as well. It's a 5v3 to close one out. That should not be any problem at all. And 34.5 minutes in, the University of British Columbia are one win away for being the collegiate champions of 2016.
Two-time champions.
Potentially.
The team has been incredibly dominant, and I know that DJJ has been on it for about 3.5 years now. And if he wins, it may be his last collegiate game. I know he's talking about moving on and putting the game behind him. Yeah. Going out on a win would be huge for him.
Definitely.
But UBC as a whole, they're trying to establish that this was the best collegiate team of all time.
Well, back-to-back championships, certainly a way to do that. It's certainly been a very impressive run by these guys. Okay, they dropped one game so far in the final, but the last two have looked honestly very good, even if they're given tough competition in the early game. Even if that looks a little bit shaky and you're seeing these small leads for RMU, their coordination's on point, they're making some good plays. The individual standouts are there. Bobchin was something like 7-0 and 7 by the end of that game. Like, honestly, good individual performances, good team play, it's all there.
Yeah, they have great individual performances. A lot of these guys could be on challenger teams if they wanted to.
Sure.
And that's one of the big appeals of, you know, collegiate is that you don't have to be a professional player and you can actually work towards if you want to actually have a different career.
And I'd actually heard a couple of these players talk to me about that, like I was like, hey, is it like, do you play collegiate challenge at the same time? I was like, I'm pretty sure. I don't know the rules for sure, but a lot of these guys are like looking to get into that competitive streak, and we'll see if they can find some more success in their future. But for now, of course, it's about the current best of 5, where UBC's leading 2-1. And to break that series down a bit more, let's head it over to Dash and the guys.
That's right, Freak. University of British Columbia taking control of this series, 2-1 now. But we got to jump right into the draft here because, again, we've seen more adjustments. We've seen RMU going back to the Nidalee Rise Echo Band saying we don't want to deal with that bully in the top lane. Instead, we're willing to give you a power pick Kindred jungle.
This is a very intricate draft, I'd say, is the word for it. Like, so they give up the Kindred first because they think the Echo is a bigger problem, and then they instantly take the Maokai Lysandra, which gives both soul laners given away. There's no more flexing with those. You know exactly what's coming. And then UBC decides to just take their bot lane right away. Right. Which I don't really see the reason to. You can take, like, let's say you want that Trundle 100% into Maokai, basically. Take the Trundle there with the Sivir, or even just something else. You know, you can take the mid lane there, and then the Trundle's a flex between your support and your top. Right. And you can keep trying to play this mind game instead of just giving away so much information.
I feel like you almost have the opportunity to counterpick all 3 lanes and get like an ultra power pick in the jungle for UBC, but instead you're giving them full information. Like, this is my bot lane, counter pick it, and it's like almost insulting. It's like, oh, they think they're the best lane in collegiate. Well, here's the bot lane, prove it, and they didn't. I thought that.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So how do you feel about the Lucian Janna as the response?
You want to take this? Go for it, Mark.
Sure. Like playing with Piglet, very very dominant player. Like. You know, he wants his attention bot lane when he thinks he's going to smash it. This is a lane they should have smashed, honestly. Like, the Janna was a really good pick in my mind. You have enough engage already with the with the Lysandra Maokai. The Rek'Sai is another tank, so you have enough tank your support going Jen is a really good pick there. It's just going to be a little extra disengage and safety for your team as well as providing a good laner. You need to pick an AD carry that's going to like be able to smash Sivir, and there's a lot up. Like Kallista's a really good one. You can go Jhin, you can go Caitlyn, I think, which would have been the best choice here. And instead they go Lucian, who can beat Sivir, but it's a lot harder to do than the rest of those picks. And you can see that they just couldn't do it with Lucian. I don't know why they had to do that.
Yeah, I think as the draft progressed, like I saw the LeBlanc pick and I saw the Sivir, and I was like, wait a sec, doesn't Caitlyn do really well?
Yeah.
Caitlyn like counters LeBlanc out of lane because she's like the longest range AD carry. If you're ult her, half her health is gone in the mid game, especially with Janna's shield. Like you can never get the solo kill, and her range is like such a hard threat for the other team to cross.
And I was really excited once we started moving into the game because we get this level 1 that we've been seeing UBC do over and over, and I've been saying I don't think it's that good of a level 1. And here, RMU should have been able to punish it extremely hard, because what ends up happening when you start your jungle and top on the same side as your AD carry and you get called with this lane swap is that your top laner has to TP bottom. And then what I think should have happened was RMU should have had their jungler and top start on the far side from their AD carry, and then they can clear up, you drop wards, you have this bot lane counter pick in the lane it wants to be, you drop wards for them so they can bully as hard as they want. You have TP advantage now as well because the other guy had to TP down there, and they should have just rocked that lane.
Right, instead he had to run all the way down, choosing to save his teleport, but that meant he lost out on farm. We saw him get pushed in pretty hard early on that Maokai.
I think one of the biggest things is that Proof actually just played the early game super well.
Yeah.
Like he was able to pressure really well. The entire reason why Lucian wasn't able to bully. Lucian Janna probably should have been able to bully regardless, but the enemy jungler wasn't ever able to walk with the support to get wards on that side, so they were never able to fully control the side to just let the bot dual lane shove in on each other. So because of that, I think Sivir actually came out of lane even, which is terrible. If you can early pick it, get counter pick on both champions and still come out even, then like
that's a
you
win.
Messed up. Yeah, you messed up really bad.
And then, of course, we saw the early, as you mentioned, Proof had a great early game, visiting that mid lane very early on, blowing the flash TP, getting Bob Chin an early advantage on that LeBlanc into a Lissandra of all things. And then we saw Bob Chin just kind of go off. Many kills picked up. He was dealing insane amounts of damage. We saw just one spell rotation, zeroing Lissandra out or forcing her back to base over and over and over again. It made sieging very easy for them.
Yeah, and I mean, for more of that Proof was doing, he went bot lane too and shoved the Maokai off that wave and like was able to deny a ton of XP.
Right.
It should have snowballed that lane a little bit harder, but he also had that red buff contest that was also really well done, which kind of sparked UBC's first big play of the game.
Yeah, I thought he was there to force all the action for the team. And I love seeing like lots of action. It means the game's progressing more and more. And I mean, he was there when they got triple killed bot lane, but that was just like a mistake, you know? But he at least was there on the side to force the play.
So real quick, going into game 4, your RMU, backs against the wall. You got to win this one to extend it to 5 games and have a shot at that trophy, at that title. What do you do? Because you're stuck on red side again. This was your choice. This was your doing. So how do you give yourself some wiggle room here in this game 4?
I kind of feel like they dug themselves a grave. Like, you think you're giving away this Nidalee, but Proof shown he's like, he's going to carry an early game on it. And so you drop that, you would give back the Echo. The Echo did amazing game 2. So, like, you really are in a tough spot where, like, you're going to get kind of screwed by the first pick. And then from there, you know, maybe they can adjust their draft to be a little bit better.
Is there a point where you just leave all of those up?
I think.
Oh my God.
It was kind of, Freak was talking about it in the theory crafting, you know, of it all, saying like, hey, leave all the power picks up, only target ban specific people, and just trade power picks.
I mean, I think Proof proved that he's an amazing jungler. Like, he's at least better than the other junglers. So like, if you give a better jungler Nidalee, like I would put money on the Nidalee 100 times.
There's a chance you can say, all right, let's drop the Nidalee, let's drop the Rise, or drop the Echo, keep the Rise, throw in a Sivir ban, and then like something else, maybe the Braum.
I think honestly, their adjustment should be they take the Caitlyn and they just bait the LeBlanc pick. I think the Lissandra into LeBlanc is great actually. I think maybe instead of Nahlis or Maokai, they take Nahlis instead, but I think Maokai is great for it too. I think the only adjustment they take is the Caitlyn, and they try to play it out normally because maybe they're able to win from there. I don't know, though, because it's still very, very difficult. I don't think they've shown that they can handle this jungle, and if they can somehow even out the jungle matchup, it might be possible with the Caitlyn adjustment.
All right, I got to move us along. We got to get to a break before we get to Game 4 of this series. RMU, can they run it back and extend to a Game 5? We'll find out in just a few. Stay with us.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is what's on the line here today. The championship, the trophy, the title of winners of the University League of Legends Campus Series 2016. And we are here coming into Game 4 between the University of British Columbia and Robert Morris University. UBC up 2-1 though. One more game, they hoist that trophy, they win the whole thing.
Yeah, and once again, blue side for UBC, red side for RMU. And hoisting that trophy could be two-time back-to-back champions for UBC with the exact same roster.
Yeah. Honestly, it's always impressive. Anytime you win the same thing twice in a row, it's always a really big deal here. You can see a little bit of stress in the faces here of RMU. They know their backs are up against the wall. They had won that first game. And then as soon as UBC made a few adaptations, it got a whole lot worse from there. You're going to see the picks and bans come through. The Rise is maybe left up here. The Nidalee and Kindred still on the table. Now I want to see if the Graves ban still comes through for UBC, or if they ban something else, and see if they have to adapt anything. They will do the same 3 bans as their last game. And the question is it Rise? No, it's Maokai. So Rise and Echo left up. We'll see if that Rise can be contested. Still the Echo first pick, so
good call.
Yeah, if you're willing to play Rise, now is the time. Bobchin has had it banned against him 6 times in a row. No, RMU gonna play something entirely different. Cyberbrom for themselves. And a lot of different things are left up now. They've, to their credit, at least they're changing things up. It's a really big deal.
Yeah, but here's the thing, is you can pick Rise, and you can flex both of them. Echo and Rise are both flex picks here, so UBC could actually pick up both champions, pick up maybe even a jungler right now that's high priority that's left, like Gragas. You can get something that I don't think Evelyn would be the champion, but I think it's Elise.
Well, okay, Elise is the early grab here. Trundle still in the mix. Rise still not being taken here, so those 6 bans in a row so far not revealing anything underneath them, actually.
Yeah, this is actually quite insane. The Rise ban was up there twice, and this might just prove RMU, you know, if they go 3-1 in this series and UBC ends up taking it, RMU are going to have to, you know, you'll have nightmares about those first 2 bans.
Sure, certainly.
Like, that ends up happening. You're just like, man, we should have just deviated earlier. We knew they didn't want to play it.
Yeah, anytime, honestly. And this is something that was brought up on the analyst desk in the first round of games. Is a lot new going in. Okay, so Ken has picked up. That's cool. But yeah, in a best of 5, actually testing your opponents, testing your theories on what they actually play, I think is a big deal. Especially if you're not swapping sides, you have to play the same champ select over and over.
Played champion for West Coast carry in solo queue. Yes, it is. It is most played champion here. So West is saying, you know, our backs are up against the wall here. We're going to play something that has a little more team fight to it. Sivir, Braum, Kennen. A lot of team fight there. A lot of potential to actually crush lane.
And this is important. What 7-3-4 picks here is important because Trundle and Echo are flex picks. You could play a more aggressive support, something like a Janna, and try to help Lucian win the lane, but he's going to actually take the Trundle, play the defensive lane matchup, sit there and just try to farm with the Lucian as they pick, once again, a blind pick LeBlanc.
So Trundle to the top lane, Echo to the mid lane. Or sorry, Trundle to the bot side, Echo to the top, LeBlanc to the mid lane. So they once again have somebody who's going to shred with the Trundle, but there's really no tank on the team of Robert Morris University. And
Zed
nice.
Comes through. So Gillette playing another new champion here. Zed coming in for the matchup against LeBlanc. And this is going to be, I think, an incredibly pickle matchup.
And the reason they get to do this is because they have an AP top laner now.
Yep.
We don't see a whole lot of AP top laners. We see something to do magic damage, like Nautilus, Maokai, and Echo. Rise being the meta top laner right now that is AP, and then sometimes Lissandra. But the Kennen being thrown in there, hopefully Robert Morris University, for their sake, have practiced this type of composition before. Because they're split pushed involved in this if Gillette gets an advantage over Bobchin. Because you also know that DJJ is going to be building versus the Kennen.
Right.
So if you get a small advantage early and then you swap and you make it so that Gillette is your split pusher, you can probably kill the Echo too.
And that's kind of a thankful thing here for RMU is they have a split push with magic damage, split push with physical damage, and if DJJ builds against this Kennen, he's got no items against the rest of them, one of the only tanks on the squad. So that's going to be something to watch for, how their itemization goes, how their lane assignments go, how the matchups all go. But this is going to be, I think, an explosive game for Robert Morris University. Their backs against the wall, a huge change in their champion select. They leave the Rise up, didn't actually hurt them at all. They steal away the bot lane that had been so good for UBC earlier in the series, and now they've brought in Zed to fight LeBlanc.
Want to see how that works out for Gillette here. 2 assassin players in the mid lane. It's always quite explosive when we have those types of matchups, and I love watching them. The jungle has also been that matchup that's been lopsided, but with 3 junglers banned out, it's back to Elise and Rek'Sai here. Kind of want to see where they go, because I think that for RMU, you want to get Zed an advantage, but LeBlanc is a little difficult to gank. And then for UBC, you kind of want to actually go towards that top lane, in my opinion. I think you really want to go after that Kennen, get Echo a small advantage early, and then you can pretty much go wherever you want.
Well, we'll see where they go, because we are into game the 4th and what could be the final of this matchup here. University of British Columbia 2-1 up against Robert Morris University here. The uLoL Campus Series Finals right here, right now at PAX East in Boston. And let's see how it's going to play out. They've swapped AD carries. They've somewhat swapped supports here. UBC, they've won 2 games in a row, looking to make that a 3rd and close it out right now.
Heat waves in a row.
Sivir actually walked in a way that actually got her revealed when Braum could have queued over the wall. I think it was a small misplay by Evan RL, but they're going to go for the aggressive invade to the bot side of the map. Thinking, hey, let's meet up and defend against this.
They want the lane swap wards.
Right. Defensive triggers coming all through the jungle here to really spot out what RMU might be doing. And RMU aren't actually warding all that aggressively. It's just getting vision over the jungle.
Yeah, that's not standard lane swap wards at all. So
not really.
That's just checking the, like that one right there that you have in the back of red bush, in the banana bush. Not really required at all. I like the one in mid because you're going for an invade, but I still actually don't like it in this scenario from the way that you invaded. So yeah, that's a little awkward. They're not going to be able to see anything. That gives them actually 0 vision right now, but now there they go. They didn't actually have knowledge, so yeah, they walked up there.
Okay, Lucian Trundle going to be taking Krugs. Pomi just going to be taking solo leash on Gromp. No one's actually helping him take that. So he's going to be losing a bit of health, and West actually is forced to summon or teleport to get to the top side. Beat up against Daijager, who did leash for a proof here. I think that's actually a slight advantage overall for UBC.
I don't know if UBC know about it, though.
The teleport being used?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing for sure.
They didn't have vision on the side.
Well, you can see teleports in Fog of War, so if he was hovering over the turret at the time, he would see the teleport come in, but
yeah, he was
that would
helping
be
with the leash on Gromp.
Right.
So.
Very unlikely, essentially.
Yeah.
Theoretically possible, but I doubt it happened. We can see Kennen versus Echo, the top lane fight. And the question is, how much can West's Kennen deny here? And how fast can Pomi get through the jungle? Proof actually got a small leash, and actually, Pomi leaving up the blue buff, going for a different kind of jungle route. Gromp, Wolves, then red buff.
It's how Rek'Sai's do things. Rek'Sai's will you either clear your full red side, try for a gank, because you'll be level 3, go mid or top, and then you go to your blue and hand it off. That's a lot of what we'll see here. I'm assuming Pomi is going to go for take this route, and then he makes the decision to go top, mid, or he ends up going for his Raptors, because Raptors are actually quite easy to kill with Rek'Sai and this route as well, since you have the Gromp buff. You pretty much kill them instantaneously.
Well, something to watch for then, as the Rek'Sai hits level 3, Elise the same, and Elise heading now towards the bottom side of the map with red buff in tow. This wave is going to be close whether it pushes or not. There's 1 minion left alive, and the wave will not push in very far. A little bit, a couple steps forward actually. Evan RL is a little bit farther than Equilibrium. And you can see they're now playing very far back, giving respect to what Elise could be, which is right here. Nice Trundle pillar, and the exhaust comes in as well. Early summon he'll burn, and Evan RL's in a bad spot. Does flash away finally from the cocoon, but lost a lot for that one. Actually, I'm not sure if Evan RL even learned Spell Shield.
No, he's level 2.
Well, so Pro Servers learned Spell Shield at level 2, actually.
Oh, because
the question is,
they take Ricochet level 1?
Yeah, either way, you full stop learn Spell Shield level 2. Like,
okay.
Because of the threat of being dive, because of how team fights can go, you just do it, period. And it's just like the better choice. Gillette actually getting to outplay the W a little bit, but now going to get rooted up. This is not a good spot for him. Cocoon's going to land full range from Proof. Gillette is already ignited. He's going to be going down. First blood comes in for the UBC jungler.
And the counter pick in mid lane, Bobjin outplayed that, went back to his shadow, or back to the distortion location, and dodged both shurikens from Gillette. Gillette not able to actually get away from the chain, gets rooted up, and the follow-up there from Proof.
Nice bit of damage done, though, on the bot side of the map. You're seeing them trade back and forth right now, though. Heat Wave's up 5 minions in the matchups. Got to feel pretty good for the Lucian. Evan RL and Mini Bestia were able to trade a bit on the Trundle, but not get all that much done. Proof actually gets around the Rek'Sai tunnel And he's going to be trying to get behind West. They should know he went topside jungle. Here comes the Dieter stun attempt. Gets a bit of damage on a West. He's able to kite away from all that. Gonna flash it. Didn't even have the flash cocoon though. A minion was there in time. But even just the thought that Proof was there, forcing a flash.
Yeah, you can see the pressure that Robert Morris University are under right now. That just looks like a play where you're not actually just concentrating on it. West was too focused on dodging the parallel convergence, and then immediately afterwards, yeah.
Now, unfortunate for Robert Morris University as UBC are getting farther and farther ahead. An 800 gold lead for the blue team here, which is more than just the first blood gold. It's winning your lanes as well. And the game is maybe slipping away from the Eagles here. They won game 1, but it hasn't looked as good since then.
They won game 1 off of the 80 carry, and now Evan RL has been put on champions like the Ezreal, and then also having his Twitch and Kog'Maw banned down is just, it's not as effective. The Lucian.
No, it's not.
And it just seems like RMU have put a lot into Evan RL carrying their games in the past, and now he's on those standard more meta champions. It's really something that the rest of the team can't really seem to play around too much. So there's a lot on West's shoulders and Gillette's to actually deliver in these team fights and split push.
All right, this is definitely a team where other people can carry, and in fact, in the game they won, they had a Gangplank who was at least a part of their damage. So going to be a team effort here for RMU, and it's been the story the whole season long, really, is this was the team with all the effort put in, with the staffing, with the preparation, and having the right teamwork here is going to be very important. Blue buff will be given over to Gillette at level 5. Proof will try to steal, but he won't get there in time. Shuriken comes in, 58 gold, and the walk back to the lane. LeBlanc can try to shove in. West continue to try to do battle with Dieter, but not actually landing a lot of his skills. As he moves towards the Abyssal Scepter, he'll at least have resists for the solo laners and jungle, and maybe can push through.
This is actually pushing towards DJJ. He can freeze it if he wants to. Tank Echo has an okay time doing that. You clear out some of those casters. Everybody is roaming towards that top side here. Two members, Proof and Bobchit, and they have to clear out the pink. And look at how far back West has to go. He goes all the way back to his turret. He actually starts backing now.
Looks like he's got to, at the very least for him, the top lane is actually reset, not frozen under the turret, so he won't lose too incredibly much, but it's still not the ideal situation for him. Gillette gonna recall back as well, looking for a Hex Drinker.
Oh,
West will burn the teleport to get back up there. That is teleport advantage now for several minutes.
Yeah, all he got to buy were boots and pink wards and some potions, so not backing with a lot in his pockets there. It's still sitting on very, very little damage on this Kennen.
And Proof just setting up a camp in this top, and you can see he's got the Tracker's Knife, so he's got a couple of wards to help track what could be going on. He knows the Raptor camp is still up. He took away the Krugs himself, which means they know Pomi has to be towards the bot side, at least for now. Proof makes his way back up.
Proof's doing the same thing he did before. Get Tracker's Knife, run into the enemy jungle, ward up his red with your trinket, then ward up the other sides of it. Make sure that you put one in his Raptor camp too from the mid lane so that it constantly gets popped. This right here, West gonna have the face check.
Cocooned in the face, takes plenty of damage here. He's gonna keep doing damage, pops the ulti, which doesn't really mean very much. At least just repels and doesn't seem to care in the slightest. I'm not sure why he even pressed R. He could have just jumped away. That's a 2-minute cooldown missing. Evan RL has to respect.
Just go for the lightning rush right here because he
no Proof's there. He's got to smite this properly. Foamy gets it, but now he's taking some damage. He does have a level lead though over Proof. He got the attack from learning the ultimate.
He's got red too, so
yeah,
Proof,
he's forcing Proof out.
There's no TP as well.
West. But he can. Oh wow, he actually wasn't able to repel away. I don't know if it was cooldown or what, but Heatwaves could get stunned up. Exhaust was on. Will get stunned up under the turret. But here come the teleports. And keep in mind, there was no counter TP available for West. They've got to run. They will go to the left. That is the right choice to go. Meet up with Zed. Get away from the Echo teleport coming in. This will be a 3v3, maybe a 3v4 in the jungle. Rek'Sai and Ken is still coming down. Thankfully for RMU, Elise was far. Proof couldn't join, and they will get away cleanly with the teleport burned by Dieter. Missing a lot of gold XP for that.
You see Mini Bestia, a little bit of a sigh of relief there. And Gillette was able to actually get a little bit of an advantage over Bobchin in pressure and get to that side first. Because if Bobchin had roamed before the Zed, you're completely cut off. At that point,
super done.
Yeah, at that point, Evan RL has to like flash the Dragon Pit, and then Mini Bestia has to W to him.
And even then, there's still the threat of getting cut off by the Echo with the parallel convergence. Oh, Gillette will be able to jump away with the Shadow. Range buff from a few months ago, coming in to help a little bit. West, though he's been attacked by several ganks right now, he's been the one getting hit several times by Proof. He's actually keeping equal to Dieter, so West able to stay afloat in the matchup at the very least. Gillette this time around, gonna death march to try to get away from all this. Gets pulled back in the mini line, doing plenty of damage here. Wants to get the damage across, not quite gonna do enough. Jumps back towards his turret.
Yeah, didn't have the shuriken up for the death mark. He wasn't able to multiply the damage from it. Maybe that would have been enough if it had been a Shadow and a Q.
Yeah, the double shuriken hit maybe could have been enough, but not
He
the
also
case
didn't
here.
ignite.
Right, yeah, I think he knew he wasn't in kill range anyway. West and Dodger trading blows once again. Spectre's Cowl now dead for the Echo, makes it much easier to survive the lane matchup, which gets a lot of bonus regen every time he gets harassed. And looks like 734 trying to stop the Rift Scuttle from being killed. And
I'm surprised he doesn't go take it himself. It was really low. But no, he's got other things in mind. Oh,
he's just tracking Rek'Sai, and Pomi, sad face, not going to get much done. He might have enough for Cinderhulk now, but Proof already running around with his Runic Echoes enchant, so gotta feel pretty good being the Elise. That kill definitely nice to have. Rek'Sai only gets Bomby's Cinder. Still no jungle enchant. Evan now getting hit up with some damage, but now comes the attempt at the play. No teleports available, but a lot of damage on the 734. Gets stunned up, gets Braum ulted, and doesn't seem to care anymore. Gillette getting poked down. Hexdrinker is in inventory though, so he can survive another all-in against Bobchin. Here's the flash engage, the attempted play to go in for this one. Gets the knock-up of Bobchin. There's no death mark available though, and it's just damage on a Pomi who goes down for the attempt. Now Proof is here, pops Hexdrinker, looking to get a little bit more damage to the red buff for the attack, and he gets it. Proof gets a second kill. 3-0 for UBC.
And immediately UBC shut down a lot of that split push potential.
Yep.
Mini Bestia, he's going to go mid, and that was a gank where Gillette did not have ultimate up. That was too desperate from RMU.
Yeah.
And Pomi, he's got Tremor Sense. I'm pretty sure he saw Proof right before he went in off on the left side with Tremor Sense and still committed to that gank.
Really rough stuff. The game is starting to unravel for RMU. West trying to win the fight, and yeah, you can see Pomi comes in. Mini Cocoon into Flash knockup.
Bobchin got a good chain on Pomi as well to get that damage. Ignite comes down, and then, yep, right on top of Pomi, and Gillette can't do anything about that. No ultimate is really kind of, that was, not kind of, it was greedy. It was incredibly greedy. I'm not sure why Pomi went for that, and it just seems like frustration at that point.
Yeah.
You've been ganking multiple lanes, you haven't been getting anything. You're getting counter jungled by Proof over and over again. So when you identify something that could be an opportunity, you kind of overhype it and say, this is the one, this is the opportunity.
Right. But yeah, wait 20 more seconds, that fight goes a whole lot better. West again in a battle with IJR, still trading farm pretty close to equal. Mid lane, unfortunately now for the red side, their Zed is 0-2, and honestly Bobchin getting pretty far ahead. That kill, that assist, Elise has plenty as well. Proof is pretty huge.
Yeah, Bobchin's just going to keep doing this over and over again to Gillette. Gillette's going for the full maw here. And in the jungle, Proof just has a large advantage over Pomi. It's mostly from getting his big camps, keeping eyes on him, and look at that, Pomi. That is also frustrating. Every time you get the Raptor buff, you're like, oh, well, it's not going to help me anymore now because this ward instantly just pops it. So
yep.
That is very frustrating.
Doesn't get to slink in, but they're going to go for the TP play on the bot side of the map. Can they find something here? Evan ulting forward. Here's the big stun coming out from West. The Braum to layer it, and they should be able to pick up heat waves. Yes, that's one. But DieJaJer's now in the fight. Will get stunned up, but he's inside his own zone. Gets a two-man stun plus the shield damage on the West. But a trade of TPs at least turns into a kill for RMU, so the attempt to make the plays is there.
Yeah, and I like that. This is what West needs to do. He had the needlessly large rod come through. He already bought the Null Magic Mantle, and so instead of going straight Abyssal Scepter, he says, I need the Zhonya. So we need to team fight. We need to have a 4-man unit that can actually deal damage. Ooh.
DieJaJer has ulti available, but it's on top of West right now. Takes a lot of damage. 734, one hit away, won't quite get killed off. And Proof just back in the topside jungle. He knows where everyone else is. He knows that part of the map is pretty safe for him. Pomi goes, oh, that got stolen away again.
So frustrating.
Yeah. And I think Pomi also chose the wrong target for the ulti. He was in the base and he came down around mid lane tier 2 when he could have gone topside and shoved the wave in. He knows both top laners are bot lane without teleport. That is a free wave that no one is getting golden XP for that neither jungler went to go to until now with Proof.
I think he was a little afraid because you saw Proof in the mid lane and Bobchin was able to roam back a little bit faster than Gillette, so it could have been a 2-man push. I think that's what he was a little bit afraid of. But
yeah, for defending a turret.
It ended up being
I see
rather wrong.
In case you're curious what the players look like.
It's UBC versus RMU.
Yep. You can see that on the bottom of your screen as well. The player cams are there. And we'll see just how much more they can do. Bobchin now to the top side of the map playing the split push game, but he's not built properly for the matchup, of course. It's a nearly, well, a Negatron Cloak West against an armor stacking Bobchin. Armor stacking, he's got an arm guard, that's it, but it's a slight advantage in favor of West.
It is stacking.
I mean, technically, yeah. Well, I think he might be done stacking. Armor stacked. I suppose is the proper conjugation of the verb now. But you're right, Zyrene, thank you for backing me up. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I got you sometimes.
Thanks. And Pomi will find that ward and slay it. Hungry for more than just Krugs. Ward's also on the menu.
What are wards made out of? I was about to say plastic, but like
it depends on the ward
It's
skin.
gotta be something else.
It depends on the ward skin. One's made out of banana,
metal, yeah,
wood, magic.
Made out of magic.
A lot of things are made out of magic in League of Legends. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's true. And then they leave debris, so they. I'm still trying to figure it out. We'll figure it out one day. Gillette though.
Looking for the play on Nitroger. A nice ulti in from Echo. He dodges Death Mark, and he's just winning the heads-up play. Now Ma's been popping. Gillette is running out of health. Doesn't even come close to winning the fight. Look how easy that fight was for DJJ. Well played by the UBC top laner.
And the smile on DJJ's face there. That's the smile of a man who's saying, all right, this game, we just have to play it by the book from here on out, and we have all the advantages we need. I was talking about possibly having that Zed get an advantage over the Echo. Well, they didn't get Zed anything. He's 0-3 right now. He was their split pusher. That's a large part of their strategy. And now it's on West and MNRL's shoulders to actually have these team fights work out because Gillette is so far behind. 2 levels, doesn't even have rank 2 ultimate. And DJJ just showed he can outplay that ulti.
Yeah, he's 2 levels behind both soul laners. Bob Chin hit 11, Nitroger is 11 as well. It's going to be a super tough uphill battle for Gillette. It's got to be carried by West and MNRL. He did get a TP into the bot lane. He got a kill with that one, but they weren't able to take down the bottom outer turret for that, even though they got the rest of those players very low on health. The Echo split push is paying off. You're seeing all the outer turrets start to fall here. As UBC tighten the screws, they are getting farther and farther ahead, nearly 5,000 gold up.
And RMU are afraid of what happened last year happening again, just one game different. Being second place one more time. And UBC, 2-time back-to-back champion. That's absolutely incredible. The same squad, different competition all throughout. They dropped some games to SFU, and they weren't challenged before that. Undefeated regular season for both of these teams. 3-0 in the semifinals for both of these teams. And RMU, I actually don't think they lost a single game. Not through playoffs
not through
either.
regular season, not
So
through
they
playoffs.
haven't dropped a single game until today. UBC possibly taking 3 off of them. And this might be the 3rd one and the last one for RMU this year.
Yeah, they had won, I believe, 21 games in a row heading in after game 1 of this final, but UBC cutting that one short and looking to make it all the way through the championship. Nitroger battling up against West, pulls the time winder up behind him, but still has plenty of damage to do. Pops Bastard one more time. West flashing away, pops his own ultimate, try to stun him up and get away, but Nitroger has already been stunned, so it's a really short one. Goes in, takes the kill down. This Echo will not be stopped. Mid lane under fire as well. A great pillar hitting up MNRL. Bit of damage coming through. Spell shields some of it, but this turret now very low on health. Lucian putting in the hits. That's going to be going down. 3 outer turrets are gone. Cocoon's going to land on a Pomi. But that Rek'Sai is tanky. He will survive with 1,000 health left.
A little bit of a weird ignite too. Not quite sure why that one went out for Mini Bestia, but he's not going to have that for this fight, and that's very important. You have to be able to stop Bobchin or somebody, and he just saw the back there too. So this turret, pretty much UBC's. DJJ.
The Q hit from Braum missed, sadly. He aimed too far forward. He thought Nitroger was going to dash through, I guess. And that slow could have meant a lot, actually. I think it could have forced the Echo ulti out if the slow was going to land, because it could have chained the stun with it. But
I'm actually a little surprised that he walked forward through the turret, too. That was
sure.
A little
but
crazy,
you know what?
too.
He's ahead, so it's not going to punish him at all.
Sure, you flex your muscles. Just
yeah.
demoralize
I will
the
walk
enemy
through
team
3
anymore.
people and a turret, and then just join my team again. That's how far ahead he is right now. Dragon number 2 picked up. UBC can keep pushing strongly with that buff here. As Echo makes his way towards the bottom lane, yet again, finding a split push to go through. And even with only an Iceborne Gauntlet for defensive tools against Zed, he is probably going to win that one-on-one easily in the heads up. MNRL 1-0, best score on his team, has the most farm on his team as well. He was the guy that was carrying them in the semifinals. It was all about him on Twitch and Kog'Maw. Even in the finals, his Kog'Maw won the first game of the series, but with those banned, RMU just don't have the same level of strategies that seems available to play the games the right way anymore. Sivir can carry. The right team fight can go well for MNRL.
If you peel for him with West, Gillette just needs to get back into this game. And he can't even split push against DJJ or Bobchin now. Bobchin has some armor under his belt, and DJJ decided, you know what? The damage that West is doing is actually very little. He just chased him down a lane, took multiple Qs, Ws, stuns, took an R. He's like, oh, okay, he does nothing. Time to build armor.
Yeah.
Let's build for the rest of the team and shut them down even harder. And you talk about how Sivir can carry. Well, it's going to be even harder now because DJJ looks like he's just going to go for even more.
Totally agree with you. It's going to be a difficult road for Robert Morris University, but they've got to somehow make that trek in this game. They're looking for the teleport plays. West and Pomi inside the base, looking for the teleports, looking for the ultimates to get in the flanks, but they have yet to find that opening. 734 helping to play the ward control game. They're taking over the top jungle, going back and forth between top lane and mid lane tier 2. Rotating back and forth using the sweeper, getting rid of all the vision. All the while, Daijager just slowly pushing down this lane, wearing that turret down. It's well below 1/3 now.
I don't think he can do anything about this. Iceborne Gauntlet's going to help him take these turrets rather quickly in West.
Just constantly throwing the poke out. West can't find his way in on this one.
That's also his defensive and escape tool, too, that he has to use to help wave clear. So it just gets scarier and scarier, and yeah, he's backing now.
He just has so few items. The Zonias and a Negatron Cloak. He was just in base. He's just got no items. Only 137 minions in a 21-minute game. He got the 1 TP for that 1 assist, but that was it. Gillette dropped down a half. Here comes the Herald. He's going for the play. Heat Wave's very far to the left-hand side. West is home guarding in. He's going to try to find the Lucian who flashes, but still's going to get stunned, and they will. Once again, find the kill. Pomi, I'm not sure why he flashed. That guy was guaranteed to die, so a waste of a summoner spell there. The over-aggression, at least they got the kill, but here's a TP coming in to defend the mid lane turret. It's a potential 5v4, except that Gillette's stuck inside his own side of the map, and West already recalled, so it's just a flash and a TP for a single kill, but they already lost bot lane tier 2. That's still worse for RMU.
Yeah, you trade turrets, and you actually trade flashes too, because Pomi blows his and so does Heat Waves, and then you trade top laner TPs, but it's 800 gold for that inner turret, and then you got, what, a 450 kill?
Yeah.
It's not worth it at that point. No. You didn't get anything off of it. Sure, maybe you stopped Heat Waves from CSing for his death timer, but at the end of the day, you gave up a lot of map pressure.
Yep.
This just looks like a little bit of desperation here from RMU, but I don't blame them. They're trying to make a play to try to get back in the game instead of having the slow bleed happen.
Right. You have to celebrate the fact they are making the plays. And strategically, it was the right choice to go for that kind of a TP play. It worked out. A teleport for a kill is good. It's supposed to give you map control, but just sadly, the execution wasn't quite there, and that's what the rub was, well, guess what? DJJ's already winning the split push game. That turret's already incredibly low. It's not hard to get that one down. And again, they're going to need to find another tourniquet, another sort of play to make to stop this bleed, to catch back up and sort of refuel themselves. Phantom Dancer done for Sivir. Honestly, would have liked Static Shift for better wave clear and just a more offensive tool, but either way, just 50 crit in for Sivir. That could mean good things with lucky ricochets. And if he goes towards Infinity Edge, if they can delay the next 3,500 gold to get Infinity Edge, Evan Arel will be absolutely massive. It's AP Elise, right? She's not very tanky. There's no armor items on the Trundle. There's, okay, Azonia's on LeBlanc, but who cares? She's still going to die to ricochets. The kills are possible. The UBC playing them out. Yeah, that Echo is
so
going to be hard. And yeah, it forces the flash away from West. He was unwilling to let himself get stunned, even in front of his own turret, and walks right back into range just to die. Pops the ulti, doesn't even care. Zonia's is not going to mean much. Time Winder, Summoner Heal used to keep him, and still pops him out of the turret. Now Evan Arel, can he even win the 1v1? I doubt it heavily. Putting in a bit of damage. Daijager comes in, won't actually find the shield.
That's
but
ridiculous.
That was multiple summoners burned, an ultimate or two, still wins a 1v2 with a kill and walks out cleanly.
And DJJ created a lot of his own advantage in this game. We saw proof he was ganking mid, and then I think he went up top, but the first kill, the first death for West was the chase down that DJJ had in that lane. And after he hit some item breakpoints, he was able to just constantly kill people. He ended up getting a solo kill on West, getting a solo kill on Gillette, and then getting one just now in the top lane.
Wow, so this is getting bad quickly for Robert Morris University. University of British Columbia constantly playing these lanes so well. Daijager, he's so far ahead, doing so well, just crushes West in this one.
Yeah, sure, he's Diamond 2 in solo queue, but this guy used to be a challenger player near the top of the ladder. He just started focusing on school a little bit more, and West, after flashing away, just gets destroyed here. The Zonias comes out, and Evan RL throws that out.
Oof. West keeps going forward.
right? Like, he flashes away, and then he's like, I'm going to walk in and Daidager and stun him. And then he gets away with the flash and the heal, and he's like, but I want to land my E. And it's just, it's not worth it. He's just getting chunked out by individual attacks. That was a very avoidable death.
Oh, nice check there.
Yeah, really smart there.
I had seen him walk through that already. Knew that he would probably be hanging out there, chilling by the red buff. I mean, he's been there pretty much the entire game. Proof got a lot of those early red buffs off of Homie.
Yeah.
And that's how you put people on tilt this entire time. Robert Morris University have just been bleeding. It's 10,000 gold lead now for UBC, the defending champion.
You never let them get their jungle. And thankful for him, there's catch-up XP in this game, so he was able to keep up in levels by just killing some jungle camps and stays at the median level of the game, but it's still not been a great thing for Pomi, who's getting pretty far behind. Trying to be tanky on this Rek'Sai, which is good because, well, they need a tank. They've got the champions for damage if they can get some gold for themselves, but a 10,000 gold lead for UBC, who are looking poised to make their back-to-back championship run here. The Dragon number 3 is just an easy piece of meat for Proof. 201 has the ability power, moving towards his next big tank item. Probably Randuin's my guess, but it really could be anything that builds out of health and armor.
Can be Deadman's Plate as well. It's kind of what we see is those movement speed Elises, where you have the Runic Echoes and you just try to get even more movement speed on top of it, so your Cocoon is basically a point blank.
It's practically targeted because you just walk at them until they die.
Exactly.
All right, Randuin's it is though.
Yep, looks like it is.
I can see both choices being good, but it was Randuin's just to be a bigger tank. And now you can do a repel into a guaranteed slow. That's fun too.
And then Rylai's afterwards. But anyway, Gillette's actually running out of options here because QSS came out for heat waves. DJJ showed that he'll dodge the ulti, and Bobchin has Zonias.
Yep.
So the Zed, Gillette, not only is he shut down in levels, well, he's getting shut down with item builds from UBC.
Right. Even if he was ahead, he wouldn't do very well here. So this Gillette Zed, unfortunately, not doing well for him in the slightest.
I don't think there's any answer to DJJ either. They're going to look for this play again.
TP flank coming in one more time, but West finds no one to hit, just gets ulted, and now they're going to camp the teleport, looking for the damage on a Daidager, plenty of damage on him, the Echo running around, and of course if the ulti gets out of the fight, a bit of time bought by West, but still going to get popped right there. Great kill picked up by Bobchin, and the re-engage comes through. Gillette forces a jump over the wall, Proof's on a killing spree after picking up another kill on the Sivir, make that 3 picked up as Heatwaves takes down the Zed, and Pomi is left alone on the backside, running away from Heatwaves, who chases in. He wants the kill, wants the fourth one, will get it with a crit, and it's Mini Bestia left alive, the only one surviving from RMU, but he does go down, the ace for Bobchin, and this could be the game-winning push, this series-winning push for UBC.
And UBC, different year, possibly the same result here. RMU in the finals against them, and they're going to take them down 3-1 if they continue this push.
20 seconds are the respawn timers. They've already taken the inhibitor itself. They are positioned to go for the Nexus. It will be a little bit tight. And if they're risk averse or not, yeah, they're going to switch in for the bot lane instead. Running past it, the mini wave is there, but no, I think they're going to go for the recall, honestly. Bobchin, yeah, the call was to go back. He's going to go ahead and back up here. Mid lane inhibitor dead, a lot of map control, and I think it makes sense. If this is the game-winning play, you know you're ahead. Don't risk the Nexus defense that gets you aced.
That's how they get back in the game. West, look at this, back and forth. Trundle Pillar stops him. 7-3-4 takes a little bit of his tankiness away, so he ends up zoning, but he doesn't have flash from the previous little fault up in the top lane where DJJ dueled him, and DJJ was keeping everybody occupied for so long in that middle of the fight. And then Gillette has to use his ultimate, and he just doesn't do any damage right now. This entire squad from RMU has just been shut down.
Yep. But overall, it was very well played by UBC this series. The adaptation from game 1, make sure to ban the cog and Twitch every single time, and it started to look really good for them. Their champs like pinches have gone well. They've constantly tried to pinch off junglers, then pinch off top-tier top laners, Echo or Graves or Kindred every single game, and it's honestly looked pretty good for them.
Yeah, they're taking the right one, too. Right. When you have Echo and Kindred up, or Echo and some other things, they're just going Echo every time. They're like, Echo, 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 every time. Rise up, who cares? Let's go Echo. And it's working out because DJJ is showing he is so aggressive on this champion. And like I said before, he's always been a leader. He's a team captain. If you look at the player cam, he's talking constantly as the shot caller of the team, and when your shot caller gets an advantage, he knows how to snowball. He's calling for those TP plays a little more often, and those engages they still confident in.
Oh, here comes the engage one more time. The flash in from West. This is the fight that could try to win him the game, but it's not going well at all. UBC crushing everybody now. Gillette's going to go down. That's 2. The middle inhibitor's already dead. They've already got a Baron buff. They're going for the championship right now. The Rampage comes through as everybody's falling down. It's only Evan RL left alive, and UBC just have to walk forward, look pretty, and auto attack to close this one out.
And that was a great engage there, and the Trundle pillar from 734 to cut off immediately after the flash from West. They're going to take these Nexus turrets, Freak, and they're going to take the championship 2 years in a row.
Congratulations to the University of British Columbia, your 2016 University League of Legends Campus Series champions.
Back-to-back championships for UBC. Same squad comes in again, defending champions, 3-1 against the same opponents last year. And you talk about how much coaching staff is back there for RMU, but right now, UBC, most dominant school, Collegiate League of Legends in North America, 2 years in a row.
And they're looking to leave the legacy. Back-to-back champions with the same 5 players. Of course, that can't go on forever as people graduate. Some choose to stick around being faculty for the team, be coaches, be analysts, work with them. But the players have certainly left their mark as back-to-back champions, and deservedly so. Hugs all around. They know they worked hard for this one. What a great win.
And once again, the Western Conference since the very beginning, University of Washington, followed by UBC, and QBC again, and then back in the day, UCI. 4 times in a row, 4 years, still the best.
And twice in a row, here it is, the University of British Columbia, the University League of Legends Campus Series champions. They dominated 2015, they dominated 2016. They are the best college in League of Legends.
Let's hear it for the 2016 uLoL Campus Series champions. Yeah, great job, everyone. Now, I just want to say congratulations once again. It wasn't a 3-0 this year. It was 3-1. Much more close games early on. Diverger, I heard from, through the grapevine that was your 3rd time playing Echo. Is that true?
Yeah, I never get him in solo queue. He's always banned.
Yeah? Well, you did fantastic. Your whole team was great. How does it feel to be champions once again?
I don't even know. Yeah, no words.
Exceptional. Bob J, what about you? How are you feeling?
Feels really good.
Very solid. You got LeBlanc. You played phenomenal. No pentakills this time.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right. Well, again, congratulations, everyone. Well-deserved win. Truly, the dynasty of British Columbia has been established. Congratulations, guys. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to go ahead and break that win down in just a bit.
There you have it again, ladies and gentlemen, a 3-1 repeat victory there for the University of British Columbia. Diverger said it. He wanted to make sure he left that university with their dynasty, with their legacy intact as being the best collegiate team in the history of League of Legends. And I'd say that having those 2 victories back-to-back is a good way to start.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before anyone can contest them on that one. And the scary thing is, isn't Diverger the only one not returning? Or 100% not returning?
Yeah, 100% not returning. 734 has a semester left, so I guess the question is how he uses that semester, whether or not he can extend it to the following season. But to only lose 1 member of such a powerful squad, you would say that's a good thing. The question is, though, who are they going to get to replace him? The guy has been a rock for the team, a leader for the team, and as soon as you introduce a new personality, a lot of it can go up in the air, right?
Yep.
How do you mesh? How do you deal with that?
I think having the same 4 people around is going to help a lot, It's really easy to synergize when you only have to work with 1 variable rather than 3 or 4, and especially because they're not losing their 2 main carry players, in my opinion. I think their jungle and their mid lane are some of their best players. and to only lose their top laner, even though he played really, really well in the series, is really lucky for them and very fortunate.
Absolutely, and well, he did play. Let's take a moment to kind of reflect on the series itself. Both of you predicted it correctly, 3-1 in favor of UBC. But, you know, that was indicative of the fact that they had a tougher time than they did last year, right? There was a bit more of a challenge getting that trophy this time around.
And I would say they actually are pretty fortunate that RMU decided to stick on the red side the entire series. After game 1, heading into what should have been their blue side pick, I believe, like, they had the opportunity to, like, not only haven't won the first game, but force UBC to have to ban these things that they have been doing well on, as well as what should have been the power picks on the patch. But by sticking red side the whole time, RMU is just stuck banning Nidalee almost every game, and it just never came together.
Well, I agree. I think you're crazy if you're taking red side right now. You only take red side for 2 reasons. One, if you're split push, if you have a great top lane carry champion, which in this meta right now, it's impossible. You can't do it. Okay. So 2, if your mid laner is a god and you can counterpick mid lane with like assassin champions or get really, really good counter picks, and they just blind pick their mid laner or most of the games. So that you weren't able to get any advantages on red side, and you're forced to ban 1 or 2 bans the entire time.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, player of the series. If you had to pick somebody on the UBC squad that really hit it home for the team, who would it be and why?
I think Bobkin just did really well. Even though I will say, if it wasn't for him, it wasn't for the jungler, I don't think he would have gotten the leads that he did. However, I thought he got solo leads. The jungler came in, crushed the leads, and then he ran with the leads. Like, it takes a person to be able to create the lead, and then he also just like did really, really well. Outside of the first game where it was a super LeBlanc unfriendly comp, he did well in every other game.
And you're in agreement?
Pretty much. Just to play devil's advocate, I would say proof of payment is definitely in the discussion, as you mentioned. He was able to make them have to keep forcing those bans. Like, no matter what champion he played, he performed very well, and you saw that RMU had to keep banning these junglers, else they got crushed in the early game. And then they also had to ban the Echo, and I mean, Daijojo deserves a lot of props for that, too.
Exactly. I mean, Bob Chin, the whole squad, really, right? These returning 5 members defending their crown. That's going to do it for us here at the uLoL Campus Series Finals. But stick around. In 10 minutes, we're going to have an interview with all 5 of these guys up on stage. And until next time, my friends.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am Dom Romer, and I'm here to have a conversation. I'm here to have a conversation with UBC about their win. Gentlemen, first of all, you guys 3-1 this year. It was 3-0 last year. This is a hell of a record for y'all.
Yeah, it feels really good to be this dominant at the biggest stage for a collegiate.
Yeah, I mean, some phenomenal play, and I'd like to just sort of ask, what kind of preparation did you guys put into this? I mean, obviously you must have been preparing for quite a while, right?
Preparation, like, for these matches specifically, or?
Yeah, we'll start with this match.
Pardon?
For this match.
Oh, yeah. Well, yesterday after our match, we were all really tired, so we had to take, all of us had to take a pretty long nap, and we converged at around midnight last night to talk about picks and ban, and that was our preparation.
Okay, so everybody just kind of went home, knocked out, and then midnight, beginning of the day, everybody grouped back up and started practicing.
So basically, all the preparation was done before we even came to Boston. So we just wanted to be at 100% when we were playing the games, not tired, not sleepy, or feeling sick like that.
Yeah, very solid. It definitely showed over the course of this series. I mean, in the very beginning, in game number 1, it did look a little touch and go. RMU were able to take the win off of West Coast carry in the top lane. And Bobchin, I know you actually had a little bit of difficulty in that game with your LeBlanc.
Yeah, that's right. He kind of got an early snowball and kind of destroyed all of us. And we didn't have much practice playing against Twitch and Kog'Maw up until now. That's why we decided to ban it second game, third game, so we don't have to deal with that later on.
Yeah, from there on out, though, you had a phenomenal series. In all 3 of your next games, 2, 3, and 4, you didn't die a single time on Lissandra, LeBlanc, and LeBlanc. How do you pull that together after going, I believe it was 5, 6, and 5 in game 1?
Well, I didn't expect much. After game 1, we weren't really tilted. We just stayed calm and collected, and we played our games. And I positioned myself pretty well. I didn't die, so pretty fortunate for that.
Yeah, very solid that you guys were able to pull it together and not be tilted after the first loss. That's generally a good thing. So I'd actually like to ask you a little bit about your future as a team. Now, the 5 of you have won 2 years in a row, the exact same group of people. Are we going for a third?
Well, I think this is it for us. I know Wesley's graduating. It's his last year. We're doing this for him. And Jeremy, I think he's in one of his last years. He might not be playing next year, and I'm taking a break also.
Okay.
To do something else, and we're probably not going to stick together, but who knows? There might be new talents coming up that can replace us or be even better. So we'll see.
We'll have to see if the new talent is going to be there. So, Tijerta, this is your last year. You're stepping off?
Yeah, this is actually going to be my last League of Legends event ever. I don't think I'll have time to be playing anymore after this. It's time to be an adult.
Yeah, well, happens to all of us eventually. Well, we like to think that it does.
Yeah, so it was a very, very cool way to end this very special tournament with these guys we've gone so far together. We've been playing for so long together. Like, me and Jeremy have been playing for 4 years together. Started off the first year getting like 8th place, then 3rd place, and then eventually when Bob and Sean joined, we started winning like everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a heck of a journey for you guys. You've been on the team for 3.5, 4 years?
This would be my 4th year on the team now.
4th year, so 2 championship wins in the last 2. I feel like that's a pretty good growth curve.
I don't think we could have ended it any way better than that.
Yeah, very solid. So I gotta ask a little bit about that series, a little bit more. Blue side, all 4 games. How did that feel to get blue side? Were you expecting that? Was that a little bit of a curveball?
Yeah, I was a little surprised that they chose red side every game because their jungler did not play 2 of the strongest, or in our opinion, he didn't play 2 of the strongest junglers, but they actually kind of tricked us in game 1 and did take Kindred. We thought he didn't play Nidalee or Kindred, so that was kind of weird on their part for choosing red side, even though they don't play like Nidalee or Kindred.
Yeah.
But they did.
So the big question was, like, they sort of kind of counterpicked into the gangplank, which worked in game number 1, but we're getting into the details of it now. To talk about the junglers a little more, Proof, you were enormous in that series. I mean, I believe in, let's see, game 2, 6-0 and 11. Game 3, 1-2 and 12. Game 4, 3-0 and 6. You were huge, man. How did you end up putting the whole team on your back like that?
I love these guys, and I just want to do my best for them.
Oh, nice. Well, that's very good. Glad that you're able to do that. I understand that Elise and Kindred are some of your bigger champions. The fact that you were able to get those in your wins must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, it feels good. Their jungler doesn't play that much stuff, so it's pretty easy to get me the jungler I wanted.
Yeah, very solid, very cool. I think Aiden actually talked a little bit during the cast while you guys were playing. There was a battle on stage happening between the players, you 5 versus their 5. But just as much, there's a battle happening backstage between the coaches and the analysts. The picks and bans, the sort of strategies you guys want to go for. How did your analysts help your play throughout the series?
Well, they pretty much dictated the entire pick and ban for us. Made sure we had the proper matchups and just the correct gameplay on how we wanted to approach the game.
Very cool. I'm glad that you guys were able to pull it together like that. And what does this mean now that UBC as a team has won the championship 2 times in a row? Do you guys think you'll start to get some recognition outside of a couple Twitter shout-outs here and there?
I mean, I sure hope so. I don't know what else we have to do to get some recognition around here.
Very cool. And now, Bob Chin, I got to ask, so you're taking a break for a little while. Got any what are your league aspirations for the future? Continue competing?
I just thought that league, I just thought that school can't wait. So I can take a break and come back, pursue it later. And I do think that I can go somewhere with league since I'm constantly up the ladder. I think I'm a mechanically good player and a good team player. So I'm just looking for opportunities to play at a higher level.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing more of that. And why do you continue to play? What is your drive to keep going? I remember we spoke last year and League to you was just a hobby that you were very good at.
Well, League is getting more serious. It's actually like a sport to me now because you put in so much work and effort like any other athletes out there. And to me, it's more of a, it's more than just a hobby. It's something I love to do, and it's something I would love to pursue at doing.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing more of you in the future. And I guess one final question for all of the aspiring college students out there who play League in their free time, who are watching this broadcast, how did you guys manage to juggle a full college career and League at the same time? Because I know I didn't succeed.
I actually have a final in 3 days that I haven't studied for, so...
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
So it's just kind of wait until the last minute, hope you can kind of pull it together?
Yeah, a lot of cramming.
Yeah. Well, I think what he means is study weeks in advance, spend lots of time in the library, practice as much as you can. Yeah, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for speaking with me about this. Once again, big round of applause. Congratulations on winning the finals for the 2nd year in a row. Got anything else you'd like to say to fans and followers?
I'd like to make a special shout out to SFU. They were the 2nd place team in our region, and every year they give us really difficult matches, so it's a shame that they couldn't come out here to play.
Shout out to our support staff, Carmen, Denis, Simon. They were a big help for us. And shout out to all of our significant others. Shout out to the UBC fans cheering at home for us, watching the stream. And yeah, shout out to my teammates.
All right, shout out to the boys who had a viewing party at home just to watch. Thanks to you guys, that was very cool. Shout out to my girlfriend Emily, family, and everyone at home at UBC cheering us on and watching us around the world. And finally, thank all of you guys at PAX for being a great crowd and watching. We really appreciate it. I hope we put on a good show for you.
All right, well, Bob Chin, got any shout out? No, he's all good. All right, well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Again, congratulations. Thank you all for watching. This has been the uLoL Campus Series 2016. Our winners, University of British Columbia.